Okay, so now we know all about layer properties and we know all about the properties of shape layers. We know how to adjust the timeline, how to adjust the keyframe. And now with the help of all of this knowledge, we are going to create one animations, which is going to be a very simple, but along with that, we are going to also reveal some new concepts over here. Okay, so let's try to do that. So let's start from the basic. We always we create a new composition. We call it as main animation over here. Width we are going to choose 1920 and height 180, frame rate 30 and duration we are going to choose only 10-second long duration over here, and background color is white and simply hit OK. Then we always choose grid and guide option and we will simply hit title save action. Then as we have discussed earlier as well, that this white color is only for our After Effects reference. If you want this white color in your video as well, so for that you have to press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and you have to select the white color and simply hit OK and hit OK, and then you need to make it lock because you don't want to select those layer. Now with the help of all the our knowledge about layer properties and keyframes, we will try to create one basic star animation. Okay, so for that let's select our star, and by holding shift I'm going to create this star over here like that. Very simple. Then I can select this shape layer and I can press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. I can go to the align tab, align it horizontally, and then I can align it vertically. Now I want to animate the position, scale, rotation, etc for this animation. So how we can do? First we will try to animate position. So let's bring this down over here like this because I want my animation should start from here, and I'll create one keyframe. Then I'll go somewhere around at 2 seconds and I'll move this from here to here. Okay, so if you see this animation, I'll get something like this. But along with this, I need scaling animation as well. So I'll press S and I want initial scale of this should be 0, and I'll create one keyframe, and now I'll hit U. And now I want to jump on forward keyframe, which means at 2 seconds. So I'll hit K over here, and this time I want the scale should be 100. So if I go to the start and if I hit spacebar, as you guys can see, I'll get this kind of animation over here. Along with that, I need rotation animation as well. So I'll press R for rotation. I'll create one keyframe and I'll hit U. I'll press K to jump on forward direction keyframe, and I'll make this one complete rotation. Press J to jump backward, and if I hit spacebar, I'll get this kind of rotation. Now along with this, I need opacity animation as well. So I'll press T for opacity, which is a shortcut key. Initially opacity, let's say properly 100, create one keyframe, hit U, go to 2 seconds, so hit K, and at this time I want opacity should be 0. So now if I see, I'll get this kind of animation. Or I can move this a little bit forward as well up to 3 seconds because I want the opacity should end at this point. Okay, like that. Or I can go over here, I can bring this last opacity keyframe over here, and I can bring my initial keyframe over here. Okay, like that. So we will get something like this. Okay, so this is how this animation works. So as we can see, with the help of all our previous concept, we have created this kind of animation. Now if you see over here, we have created this animation, but this animation looks very rigid kind of, or very simple, and I want a little bit smooth animation. So at this time what we can do, I can select all of my keyframes, I can simply right click and I can go to the keyframe assistance option, and over here I can choose easy ease. The shortcut key is simply hit F9. So if you click over here, as you guys can see, the symbol of this keyframe was also changed, and now if you see over here, we will get different animation, like our animation is little bit smoother. If I hit Control Z, and if you see this animation is very rigid. But if I hit F9 and apply ease in ease out, As you guys can see, we are getting different stubs. So what is ease in, ease out? Let's try to understand. And now let's select those keyframe, and if you see this animation over here, and if you check out this path, you will get this kind of dots over here, like small structure. These are the basic representation of the speed of this entire animation. Okay, so what they are representing, like if you see the distance between these dots are similar, which means the speed of this animation is constant. Okay, but as soon as you hit F9 on it, if you see over here at this point, the distance between these dots are very less. At this point, distance is very high, and at the end of this portion, the distance is becoming very less. So what this indicates, that initially the speed is gonna be slow. At this point, the speed is gonna be fast, and as the animation comes to an end, the speed is gonna be slow again, which means initial speed is going to be slow, in middle speed will become fast, and at this point the speed will become slow. Okay, so basically these are the representative, that at this point your speed of your animation is gonna be slow. Similarly, along with that, there are different options as well. Like if you right click keyframe assistance, you will get ease in, eases, which basically same options. Similarly, over here you will get easy, ease out, which are different one. Okay, like that. So these are the options that you can play around with this. Similarly, you will get this extra options which we are not going to use in this animation, but just for the knowledge you can see. If you right click keyframe assistance, you will get this option called time reverse keyframe. From name itself you can understand that it will gonna be reverse your animation. So if you click on it, and now if you hit play, as you guys can see, we are getting this weird stuff over here. Like if you, for example, let's delete this opacity keyframe for now, and let's make this 100. Now as you guys can see, my animation is starting from here and coming over here, like that. Okay, so this is the time reverse keyframes concept, which we are not going to use this in this animation, but just for the reference I have told you. Now we need to understand the concept of pre-composition. Now whenever we want to create a new composition, what we do is simply press Ctrl N, we create another composition, we give them name, and obviously we will get new composition. But what will happen if I want this star should be in another composition? For example, right now it is in this main animation, but I want the star should be in another composition. So there are two ways. You can simply press Ctrl N and you can call it as star. Over here you can create star. You can change the height width, and you can hit OK. You can go to the main animation, you can select this, hit Ctrl C, select this, hit Ctrl V, and automatically it will come over here. But there is another way also to do that, because sometimes what happens that we have too many layers to do copy paste stuff. So at that time what we need to do, I can simply select this layer and I can right click, and over here you will get this option called pre-compose. All you need to do is simply click on it, and over here you need to name it. For example, I can name it as star, and I have to check out with the move all attributes into the new composition, it's there or not, and simply hit OK. And now if I double click to open this, as you guys can see, we have this animation totally into the new composition. So this is the concept of pre-compose. Okay, and why it is necessary to use it, let's see. Hit Ctrl Z to get out of this comp. Now suppose I want to create duplicates of it, and let's hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, and now I need to change the position of it. But if you see properly, if I hit P to change the position, there are already keyframes are applied. Okay, so it's very difficult to create a duplicate and change the position of each and every one. Okay, and so for that what we need to do is I can select this layer, I can press Ctrl Shift C, which is a shortcut key for pre-compose, and then I can call it as star, and I can hit OK. So as you guys can see, this is now another composition, and if I double click to open this, this composition contains this animation. If I hit U, I can get all my keyframes. And now I can select this and I can hit Ctrl D to duplicate, and now there is no keyframe on this position. And now I can change the position of this like that, and if I hit Ctrl D, I'll get something like this. And one awesome thing about this stuff is that if you go inside this and if you change the color of this one, you can simply get that change in each and every composition like that. Okay, so this is how this composition works. Similarly, one thing you need to understand that suppose for example this second one, which is this one, I don't want this same animation, I want different animation. But for the, if I go inside this and if I change this stuff over here, obviously all of them are gonna change. So at that time what we need to do, we need to select this layer, right click, and we have to go to the reveal and reveal layer in source project. Basically it will show this layer over here. For example, let this select this layer. If I select this, right click, reveal layer in source project, so it will show me over here. And then in project window I can hit Ctrl D over here. So what will happen, it will create a total new composition. For as you from name itself, as you guys can see, now this star 2 is completely different from this star. So if I go inside this and if I change the color of this one over here, as you guys can see, we are not gonna see this over here because this is star and we have changed in star 2. But if I go to the second layer, I'm going to select this star 2 and I'll press Alt on my keyboard and I'll simply drag and drop on this one to replace it. So as you guys can see, the layer has been replaced. Okay, so this is the use of pre-composition and this is how you can manipulate each and every one. Okay, but for this animation we don't need to create multiple duplicates. I'm going to use this one only like that. Okay, so this is the concept of pre-compose. Obviously whenever we are going to do practical animation, will get a chance to learn this in depth, but right now all we need to do is this much only. Simply select your animation, press Ctrl Shift C. So what will happen, it will go into the new composition. Okay, so now we are going to understand the concept of anchor points. Obviously we have discussed in our previous tutorial as well, like we use Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. But right now we will learn how to use it practically. For example, like in previous video we have learned that we can create duplicates of our layers. So what we can do over here, if you see the anchor point is properly at the center, so if I select my pen behind tool and I can adjust my anchor point with the help of shift properly over here like that. Okay, and if I press R, I can rotate it like this. So now what I'm gonna do, I can select this, I can hit Ctrl D and I can press R and I can rotate it on 30 degree. Similarly, if I hit Ctrl D R, I can rotate it on 60 degree. I can hit Ctrl D R and I can rotate it on 90 degree. So if you see this animation, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, same thing, you can select all of these three, you can hit Ctrl D and you can bring them at the bottom, press R for rotation. You can select this, you can make this minus 30, you can make this minus 60 and you can make this minus 90 like that. Okay, so this is how with the help of anchor point we can adjust this portion like this. And I can go inside this, I can select this, press V and I can change the color of this one the way I want. Okay, like this. Okay, so now let's start to understand how this graph editor works. So if you see over here, there are three animations over here and I have applied normal keyframe animation on x-axis. If you see, they are only animating on x-axis. Now we will try to understand how this graph editor works. Now if I select this second one and if I select this keyframes, right click, keyframe assistance and ease in ease out, from name itself you can understand it will apply ease in ease out over here. If I hide this one and if I compare this two animation, in first animation their speed is constant. Like if you see over here, there is, you cannot see any change in the speed over here. Even if you see the distance between this extra echoes are same. As if I enable this one, if you see, the distance between these echoes are changing, like at this point they are very close and at this point they are very far from each other. So what does it means? That this animation is starting very slowly, that's why the distance between these echoes are very less, but as it goes forward, you can see the distance between these echoes are very high because the speed is high. Similarly, as it goes to end, the distance between these echoes are very less because speed becomes slow. Okay, same procedure over here. In this portion, the distance between this echo is high because the speed is high, and at this last, the speed is becoming very less. So how this actually works? So for that we need to understand the graph editor. Okay, so to enable the graph editors, I need to select those keyframe, and over here you will get this option called graph editor. If you click on it, right now we are getting this two mountains like structure. This is basically a speed graph, but initially we will see what this value graph. So if I right click and choose edit value graph, I'm gonna get this kind of graph. Now obviously the X line is representative of X direction and Y line is Y direction. Okay, but you cannot see the key any effect on Y over here because this is not animating in Y direction. That's why the Y line is linear and X line is something like this. Okay, if I select this graph and by holding control, if I click on it to remove ease in ease out, and now if I see this, I'll get this straight line. Okay, but if I select this and if I hit F9, and I'll get this kind of structure. So why is it that? Let's see. I'm going to select this and by holding control I'm going to remove it. Okay, and I'll select this, right click, and I'll choose separate dimension as well, and I'll hide this extra one. Okay, so now what is there? That there are two keyframes, one is for X position and one keyframe or for Y position. Okay, if I select this Y position, if I go to the graph, there is no change in Y position, but if I select this X, I'll get this kind of graph because in Y position there is no change. That's why the graph is not editing. So if I go to the graph editor and I can select this and I can move this over here like this. So now if you see, we are still not getting anything. Okay, because there is no change in position. But if I go over here, for example, if I select this and over here if I change the value, and now if I open this graph, I'll get this kind of structure because now the graph is changing because the value of Y is also changing. Okay, so that's how it works. So this is what we call value graph. If I select this X position, if I go over here, this is basically saying the value. For example, if you click over here, not click, but if you move your mouse pointer over here, you can see the text shape layer to X position, and at this timeline the X position is 294.61 pixels. As it goes forward, as you guys can see, the value is increasing like this. Okay, now if I select this and if I hit F9 over here, and now if I go to the graph editor, what is this saying? That the X position initially the value is changing slowly because, as I said, the value is changing slowly because ease in ease out has been applied, and as it goes in the middle, the value is changing linear in format, like constant change in value. That's why the line is straight. As the animation goes at ends, the value is changing a little bit slowly. That's why if you see over here, at this point the distance between these echoes are similar, but at this point the distance between these echoes are very close to each other. Similarly, if you go over here, you can see the difference between this and this. Okay, so this is how this value graph editor works. Now I can tweak this graph. For example, I can select this, and with the help of this handle I can adjust the value graph, so it will adjust the speed as well. For example, if I select this graph and if I suppose adjust it like this, so what is representing? That the value of this one is going to increase it immediately. So that's why if you see this, the distance between these echoes are too much, and as it goes over here, the distance between this is very less. Similarly, if I go over here, if I select this and if I select this and if I move this over here like this, we are getting this kind of structure like this. So what is this representative? The graph value goes immediately high like this, and at this point it becomes low. Similarly, from this it becomes a very slow, and as it goes over here it becomes really high. Okay, so this is how you can adjust the value graph over here. But if you know, this is just the adjustment of value. Similarly, you can adjust the speed as well. For example, let's hit Ctrl Z and we will keep it as it is. Now instead of value graph, I'll right click and I'll choose edit speed graph. So edit speeds graph is quite different than value graph, but it's easy to understand as compared to value graph specifically for me. So if I right click and choose edit speed graph, for name itself they are saying that it is representative of the speed of your animation. For example, if you go to the start, obviously my ball is not moving, then obviously the speed of this is going to be 0. That's why if you see the reading over here, it's 0 per second. If I move my mouse pointer over here like this, as you guys can see, this value is increasing like 1249.54 pixels per second, and at this point the velocity or speed is becoming the constant. That's why at this point, if you see, the line is quite straight, and again as it goes over here, the value is going downwards, which means they are saying the speed is becoming less. Similarly, if you go from here, as you guys can see, the speed is changing really high like this, and at this point the speed becoming constant. Similarly, as it goes over here, the speed again becoming 0 like this. So this is how the speed graph works and if I select this, and if I select this, for example, I can handle the adjust like this and like this. So now if you see what it represents, actually from 0 the speed is changing, but it's changing really slow as compared to our initial animation. So that's why if you see at this point, the distance between these one are very less, and as this point this ball is achieving the maximum speed of this. So that's why if you see over here, the distance between this ball is very high, and as it goes forward, the speed becoming again slow. That's why at this point the distance between these echoes are very less. Similarly, you can select this, move this handle over here, and you can move this handle over here like this. Again you will get same results, because at this point they are achieving maximum velocity. That's why the distance between these echoes as well is very high, and at this point they are starting very slowly. That's why the distance between this is very less. Okay, so this is how the speed graph works. Now we will understand this concept with the help of our bouncing ball animation. Okay, so I'll go over here and I'll try to create one animation. So let's create one ellipse. I'll press Ctrl Alt O. I'll go to the graph editor, align it horizontally, align vertically. I'll press P for position, right click, and I'll choose separate dimension. Initial Y position, I'm gonna move this over here like this. I'll create one keyframe. Then I'll go to 1 second and I'm going to bring this over here. Similarly, I'll go few frame forward. I'll create another keyframe on Y, and in middle of that I'm going to move this over here and select those keyframe, and I'll hit F9. Okay, so if you see this animation, we are gonna get something like this. Now let's select this and change the X position over here. I'm not applying any keyframe over here, I'm just changing the X position. I'll select this and I'll hit Ctrl D. I'll press P and I'm going to change the X position over here. Now why I created duplicate, I'm going to adjust this one with the help of value graph and this one with the speed graph. The result is going to be the same, but you can with the help of this example you can understand that which graph you should use to animate according to your needs. Okay, whichever is suitable for you, you can use that. Generally I use speed graph, but after this one you can decide which graph you should edit and which is easy for you. Okay, so I'm going to start with this one and I'm going to change the color of this one to yellow because I'm going to choose value graph for it. Now if you know the bouncing ball principle is that whenever this ball is going to reach the ground, the speed should become very fast, and as it goes up the speed becomes very fast and it becomes low and then becomes fast again. Okay, so let's select this and go to the graph editor, right click, and I'm going to choose edit value graph. Okay, so obviously because we have applied ease in ease out, let's select this Y over here, and as it comes near to the ground, the initial speed should be very less, and as it goes over here the speed should be high. So let's zoom in a little bit. I'm sorry, like this. Let's adjust this a little bit like this. Okay, this much looks good to me. Now I'm going to select this handle and I'll adjust it like this. Okay, so what it represents, that initial the position is changing very slow like this, and as it comes near the ground, let's hide this one, as it comes towards the ground, it becomes very fast. So if you see, we'll get something like this. And similarly, after the touching the ground, it should go upward a little bit fast. So I'll select this and I'm going to bring this handle over here in such a way that if you see, the position is changing very fast like this. Okay, and as it goes forward, the position should change slowly, and at the end it should become fast. So let's select this and let's try to adjust the graph like this. Okay, similarly, make sure to select this and adjust in proper way like this. Okay, so we are getting this kind of curve over here like this. Okay, so if you see this, now we are getting something like this. So now if I hit play, I'll get this kind of bouncing ball animation. Now we will adjust this one with the help of speed graph. So let's select this and let's go to the graph editor, right click and make sure to choose edit speed graph. Now obviously the initially speed should be 0, so I am going to select this, and by holding shift I'm going to move this handle over here, and I'm going to move this handle over here like this. So what this represents, that initial speed is 0 pixels per second. As it goes further, the animation is getting the velocity high, and at the end of this, the speed becomes very fast. So if you see, we are getting something like this. Then again, after touching the ground, the speed should be high. So I'll select this, I'll move this handle over here, and I'll move this handle over here, so it becomes fast after bouncing. Similarly, I'll select this, hold shift, and I'll move this handle over here, and I'll move this handle over here. So what this represents is that initially the speed is 0, and this speed is increasing very slow, and whenever the ball is about to touch the ground, the speed becomes high. After the touching the ground, the speed becomes very high like this, and it becomes very slow. Then again, after reaching the maximum height after the bounce, the speed becomes slow and then again becomes fast. So now if you compare these two animations, we are getting pretty much same results. Okay, but the thing is that if you see the value graph over here, it's quite difficult to understand and even if you see properly, it looks a little bit complex. Okay, but if you see the speed graph over here, it's quite easy to understand the logic of speed as compared to values. Okay, so I generally prefer to use speed graph, not value graph, but if you are familiar or if you are comfortable with the value graph, you can use that as well. Generally, I prefer to use speed graph because for me it's very easy. And value graph sometimes becomes complicated, and even if you see my tutorials, most of the time I prefer to use speed graph only because it's easy to understand. So this is the concepts of graph editors in After Effects. Now in previous video we have learned the concept of graph editors, and now we are going to use that concept over here. So let's go inside the star and let's try to change the color of this one to somewhere around this color over here. And now accept this opacity property. I'm going to select all of this keyframes. I can go to the graph editor and I can select this graph, and by holding shift I can adjust this anchor point over here. Similarly, I can select this and adjust this anchor point over here. So if I hit spacebar, I'll get something like this. Okay, over here. Similarly, in this star, another thing I can do over here is that I can create a one stroke animation as well. So for that, what we can do, I can go inside this contains, and right now I have this poly star over here. But instead of duplicating over here, I'm going to select this layer and I can hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, and I'll change the color of this one to yellow over here, so it would be easy for me to understand that this is the different layer. Then over here for this one, obviously because I have created duplicated this layers, obviously all the keyframes are gonna be the same. So what I can do over here is that I'm going to delete this fill, but before deleting this fill, I need the color information of this. So I'm going to click over here and I'll copy this color code by hitting Ctrl C, and let's cancel. And then select this and let's delete this fill. And I'm going to go in stroke, and over here I'm going to press Ctrl V and hit OK, like that. And over here, if you see, we are getting this over here, but right now we need to adjust the stroke. So what we can do, I can go over here, and over here you will find this search option. Generally what happens is that we go inside the contents, polystyrol, stroke, and then we can adjust the stroke rate. Instead of that, what we can do, simply select that specific layer, and in this search option you can type that property, for example stroke. So they are automatically gonna show the stroke width option. So you can simply click over here, you can hit U, you can go to around 2 seconds, and over here you can change the value of this stroke. And then I am going to increase the size of this star over here. So now if you see, I'm gonna get something like this. Now initially stroke, I'm going to choose 20, like this over here, and size also should be 0, and select those scaling stroke keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, select this graph, shift hold, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. So we'll get something like this over here. Okay, and you can change the scale. You can select this scaling keyframe, and you can bring this a little bit forward so it will animate a little bit later, like that. Okay, and if you see this in main animation, now you're gonna get this kind of revealing animation. Okay, so this is how you can use graph editors and you can create this kind of animation. And at this point, when the animation is gonna end somewhere around at 2 seconds, I can hit N and I can get this kind of stuff over here. Okay, so now with the help of all the knowledge we have learned yet, we are going to create one bouncing ball animation. We are going to use all the concepts that we have learned previously. Okay, so let's try to do that. First of all, I'm going to select my text tool because I want to type one base. So let's try to do that. I'll select my text tool and I'll click over here. And for the color, you can choose any color. I'm going to choose somewhere around like this bluish color and hit OK. And over here, you can choose any font you want. I'm going to choose Poppins and type our text. So I'm going to type, let's say motion graphics. I'm going to choose all caps, like that. Select this text, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. We can go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Then if I press S on my keyboard, I can adjust the scale like this. Then I'll press V, which is a shortcut key for selection tool, and by holding shift I am going to bring this over here. And now I need a duplicate of it, so I'll hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, and by holding shift I'll bring this over here. Again I'll hit Ctrl D, and by holding shift I'm going to bring this over here. Okay, then select all these 3 layers and I'll press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and I'm going to name it as text layers and hit OK. So what will happen, that this composition contains all these text layers. So I'm going to select this layer and I'll hit Ctrl D and press P for position, and let's bring down one position over here, and let's try to move this somewhere around over here like this. But if you see, we are getting this kind of gap because if you double click to open this, if you see, the text is still out of this composition also and over here as well. But because we have pre-composed it, that's why we are not gonna see that. So if you want to see something which is out of this composition as well, then you have to click on this icon. So now as you guys can see, we can see those layers. Okay, so I'm going to adjust them somewhere around like this. Okay, this looks good to me. And now let's select both of them and try to adjust their position. I'm going to bring this one as well. Now for the first layer, which is this one layer, I need a different color. So what I can do, I can right click, reveal layer in source project. As you guys can see, my text composition is over here. I'll hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, so it will create layer text layer 2, and I'm going to select these two, and by holding Alt I'm going to simply drag and drop on this layer, so it will replace that. Then go inside this, select all of this text layers. You can select all of these layers like this. You can go to this character menu and you can change the color of this text layers to something different like that. Okay, so this is how you can change the color of this text. Similarly, I need one line over here, so either you can choose pen tool and you can choose stroke somewhere around like this and hit OK, and from here to here by holding shift I'll create one stroke, and I can adjust the stroke width somewhere around like this. I can select this and I can press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. So we are gonna get this kind of base. Now we will draw practical animation of bouncing ball. So for that I'm going to select my ellipse. I don't need any stroke, and I'm going to choose fill, and let's cancel this, and first of all click on this fill option, and I need radial gradient over here, so simply click and hit OK. Then go inside this. For the middle color I'm going to choose dark red color, and for this color I'm going to choose light red. Okay, and by holding shift I'm going to create this kind of ellipse over here. I think this looks weird, so let's go to the fill option, choose gradient again, go inside this, and now what I can do is that I can simply going to replace this portions like this. Similarly, you should change this positions as well like this. But if you see, we are getting the weird stuff, and if I hit OK I'll get something like this, and then you can click on this icon, so you will get this options and try to adjust it properly. Okay, this looks good to me. And now let's try to animate, and before that press Ctrl Alt Home to make sure that anchor point is at the center. You can go to the align tab, align it horizontally, and then align it vertically. Now this is going to be my ball, so let's select this, hit enter, and let's call it as ball. Now on this ball I need one kind of a light form over here. So what I can do, I can go inside this. I have this ellipse one, I'll double click on it or hit enter, and let's call it as ball layer, and I'm going to hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, hit enter, and I'm going to call it as light. Okay, and in this light what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go in my gradient fill, and I'm going to hide that. Okay, I don't need any gradient fill, and I'm going to enable my stroke, which is this one. Okay, like this. Go inside this stroke, and I'm going to reduce the stroke, and then I'll go to the ellipse path which contains size of it, and I'm going to reduce the size of it. So as you guys can see, we will get this kind of size over here like this. Okay, so this is how you can adjust the light. And now let's go to the stroke options again, and instead of light let's call it as select this, hit enter, let's minimize it, select this, hit enter, and let's call it as rope. Okay, and then go inside this stroke options over here, and I'm going to click on this dashes, so I'll get this kind of dashes. Then I can reduce the stroke width as well like this, and you can adjust the size of it somewhere around like this. Okay, this looks good to me. And as you guys can see, all of this stuff is inside one layer only, so it's easy to do that. Now we will try to animate that, but before that press P. We need to animate like ball should come from here to here. Then instead of dealing with one position, I can right click and I can choose separate dimensions. So because of this option, what will happen that I'll get two dimension, one is for X and one is for Y, so I can create different keyframes for different dimensions. Okay, so initially I want X position of this one should be here, so simply bring this over here, and Y position should be over here, so let's bring this over here. Now let's create one keyframe at X, and let's go to around 4 seconds, and let's move this from here to here. So basically X position is changing like this. Then go to the start, create one keyframe at Y position, then I'm gonna go somewhere around at 2 seconds. And but before that, go somewhere around, let's say 1 second maybe, and bring this downward like this. I'm only changing Y position. Then go to around 2 second, again it should go up. So I'm gonna simply do, I'll copy this first keyframe, hit Ctrl C Ctrl V like that. Then I'll go to around 3 second, again it should come downward. So I'll select this layer, I mean this keyframe, I'll hit Ctrl C Ctrl V. Again I'll go to the 4 second, I'm going to select this layer, I'll hit Ctrl C Ctrl V. So if you see this animation, we are gonna get something like this. But obviously this is not how bouncing animation works. So what we need to do is that we need to add our graph editor to make it look like it's bouncing. So for that, what we need to do, I'm going to select this Y position keyframes, and we have to apply ease in ease out. Shortcut key is F9, or you can simply right click keyframe assistance, ease in ease out. So now, if as you guys can see, the curve is different, but this looks like a wavy structure because there is no definition of speed or anything. So to adjust the speed, what we need to do is that we need to adjust the graph editor. So all we need to do is simply go to the graph editor, and if you know that I have discussed in my previous videos as well, that instead of using this value graph, I prefer to choose edit speed graph. So make sure that you are in edit speed graph. Okay, and you can adjust the length of the speed graph with the help of this option as well. So you can adjust it accordingly. And now the basic thing over here is that whenever is ball is gonna come from up, initial speed of ball should be less. So I can select this, and by holding shift I'm going to move this over here, and let's move this handle over here. So what this graph is says, the speed is increasing slowly, and at a certain point it becomes very high. So that's why if you see this graph over here, you can see, and if I hit play as well, as you guys can see, it's coming slow, then it's becoming fast. Same procedure should be over here as well. Whenever ball is gonna bounce, it should bounce faster, and as it goes up, the speed should become slow. So what we can do, I can select this handle by holding shift, move this handle over here, and move this handle over here. So what this graph says, that speed is increasing really fast at this point, and as it goes further, it becomes slow. And same procedure for all of them. Simply move this handle over here and move this handle over here like this. Okay, simply select this, move this handle over here, and move this handle over here like that. Okay, so now if you see this animation, first we will get this, then we will get this. Okay, now let's select all of these keyframes, and by holding Alt I can adjust the duration up to, let's say, 2 seconds. So I'll get this animation like this, or let's say somewhere around 3 seconds. So I'll get something like this, and at 3 seconds I'm going to hit N. So now if I hit play, I'm gonna get this kind of animation continuously, like it's like a looping animation like that. Okay, then you can enable this option called motion blur. So what this animation does, portion does, is if I stop it over here, as you guys can see, you will get this blurriness over here. If I disable this, it's not. So what it happens is that it creates a kind of a realistic look to your animation over here. Now if you want, because we have added rope over here, you can simply go to the start, press R for rotation, create one keyframe, and go to around 3 seconds, and I can make this 4 or let's say 2 rotations as well. Okay, so what will happen, I'll get something rotation over here as well. And if you cannot see, simply go in content, rope, stroke, and increase the stroke width, so it would be easy for us to see that. And hit U, go over here, and let's make this 1. Okay, so not much more rotations, or if you want, you can enable the motion blur as well. So we are gonna get this kind of animation. So yep, this is how we can create this kind of bouncing ball animation. Obviously this is not I'm not gonna say that this is very much good looking animation, but the main purpose of this entire tutorial is to understand all the concepts that we have learned yet, and we are also gonna see that in depth in our further videos. But right now you can practice it with After Effects and use all the knowledge that you had still. And if you want, then you can change the look of this ball. Similarly, this design you can change as well. You can choose different font, and if you can create something else with the help of shape layers, pen tool or text tool, or with the anything, just go ahead for it and be practicing it again and again. So what will happen that it will clear all the concepts of After Effects which we have learned yet. Obviously we are going to talk about in depth about all the keyframe animation, text animation in further videos, but right now I would recommend that you should do this animation again and again and try to create something different out of it. Also, one thing over here we need to understand that we need to always add one background layer. So I'm going to press Ctrl Y and I can name it as BG, and over here add white color and simply hit OK and simply bring this backward and always lock this layer. So yep, this is our bouncing ball animation. Okay, so now in this video we are going to talk about text layers in After Effects. Although we have learned so much about text, but right now we will talk about some more extra properties provided by text. Okay, so obviously we will create a new composition and we will adjust a few settings over here like this and simply hit OK, choose grid and guide option and title selection. Obviously the shortcut key to create any text is Ctrl T, which is a shortcut key to select your text tool, and simply click over here. Sorry, let's delete that again and let's type our text. Let's type motion graphics. Okay, we select this text, Ctrl Alt Home, align tab, align it horizontally and align it vertically as for scaling option, and we will scale this size. Now if you select this text layer and if you go inside this, you will get two options. Obviously, as we have discussed, one common property in every layer in After Effects is transform property, and another property is whatever that layer is. So we have text layers over here. Obviously, we will see the animate section whenever we are going to talk about text animation. We have path properties and we have more options like that. Okay, but if you select this layer and if you go over here in character menu, this character menu not only provide the color and font options, there are other options as well. So let's see what kind of options they provide. Okay, so first one is obviously font. You can choose any font you want. Similarly, just like any other software, you can adjust the look of that font over here. Similarly, over here we will get color options. One is for fill and one is for stroke. If you don't want fill, simply click over here. If you don't want stroke, select the stroke first. You can adjust vary color and you can delete that as well, and you can choose fill color as well. Then we have this option called font size. Obviously from name itself you can adjust the font size. Then let's do one thing. I'll click over here and I'll hit enter like that. As you guys can see, now the distance between these two words is very high. So if I want to reduce that, all I need to do is I need to select those texts. You can simply hit Ctrl A as well. But before that, make sure that your text layer is selected and your cursor should be over here. Hit Ctrl A. Sorry. Hit Ctrl A. And then over here you will get this option called set the leading, and you can adjust this size over here like that. Okay, this option is not no useful over here, but after that if you see over here you will get this option called the set the tracking. With the help of this you can adjust the tracking of text, which means the distance between two alphabets. So right now it's 0. If I increase it, as you guys can see, I can adjust this portion just like that. So I'll adjust it over here. This option is for the stroke width. For right now there is no stroke, but if I select this layer and if I add this black color for the stroke, I can adjust the stroke width for my text as well over here like that. Okay, so this option is for that. Similarly, this option is for vertical size. Let's make this 100. Similarly, this one is like that. Mostly these options are not very useful, but just I wanted to tell you, that's why. Okay, Now after that, let's select this and press Ctrl Alt Home. We will go to the Align tab, align it horizontally and align it vertically. You can go to the character menu over here, and over here you will get this kind of option. First is Fox Bold. If you click over here, obviously you will get something like this. Then you can get this Fox Italic, this all caps option as well. For example, if you wrote this text in like motion graphics, you can hit Ctrl A and you can click on this all caps like that over here. Then this option as well, with the help of this, what will happen is that initial word is gonna be small, and then it will create something like this. Then this option as well, for this option is basically for writing a square of something. For example, if I write 2 over here, and if I select this second 2, and if I click on this option, I can get this 2 square. Similarly, if I select this, I can get something like this. So whenever we want to type, for example, H2O, sorry, H2O, I can select this 2 and I can click on this icon, so I can create this kind of formulas. Okay, so these are the basic text properties in After Effects. Okay, so now we have learned all about the text properties, and now we are going to learn how we can animate our text. Now we know all the concept about our keyframe, how to adjust them, how to adjust the graph editors, and now with the help of that keyframe knowledge, and now with the help of this some animate properties given by text layers, we are going to animate our text. So let's try to do that. But before that, we need to type proper text for animation. So let's select this text layer, and I'm going to delete that, and I'm going to select my text layer, and this time I'm going to try to create some stylized text. So I'll adjust font according to my needs, and also color also I'll adjust according to our needs and basic look. Okay, so let's try to do that. I'm going to type motion graphics over here like this. Okay, and for the font, I'm going to choose different font like Oswald font over here. You can choose different font as well, and I'm going to choose medium version of that font. I'll also adjust the distance between these alphabets, and I'm going to hit enter like that. I'll select this text layer, Control Alt Home. I'll go to the Align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically as for scaling option, and I'll scale the size. And for this first layer, first text, I'm going to choose this somewhere like a bluish color for this text, and for the second layer, I'm going to pick up the red color, or somewhere around like, let's say, like this color over here. I think this looks good to me. Okay, and now we will try to animate this layer. Okay, so for animate, obviously you need to go in text, and over here you will find this option called animate. Now if you click on it, they provide so many options over here like position, scaling, skew, rotation, opacity, etc, etc. Now we need to tell them that which kind of property we want to animate. So first we will start with the position over here. So if I click on it, we will get this animator option over here, and with the help of range selector. Now animator, which means we have added our animation portion, and in range selector we will animate, and in position over here, because we have added position, so it will show the reading of positions. So now basically we need to tell our After Effect that what should be the initial position of the text layer. So for example, if I bring this over here like let's say 80, so I'm telling After Effect that my initial position should be 80, and after a few times it should be at the original position. Then I can go to the range selector, and right now if you see, the value is start. If I create one keyframe over here, and if I go to around 2 seconds, and if I increase this value, as you guys can see, we are getting this value over here. So basically at the start, when value is 0, my text is at this position which I have said to use that, and at 2 seconds I have decided to make this proper 100. Okay, so this is the basic concept of animation. You can select those keyframe, then you can hit F9 to easily use those keyframe, and if you hit spacebar, we will get something like this. Okay, so this is the basic concept of animation in After Effects. Text animation in After Effects. Obviously we will talk about it in depth whenever we are going to do proper animation. but right now, just for the concept, this is the understanding. Now this animation is starting from the start. If I delete those keyframe, and as you guys can see, the end value is 100. If I create one keyframe at end, and at 2 seconds if I make this 0, and if I hit play, as you guys can see, now the my animation is starting from the end. Okay, so this is the basic concept of this. Then if you go in over here, you will get this option called advanced. Now in advanced option, if you see, we have units, percentage, etc. We don't need to much more use that. But if you see, based on right now it's characters, basically now they are animating each and every alphabet. But if you want, then you can choose character excluding spaces also, which doesn't make too much sense. But if you choose words over here, now they will animate according to the words. Again, if you choose lines, now this layer contain 2 lines, so it will animate this 2 lines accordingly. Okay. Similarly, over this option, they are different, like a random. If I enable this option, and let's choose our characters over here. Now if you see, the animation is in random format, like because my random renderer is on. Okay, so these are the self explanation portion. You can change this value and you can check out what are the changes you will get in your animation. Okay, let's minimize it. Now if you see in animator 1 over here, you will get this option called add menu. So what is saying that this animator contains this range selector which is controlling this portion. But right now, suppose if I want to animate opacity as well, so instead of going to text animation, go to the animate and create opacity, which will create another animator. Then you have to adjust the range selector for it. You have, for example, you need to make this initial value opacity 0. You need to create one keyframe at the start, then go to 2 seconds and again create this value over here. So basically now if you see, we have 2 animators over here. One animator is controlling the position property with the help of their range selector. Second animator controlling the opacity property with their separate range selector. So instead of that, what I'll do, I'll simply delete this animator 2. I don't need that. In this animator 1 over here, you will get this add property. Basically they are allowing us, along with the position, you can animate another property within the same animator. So if I go to the add menu and if I select property, I can select the opacity as well. So now I have to along with the position, I can adjust the initial opacity as well. So if I make this value 0 and if I hit play, I'll get something like this. Similarly, if I add again property, I can choose scale as well and I can make this scale 0. And now if I hit play, as you guys can see, along with this, I'm getting scale animation. Again, add property, I can choose rotation. Let's rotate it on 90 degree. As you guys can see, we'll get something like that. Similarly, add property, I can choose this tracking value. I can increase the tracking amount. As you guys can see, we are getting the something like that. Okay, so this is the basic animation concept inside of After Effects. Okay, so now in previous video we have created this animation manually, but After Effects also provides some animation which is already there, so you don't need to worry about creating all of this stuff by yourself. So what we can do, let's delete this animator 1, we don't need that. Then we can go to this option called Effect and Presets panel, and then over here you will get this option called Animation Presets. You can go inside this and you can go to the text, and now these are the all animations provided by After Effects for our text animation. For example, if you go to this animate in and if you click on any one of them, for example fade up characters, all you need to do to apply this, simply select your layer and simply double click on it. And now as you guys can see, this is gone because the text contains our animation, which is this fade up characters. And if you hit U over here, select this and hit U, you will get those keyframes. And if you check out this layer over here, they have already did this animation. They also did this animation with the help of this animator option, but they have created this presets. So all you need to do is simply select your layer and double click, and now if I hit spacebar, I'll get this animation. And all I can do is that I can animate I can adjust this keyframe. For that I can select this and I can hit F9 as well to get that. And that's not just it. If I get Control Z, there are so many different options like this. If I hit spacebar, we will get different stuff, random fade up like this. Okay, so so many options. This is kind of a self explanation stuff, and you can play around with all of this and you can check it out that which one is suitable for you. Okay, so we have learned about text animation and we have learned about the animations provided by After Effects already. And now we are going to learn about the mask concept inside of After Effects. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'll delete this text here and I'm going to select my text over here and I'm going to type simple text like motion. I'll select this and I'll press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. I'll go to the align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically, press S for scaling option and I'll scale it like this. Then I'm going to give a normal animation to it. So I'll go to the animate menu and I'm going to choose position, and initial position I'm going to bring this somewhere around over here, and then I'll go to the range selector option and I'm going to create one keyframe at start. Then I'll go somewhere around at 2 seconds and I'm going to make this value 100. Then I'm going to select those keyframe and I'm going to hit F9 to easy ease those keyframe. Obviously, very simple, nothing much more rocket science. Then I can go to the graph editor, right click, and I'll make sure that I'm in edit speed graph. I can select this graph and by holding shift, I can move this handle over here, and by holding shift, I can move this handle over here. So if I hit play now, I'll get this kind of animation. Now, if you know that in After Effects, when you press F4, you can toggle between these options like that. Okay, so generally we see this all option motion blur 3D. Now I'll switch to this options. Now I have for mask, we need to create one reference layer. So let's go and select this rectangle, and it doesn't matter that what kind of color you choose. So let's choose any color and let's create one rectangle like this. Now let's hit enter and let's call it as mask for text. Okay, and now if I click on this text layer, as you guys can see over here, you will get this option called track matte. So this track matte is actually act like a mask, which means whatever this rectangle rectangle cover, only that much layer is going to be visible. For example, if I go to the start and if I select my track matte, and right now it's no title track, but if I choose alpha matte mask for text and if I click on it, then as you guys can see, we cannot see, but if I hit spacebar, only that portion is going to be visible, which is under this mask for text layer. Similarly, if I go over here and if I choose alpha inverted mask, then what will happen, only that layer is going to be visible, which is outside this entire area. So these are the basic concept of track matte over here. Okay, and let's do one thing right now. Let's delete no title tracks. Okay, and we will delete this layer as well, and let's hit U and hit K to go on forward direction. Now if you see over here that to create a mask, we have created separated shape layer, then we have chose this track matte. But sometimes what happens is that we need to create mask on this layer only. So at that time, what we need to do, first thing, we need to select this layer and then we have to select our rectangle tool, and only on that layer itself we have to create this kind of mask. And now if you go and see, we are gonna get almost same results like this. But generally with this type of mask, what happens is that if I press M on my keyboard, I can reveal all this mask. If I minimize it and maximize it again, I'll get so many options like mask path. Like on mask path, from name itself, it's a path. If I create one keyframe over here, I can go to the 1 second, I can create another layer, and with the help of this selection, I can select this much selection, for example, and by holding shift I can adjust it over here. So as you guys can see, I'll get this animation of this mask as well. So this is the use of this mask part. Generally we don't use it, so let's delete it. Then we will get this mask opacity as well. For example, if I decrease the opacity from name itself, you will get similarly mask expansion, which means it will expand our mask area like this. Okay, so let's make this 0 only, and you can make this minus as well like that. Similarly, you will get this option called mask feathers. From name itself, it will add feathers to it. Okay, So these are the concept of mask. If you want to create a separate layer and mask, simply create a shape layer and choose this track matte options, and you can create mask on this layer itself with the help of simply select that layer, select your shape tool and create mask on that layer. Okay, so now we have learned all the different stuff about text animation, After Effects essential techniques and stuff. Now we will try to create a proper text animation in After Effects, and we are going to use the concept of adjustment layer and null object as well. Okay, so let's try to do it from scratch. So let's delete this text layer. I don't need that, and I'm going to press Ctrl Y to create one solid background layer. Press Ctrl Y, and this time I'm going to choose black color because I want black color, and simply hit OK and hit OK. Then I'm going to lock this layer. Then I'm going to type my text over here, and let's type our text. I'm going to type motion itself, and this time I'm going to choose white color for this text, and I'm going to select this and make sure that your paragraph is going to be the center text, and press Ctrl Alt Home. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically, press S for scaling, and we will scale it like this. Okay, looks awesome to me. And now we will try to animate this text. Obviously, we are going to choose our animator. Let's minimize all of the stuff. Go to the animator, and I'm going to animate positions. So simply go inside this position, and initial position, I want it over here. Okay, go to the range selector, and we will animate this, but before that we will try to adjust the position and other properties. Now along with this position, I'll go to the property and I want tracking as well, and I'm going to reduce the tracking somewhere around like this. Okay, similarly along with this tracking, I'll go to this property again, and I'm going to choose opacity, and I'll make this initial opacity 0. So now if I try to animate that, I'll go to the start value, and I'll go to second layer, and I'm going to make this value 100. Now let's select this layer, and I'm going to hit F9, and if I hit spacebar, I'll get this kind of animation. Now this is very plain, so I'll go to the graph editor, right click, and I'll make sure that I'm going to choose edit speed graph. I'll select this graph. By holding shift, I'm going to move one handle over here, and I'm going to move one handle over here. So now if you see, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, and let's minimize it. Obviously we will get this kind of animations, and now what we need to do is that I need to create duplicates of it over here, and so I'll hit Ctrl D, and now I'm going to change the color of this one to yellow, so it would be easy for us to need to decide that this layer is different, and I don't want to look at this layer, so I'll hide this. And for this layer over here, I'll go to the character menu, and I want black color for this text, and for the stroke I want white color, and stroke width I'm going to choose 3, or let's say 1 pixels only, like that. And let's select this, and let's bring this downward. So what will happen, that this layer is going to be at the back of this layer, and I'm going to select this layer, press P for position, and let's bring this layer over here like this. Okay, and press S for scaling option and scale it like this. Similarly, select this layer and hit Ctrl D, select this third layer, press P for position, and let's bring this over here, press S for scaling option and scale it like this. Okay, then I'm going to select this layer over here, I'll hit Ctrl D, press P, and I'm going to bring this layer downward like this. Okay, similarly I'm going to select my selection tool, I'll select this layer and I'll hit Ctrl D, press P, and let's bring this downward over here like this. Okay, so we are gonna get something like this. Now what we need to do over here is that if you see this, we are gonna get this kind of animation. Now what I want is that I want this layer as well as this layer should be in one composition. So I'll press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose this, and I'm going to name it as BG text, and simply hit OK, and let's hide this. Similarly, I'll select this layer as well as this layer, and if you see, the distance is not normal, so let's try to bring this a little bit downward like this. Select this and let's try to adjust it over here. If you want, then you can align it horizontally and vertically, and let's try to adjust the distance like this. Okay, now this distance looks cool to me. Let's select these two layers and press Ctrl Shift C, and let's call it as BG text or BG text 2 and hit OK. And let's hide this as well. So now we have these two layers, one with this one with this one, and one with this one. Now I need a distance between their animations, so I'll take a distance of, let's say, 10 frames. I'll select this BG text and I'll bring this over here, or you can simply hit open square bracket. Simply I'll go to over here, I'll select this third layer and I'll hit open square bracket. So what will happen, that I'll get a distance between these animations. Now over here we are going to use our masking concept. So for the second layer, which is this one, I'm going to select my mask layer, and let's hide all of this. Just we will see this layer, and I'm going to select my rectangle tool, and over here I'm going to create one mask like this. Okay, but this time what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on this inverted mask. I forgot to tell you about this option. If you click on it, it will invert the mask like this. Okay, and then I can go to the mask option and I can increase the mask feathers like this. Okay, similarly I'm going to select this layer over here. Let's select this and let's create a mask like this on this layer over here, and go to the mask option, and we are going to increase the mask feathers. But before that, make sure that it's inverted and increase the mask feathers like this. And now if you see this animation, we will get something like this. Okay, like that. Now what we need to do is that I need to adjust the scale of this entire stuff, but it is not easy. For example, if I select all of this, I'll press S and I can adjust the scale. But if you see, whenever I'm going to increase the scale, the proportionality is not normal. Like this is the scaling of this one is different and scaling of this one is different. So at that time, what I can do is that I can right click new and I can create null object. Now in previous video we have seen this option. Right now we will see what is the use of it. Now what in After Effects there is a concept called parenting. Now whenever if you want to select that and I want to control the position of it, so what, or scaling of it or rotation of it, what I can do, if you press F4 again, as you guys can see, there is a switch between this option. One option is common, which is known as parent and linking. What this does, for example, if I select all of this, and in parent and linking you will get this link option, and if you make it linked with this null object, then what will happen, that now this null object is going to control all of them. So if I select my selection tool, if I select my null object, and if I move it to wherever I want like this, and the thing about this null object is that this null object is only visible in this viewport. In final output you cannot see this null object. Okay, that's why it is known as null, but it's still there. So with the help of this null object, now I can press S and I can adjust the scale of it like that. I can make the scale 83, 85, and I can press R for rotation as well. And if I want to rotate, I can do that as well. So right now I don't want any rotation. I'm just going to adjust the scale of it like this. Similarly, now suppose I want to change the entire text color. For example, instead of this black background I want different color, and instead of this I want different color. So what I can do, I can press Ctrl Shift Y and I can choose white color over here. I need to go inside this, I need to change the color of this one to different layers over here. Like this one should be white and this one should be black. Similarly, this one should be white and this one should be black. Okay, so this kind of things I need to do same over here, but I don't want to follow this procedure. So instead of that, what I can do over here is that I can create one effect over here which is known as tint. So for that, what I can do is that if you go over here like this, and if I go to the effect and presets panel, and if I apply tint effect on it, let's type a tint effect, and if I double click to apply, as you guys can see, you will get this option. And if you swap this color, as you guys can see, we will get different results. So what this option does is that, for example, if you select this let's enable this layer only. Let's hide all of them. Now if you see this layer, there are two kinds of colors only, black and white. If I apply tint effect on it and if I swap this color, from name itself it will swap those colors. It will convert black into white and white into black. Same procedure for this one as well. I can select this, I can tint effect and I can apply swap. Similarly for this text as well, I have already did that. Similarly for this black solid, if I apply tint effect, I can swap this color. Okay, and for this one we don't need to swap this, we will need to something like this only. Okay, and now if I see this, I'll get something like this. But if you see properly over here, this tint effect is commonly applied for everyone. So instead of applying on each and every one, what I can do over here is that I can use another layer known as adjustment layer. So I can create new and I can create one adjustment layer, and if I apply tint effect on it and if I swap this color, then what will happen, it will be applied to all the layers which are after this adjustment layer. Okay, by chance if I select this adjustment layer, if I apply it over here, as you guys can see, now this tint effect is not has been applied on this uppermost layers because this adjustment layer over here only effect it will apply which are after this adjustment layer. So if I bring this on the top, I'll get different results. If I swap this color, I'll get different results. And it's not just about black and white. If you go over here, you can choose different color as well and you can swap it as well. So you can change the color of this one anywhere you want. Okay, now this looks good to me, and if I hit play, I'll get this kind of animation. So this is the concept of null object and adjustment layer inside of After Effects. Okay, so now in this section we are going to talk about some modifiers which are provided by After Effects. Now if you guys know that whenever we type whatever text over here, we will get this animate options, and with the help of this property we can create our animation. Same rule we can follow for this shape layers as well. For example, let's select our ellipse tool, let's say, and I'm going to delete that fill and I'm going to choose stroke, which is let's say 20 pixels. And by holding shift, I'm going to create one ellipse. Then I'm going to select this ellipse and I'll press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Okay, go to the align tab, align it horizontally and align it vertically, and I'm going to select my selection tool. And now if I maximize this layer, in contents I got ellipse, but in contents over here you will get this option called add, and if you simply click on it, you will get this many options. Now first options are related to shape layers, then after that you will get all the options which are related to their fill and stroke, but after that you will get these options which are also known as modifiers. Now out of which we are going to see trim path over here. So if I click on this trim path, as you guys can see, after ellipse I got the trim path option over here. Okay, and if I go inside this, initial start is 0 and end value is 100. Now if I reduce this end value, as you guys can see, we are getting something like that, and if I make this 100, we are getting something like that. Similarly, if I increase this start value, as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of animation. Now if I make this start value 100 and end value 50, let's say, or let's say 75, I'm gonna get this kind of shape over here. But if you see this option over here known as offset, and if I increase this angle, as you guys can see, we can rotate it like that. Okay, so these are the basic options which we are going to use whenever we are going to animate. But trim path is very essential to learn because we generally use all the time these options. Okay, so end value is 0, and let's make this start value also 0. And how we can animate, which is basically very simple. I can create one keyframe at end, then I can go to around 1 second and I can make this value 100. Okay, so if I hit play, I'll get this kind of animation. Similarly, I can go to around 1 second, I can create one keyframe at start, I can go to around 2 seconds and I can make this value 100. So if I go to the start, I'll get first this and then this. I can select those keyframe and I can hit F9. And now if I see this animation, I'm gonna get this kind of stuff. Similarly, I can select this start keyframes over here and I can move them a little bit over here as well. So now if you see, we are gonna get this kind of option over here. And if I go over here and suppose if I hit N over here and let's hit spacebar, As you guys can see, we are getting this kind of loading animation. But if you know that loading animations quite rotate as well, so for that time you can do is you can create one keyframe at offset. You can go to the last keyframe and you can increase this value a little bit, like I can make this 90. So what will happen, along with this I'm gonna get this little bit rotation animation as well, and it depends on you. You can hit U and go over here and let's make this value 180, and now let's see, we will get this kind of animation as well. And you can press F4 and you can enable this motion blur as well. So what will happen, we are gonna get this kind of animation. If you see this in full resolution, we will get something like this. Okay, and then you can animate the things according to your need. For example, I can select this, I can adjust the stroke size, I can go to the ellipse options over here, I can go to the stroke options, and right now it's butt cap, which means the caps over here are closed. I can choose round cap as well. If I disable this motion blur, I'll get something like this. Okay, so we are gonna get something like this. So if you see this animation now, we are gonna get something like this. Similarly, I can select this layer and I can hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. Then I can choose white color for the stroke, and if I decrease the stroke size, I'll get something like this. Okay, so this is also, you can create this kind of animations with the help of trim path. Now in previous video we have learned about the trim path. Now we are going to talk about repeater. Okay, and let's see how we can use that. Now if you know that we have already applied this trim path over here, so what you can do, you can simply select the trim path and you can copy this as well. It act like effect, let's say. So what I'm gonna do, I can select this trim path 1 and I can hit Ctrl C to copy, and I'm going to delete these shape layers. I'm going to select my pen tool and I am going to add one red color, for example, and from here to here I'm going to create one stroke. I'll select this, Ctrl Alt Home, align tab horizontally and align it vertically. Then I can go to the contents, I can go to the shape, or I can simply hit content as well and I can hit Ctrl V over here. So what will happen, now I'll get that same animation over here like that. Now I'm gonna do certain changes over here. This time I don't want any offset keyframes, so I'm going to hit 0 over there and I only want this option. Okay, like that. Now as you guys know that this time we are not going to deal with the trim path, but we are going to check out what is a repeater. Okay, so let's select this and hit Ctrl D for a while, and we are going to hide this one. And for this shape layer, I'll go to the contents and I'm going to delete the trim path because I don't want to see that right now. Right now we are going to learn about repeater. So if I go to the add menu and if I select this repeater option over here, from name itself it will repeat it. So if you go inside this, first we will get this number of copies and then we will get this offset. Okay, offset is same options, like it will change the starting position like that. If it's 0, it will start from here. If I add certain value, it will start from somewhere else. Okay, simple as it's, just like a trim path. So if I increase the number of copies to 5, as you guys can see, now they are creating copies in horizontally. So what we can do, I can go over here and position. Right now, if you see, the X position is 100. So if I make this 0 on X axis and if I make this 100 on Y axis, as you guys can see, now they are creating copies over here, and I can adjust the number of copies according to my needs, like I can choose 2, 5, etc. And with the help of this position option, I can change the position of it wherever I need. Okay, and I can increase the number of copies as well. Okay, similarly you would get this option, like for example scale. You can adjust the scale according to your needs. Similarly rotation, okay, start opacity, end opacity, etc, etc. And with the help of this you can create creative shapes. Okay, so you can play around with these options and you can create different shapes. For example, right now what I'm gonna do, I'm going to choose this trim path as well as this repeater together. Okay, so what we are going to do, let's select this trim. We will delete this layer as well. I'm going to select my pen tool, and from here to here I'm going to create one shape. I'll select this and I'll press Ctrl Alt Home. I'll go to the Align tab. I'll align it horizontally, only horizontally, not gonna align it vertically. But this time what I'm gonna do, I'll select this, and with the help of arrow keys, I'm going to adjust it like this. Then I'm going to select Pen Behind tool, and by holding Control, I'm going to snap it at the bottom. And now let's make this fit. And now I'm going to create duplicates of it. Now what I want to do is that I want to create duplicates of it, but in a circular format. So for that, what can I do? I can go to the add menu and I can choose repeater over here. So as you guys can see, they are starting to repeat this, okay, like that. Now I can go to the repeater over here, and right now the X position is somewhere around over here, and if I change the rotation, we are getting this kind of rotation, but this is not what I want. So what I can do, I can make this position of X and Y 0, and now if I change the rotation of it, I can get something like this, okay, and I can create this kind of shape over here. So what we can do over here, suppose I have 50 to let's say 18 copies of it, and I want to distribute it in a circular format, but in a proper way, like each and every one is equally distributed. So what we can do, we know the circle is of 360-degree circle. So what we can do is I can type over here 360 dash, which is slash, which is divided by, and right now my number of copies are 18, so I'll type 18 and I'll hit enter. So now what will happen, that the 18 lines are going to equally distributed in this 360-degree circle, like that, as simple as it is. Okay, so right now it's 20. If I make this 10, obviously simple calculation, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, so let's make this 20. So we are gonna get this kind of distributions over here. Okay, so we are gonna get this kind of stuff. And now one different thing about it, that even after applying this repeater, you can apply other modifiers as well. Like if I go to the add menu and if I choose trim path here, as you guys can see, the trim path is over here, and if I go to the trim path and if I make this end value like this, I'll get something like this. So I can create one keyframe at end. I can go to around, let's say, 1 second. I can make this 100. I'll go over here, I'll create one keyframe at start, I'll go over here and I'll make this value 100. So if you see, I'm gonna get this kind of stuff. I can select this and I can hit F9. Okay, like this. Let's select this and let's select our selection tool and let's make this stroke 15, like that. Okay, so I'm gonna get this kind of animation over here. Similarly, if you select the trim path and if you move this after repeater, you're gonna get same results over here. Okay, so we will get something like this. So this is how you can use repeater, and this is how you can create multiple modifiers as well. Now we are going to learn about twist modifier. So let's hide this one for now, and I'm going to create one stroke from here to here, like that. And I can go inside this add option and I can choose this twist. If I click on it, from name itself, you will understand what this modifier is gonna do. It will twist my shape layer. So if I go inside this and if I increase this angle, I can get this kind of twist effect over here. Similarly, I can change the center angle according to my needs, like that. And let's make this value 0. Okay, so let's select this shape layer and we will delete that. And as you guys know that previously I have created this shape over here. Now I can add that twist over here as well. For example, if I go inside this shape layer already contains this trim path as well as this repeater. If I go to the contents option and if I go to the add and if I choose twist over here, you will see that this twist is after this trim path. That's why if you are gonna run this animation, we will get this kind of stuff. For example, let's make this value a little bit more, let's say around 50. Okay, and now if you play this animation, as you guys can see, we are getting this weird animation because this twist is after this trim path. But if I move this twist up to the trim path, and now if I see this animation, I'm gonna get this proper animation like a firecracker. Okay, like that. So if I hit spacebar, I'm gonna get this kind of animation. So this is the use of this option known as twist. If you increase this value, obviously you're gonna get this kind of beautiful shapes as well. Okay, so you can play around with this as well and try to create different shapes. Okay, so now we are going to talk about our fold deformer, or let's say modifier. Let's delete this layer over here. I'm going to select my pen tool, and from here to here I'm going to create one stroke. Let's select this and press Ctrl Alt Home. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically, and then you can go to the add menu and you can add zigzag over here, like that. From name itself, it will create this zigzag pattern, and if you go inside this, you can adjust the size. Similarly, number per segments. Similarly, you can add corner to smooth. And same procedure, you can go to the add menu, you can choose trim path, and you can do the trim path animation over here as well. Okay, but if you bring this trim path on top of it and then you will try to animate, you will get different results. Okay, so it's totally up to you where you want to apply the trim path. It will create a different animation based on that position. Okay, so yeah, this is just a basic zigzag pattern. You can use it according to your needs. Okay, so now we are going to talk about a wiggle path, which is basically very simple. It's just a extra version of zigzag. So all you need to do is simply select pen tool, create one stroke, and you can go to the add menu and you can choose wiggle path. So if you click on it, you will get these options, and then you can adjust the size according to your needs, which will create this kind of stuff. And if you hit spacebar, you will get this kind of animation. Then right now points are corner, I can choose smooth, and I can adjust the speed with the help of this vehicle per second. Like I can choose 10 and hit spacebar, so I'll get different results. Okay, so let's make this 2, and with the help of this coloration, temporal phase, spatial phase, and random seeds, you can create different results and looks of this animation. So this kind of option is very useful when you want to create some monitor animations or etc. Similarly, with the help of this detail options, you can increase the number of details. Okay, so whenever tomorrow you are go want to create some cardiogram animation, this option is very useful. Now let's talk about offset path. If I select this pen tool and from here to here, if I create one stroke and stroke weight is 20 pixels, I can go to the add modifiers options and I can choose this option called offset path. And if I click on it, as you guys can see, the size is increased. And if I go inside this offset path and if I increase the amount, I'll get this kind of structure over here. And right now it's meter joint, and I can choose round joint as well, and I can adjust the po option according to my stroke as well as according to this meter joint. Okay, so we will get this kind of shape, and then you can again add trim path over here and you can adjust this option over here. But if you see over here, after adding the trim path, if I make this animation, I'll get something like this. But if I move this trim path upwards and now if I animate it, I'll get this kind of animations. Okay, so the position of this trim path really matters whenever it's related to other modifiers. Okay, so yeah, we need to use that accordingly. So this is the option which is very useful to create this kind of stroke and stylized stroke, you can say. Then you can create multiple copies of it like this. Similarly, you can change the copy offset like that. Okay, so you can animate that as well according to your needs. So yep, this is how you can choose this kind of options. Okay, so in this video, we are going to talk about our fractal noise effects. So let's create a new composition and let's make this height and width 1920 by 180. Frame rate is 30, duration is also 30, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Choose gradient and guide option and simply hit on title safe action. Now to apply fractal noise effect, we need one background layer. So press Ctrl Y to create one solid background layer, and you can name it as fractal noise over here like that. Okay, so you can go to the effect and presets panel and simply search for fractal noise effect. From name itself, a noise, which means if you double click to apply, you will get this kind of noise over here. Now there are so many different options. Right now it's basic, you can choose turbulence smooth, you will get different results. Similarly, turbulence basic, you will get different results. Okay, so there are so many different options, you can check it out by self. This is self explanation portion. Similarly, you will get this blocks, linear, soft linear, as well as spline. Okay, all of these options are very important. Similarly, contrast and brightness, from name itself you can adjust, with the help of this you can adjust the black and whites of it. Okay, so I'm going to make this 0 as well as 100 only, I don't want to change much more. Okay, then another option over here is known as transform. Okay, from name itself it will provide us transform properties, whether you want to rotate it or not, like that. Okay, so let's make this 0. Similarly, scaling option. Now there are two types of scaling option. Let's you can increase the scale from here like this, like only one scale, and just like our composition you will get this uniform scaling option as well. So if you uncheck this, you will get one scale for width and one scale for height. Similarly, you will get this option for turbulence as well, like you can increase the scale width like this, I can increase the scale height as well as like this. Similarly, offset turbulence, which means you can move this entire noise in particular format, like you can move it on x-axis as well, you can move it on y-axis as well. So okay, so let's make this properly at the center. Then you will get this option called complexity. For example, let's make this value 100 as well as 100 over here. Right now if I make this 1, I'll get this kind of resolution, but if I make 10 over here, I'll get so many complex structure. Okay, so let's make this 5. Okay, now if I hit play over here, I'm not gonna get any animation over here because I haven't added anyone. So what I can do, I can create one keyframe at offset turbulence over here, and if I hit U, I'll get that keyframe over here. Similarly, I can go to the 6 second and I can move it from here to here, and I'll hit N. So if I hit spacebar, I'll get this kind of animation. But if you see, this animation is very plain and basic, and suppose I want some like cloud animation. So what we can do over here, you will get this option called as evolution. So if you increase this value, as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of clouds over here. So what I'm gonna do, I can create one keyframe over here and I can hit U. Then I can go to around 6 second and I can make this value complete one rotation. So now if I hit spacebar, I'll get that animation. Along with that, I'll get that evolution animation as well. Instead of 1, if I make this, for example, 5, obviously it's going to increase the speed of this animation. And then you can change this value the way you want. Similarly, you can change this value to block as well. So you're gonna get this kind of effects. Okay, so this is the basic settings of fractal noise. Obviously we are going to use in our animation whenever it's needed, but these are some basic settings that you need to understand about this effect. Okay, so now we are going to talk about a tint effect over here, and we have already discussed about it in our previous video. Okay, so to apply that effect, you can apply it over here as well, or you can simply create another adjustment layer as well, and you can apply over there as well. So to create adjustment layer, simply right click, new, and create one adjustment layer. You can go to the effect and presets panel and you can search for tint effect, and you can simply double click to apply. Now tint effect is basically whenever your any settings are in a black and white format, with the help of tint effect, either you can swap those colors like that, or you can convert black color into another color, similarly white color into different color, and then you can use that color according to your needs. Okay, so this is just a basic use of tint effect, and it is very useful whenever we want to switch the colors between these layers over here. Okay, now let's talk about lens flare. Simply right click, new, and create one adjustment layer, or if you want, then you can apply on that any video as well, just like I have selected this video over here like this. I can select that video and adjust it wherever I want. But if you see over here, if I zoom out this, right now the size of this video is too much, okay, as compared to this. So I can simply press S and I can adjust the scale. But suppose if I want to make it fit according to my composition, so what I can do, I can simply select this video, right click, I can go to the transform properties and I can choose fit to comp, shortcut key is Control Alt F. Okay, so if I click on it, you will get this results. Okay, so let's go back to our effect. So we are going to talk about CC lens effect. You all you need to do is simply create one adjustment layer, go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC lens, and if you double click on it, you will get this kind of stuff, okay, which will create lens kind of structure, and you can choose quarter resolution, and now if you hit play, your video is gonna play like that. Okay, so this is the use of CC lens. So you can change the size of this one over here, you can move it according to this. Okay, similarly you can adjust the size of it. Okay, so what we are going to do, I'm going to increase the size somewhere around like this. So now if you hit play, as you guys can see, we are getting this curvature over here. If I hide this adjustment layer, our normal video looks like this. If I enable this, I'll get something like this. Similarly, this converge option over here will provide some options like this. If you change this in negative value, we will get something like this. If you change it 100, you will get something like this. If you adjust the size according to your needs, we are gonna get something like this. So this effect is very useful to create this kind of lens effect over here. Okay, so along with that, there is another effect which is quite similar in name, so don't get confused about it. So you can create another adjustment layer to apply that, or you can apply it over here as well, but I would prefer to create another adjustment layer, and you can search over here called lens flare effect over here, and if you double click to apply, we are gonna get this kind of lens flare, which is create a kind of flare like illusion. I can check out this in full resolution, and I can move this over here. Now over here you will get this option like flare center, brightness, etc, etc. I'm going to make this 100 only, and with the help of this option flare center, you can click on it and you can adjust where you want to bring this effect. So you can move this over here, and you can create one keyframe at flare center. You can hit U, you can go to somewhere around 6 seconds, and you can move this from here to here as well. So now if you hit play, we are gonna get this kind of effect. Okay, so this is the use of lens flare. Okay, so now we are going to talk about light sweep effect. You can apply this effect on composition videos as well as on layers, but I would not recommend to apply it on any adjustment layer or any other layer because it will not give you a proper results. Okay, so all you need to do, select that specific layer and go to the effect and presets panel and search for light sweep effect, CC light sweep effect. If you double click on it, and as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of light. And just like our lens flare effect, this effect also comes with the flare center. So with the help of this option, you can adjust where you want your settings. For example, suppose if you want here, let's hide this adjustment layer just for now so we can see this effect properly. Initially I can move it somewhere around over here. I can go to the start, I can create one keyframe at the center, I can go to around 6 seconds, and I can move this from here to here. And if I hit U, I can see those keyframes over here. And then the same settings, I can change the direction according to my needs. Similarly, I can adjust the width, I can adjust the intensity of it according to my needs. Okay, so I'm going to change the width to somewhere around 200. Similarly, over here you can change the color as well. Okay, and now let's say enable all of these effects, and now if I hit play, I'm gonna get this kind of effect for my video. Yeah, it will take a little bit time to load, but our final output, it's gonna look something like this. Okay, so our next effect is CC sphere, and you can apply this effect on any video as well as composition. Right now in this tutorial, I'm going to apply it on this compositions only. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select all of these layers, and I can right click pre-compose, or I can select all of this. I can press Ctrl Shift C, which is a shortcut key to create a pre-compose, and I'm going to call it as video. Okay, and hit enter, which means okay. And if you double click to open this, all of them are into the total new composition. Oh, and I'm going to select that video, and I'll go to the effect and presets panel, and I'll search for CC sphere effect. And if I double click, I can create this animation in the form of sphere, this layer. And if I hit spacebar, let's choose quarter resolution. all the animations are going to be inside this only. Okay, as you guys can see. So in CC Sphere, the first option we will get is obviously known as rotation. Basically, we can rotate this circle the way you want on X, Y, and Z axis. Similarly, you can adjust the radius of it. Then you can adjust the offset. Similarly, render whether you want to render full, which means basic full circle, or you want to render only outside, and if you choose inside, it will show how the circle is gonna look from inside. Okay, so I'm going to choose full. But if you see over here, if I see this in full resolution, and let's press Ctrl K to open the project settings, and I'm going to choose black color for this. Okay, as you guys can see, the one portion is dark and one portion is white. So for that, you need to go to the shading options. In light options, obviously from name itself, you can adjust the color settings, light, height, width, etc. You can adjust the direction as well, so that from where you want to light to come over here. Let's make this 0, so it will come from the top. And you can adjust the light height as well. It's totally up to you. I'm going to make it by default, which is 50, and light intensity, let's make this 100. Now, if suppose I don't want any of this white and black, what I can do, I can decrease the diffuse amount totally up to 0. And if I increase this ambient value, I'm not gonna get that 3D structure over here. You can make this 100 as well. Okay, it depends upon you. Let's make this 100. And now if you hit spacebar, I'm gonna get this kind of structure. But if I increase this diffuse value, and if I increase this ambient value, I can get this kind of a little bit 3D structure over here, and I can adjust it. Same, you have to play around with this other options to check out what other thing you can achieve with the help of these options. Right now only these many options are very important for this effect. Okay, so in previous video we have learned about CC Sphere. Now along with that, we are going to learn about CC Cylinder as well. So let's delete this CC Sphere, and now from name itself, so you can guess that what this effect is gonna do. Simply type CC Cylinder and double click to apply, then obviously it will create a cylindrical shape. And just like that, CC Sphere, you can adjust the radius of this cylinder. Similarly, you can adjust the position on X, Y, and Z axis. Similarly, you can go to the rotation option and you can change the rotation of this like that over here, and you can adjust it like that. You can adjust the radius of it like that. Similarly, over here option as well. Over here you can easily understand how this works. Right now it's full. If I choose outside, I'll get only which is outside the viewport, and if I choose inside, I'll get all the things which are inside that cylinder. And same setting for this light options as well as shading options. I can decrease this ambient value and increase the diffuse light. Similarly, I can make this 0 and 100 over here. Okay, so the all other settings are very similar to CC Sphere effect. The only difference between is that it will create a cylindrical shape and CC Sphere will create a spherical shape. So yep, that is the only difference between these two options. Okay, so we have learned about CC Sphere and CC Cylinder, and we have applied all the effects on this adjustment layer as well as in this video as well. I'm going to delete those effects because we have already learned about it, and I'll go to my composition where I have this video which is inside this comp video over here. Okay, and now so there is another effect that we are going to learn over here, which is known as mesh warp effect. Okay, which is basically to create a warping and animation. For example, if I apply that mesh warp effect, for example like this, I'll get this kind of grids, but they are not actually grids, they are actually the coordinates. For example, after applying that, if you select your selection tool and if you deselect it, you are not gonna see that. But if you select that video and then you will select that mesh warp, you are gonna get this grid over here. And if you click on this any point over here, and you can move it somewhere around like this, so as you guys can see, they are creating this kind of warp effect over here like this. Okay, over here. And now if you hit space, hit play, we are gonna get this kind of warp effect. Okay, so let's hit Control Z So this is the use of this mesh warp effect. You can create so many creative things with the help of this effect. We are also gonna see in our next videos where we are going to do practical motion graphic animations. But right now, all you need to understand that with the help of this effect, you can create this distorted structure. Similarly, over here you will get this option called rows as well as column. Like with obviously from name itself, you can adjust the rows and columns like that. Similarly, with the help of quality options, you can adjust the quality of it. Like for example, if I choose one and if I move this over here, and if you see the quality, you will get different. And if I increase the quality, you will get different. For example, let's zoom in over here and let's make this quality 1 over here. Okay, as you guys can see, we are getting this weird stuff. If I make this 100, we are getting this proper quality. Okay, so this is also the use of this one. And over here we will get another option called distort mesh. For example, let's make this quality 2 for now. I'm going to create one keyframe, and if I hit U and if I go to around 4 seconds, I'm going to create another keyframe, and this time on this one I'm going to select this and I'll move this from here to here. And now if I hit play, as you guys can see, I'm gonna get that animation over here. As you guys can see, this is moving. Okay, so this is the use of this distort mesh. Okay, so this is how we can use this mesh warp effect to distort our animation. Now we are going to learn about twill effect. This effect is very much similar to the twist deformer that we have learned in our shape layer series. Now I have this one animated video over here. Like I have this one video, then I have created one composition like this. Now to apply this effect, either you can select this composition or you can simply right click new and create one adjustment layer. Then simply go to the effect and presets panel and search for twill effect. In distort option, you will get this twill and simply double click to apply. After applying that effect, you will get this kind of options which is known as angle, twill radius and twill center. From angle itself, if you make this, as you guys can see, we can easily twill this effect. Similarly, with the help of radius, you can adjust the radius of it like this. Similarly, with the help of twill center, you can move it wherever you want. Okay, so how we can animate this? For example, let's select this and let's make this 45 degree and radius 30, and initially I'm going to move this over here, let's say, and I can create one keyframe at twill center, hit U, I can go to around 6 seconds maybe, and I can move this from here to here, let's say. And now if I hit play this animation, as you guys can see, I can get this twill effect over here like this. Okay, so this is the simple use of this effect known as twill. Okay, so now we are going to learn about page turn effect, which is very simple. All you need to do is you need to select any kind of layer and simply go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC, or you can simply type page turn as well. Simply type page and you will get this effect called CC page turn, and simply double click to apply. From name itself, you will get this page turn effect. Right now its control is bottom right corner. You can change this top left corner and different corners over here like that. Okay, right now I'm going to choose bottom left corner, and then with the help of this point, which is known as fold position, you can create this kind of effect. Okay, like that. Then you can change the fold radius as well. It's totally up to you. Similarly, you can change the light direction, and you can choose whether you want to show the back page or front page or both pages over here. Similarly, right now if you see, the back page is similar to this video only, but you can create another layer and tell it that this should be a back layer. For example, if I press Ctrl Y and create this solid layer, and let's call it as BG, and I'm going to bring this downwards, I'm going to hide this BG layer. I'm going to select this effect over here, and in back page over here I'm going to select this BG. So right now, as you guys can see, the back page is in white color, and I can increase the opacity of back page as well. Okay, so then I can animate it like that. So yep, this is how you can use page turn effect inside of After Effects. Okay, so now we are going to talk about glow, blur and shadow. Okay, so I have created this text styles over here, and I have created this two adjustment layer. And let's select this second adjustment layer, and we are gonna go in effect and presets panel, and we are going to search for glow. Then you will get this option called glow, and simply double click to apply. From name itself you will get this glow effect over here, and you can adjust this glow threshold, similarly glow radius, similarly glow intensity. Only these three options are very much important over here. Other one are not that much important, but one thing that you need to understand, that glow threshold of this one should be um, more than 80 all the time. Okay, so make sure that it's more than 80, and then you can adjust the glow radius and glow intensity according to the look you want. Okay, so generally I prefer this kind of settings. I choose glow threshold 85, glow radius to 150, and glow intensity to 0.5 or 0.3 maybe. Okay, like that. So this is the glow effect. Then another effect is known as Gaussian blur. There are so many different types of blur, but my favorite one is Gaussian blur. So if I select this first layer, and if I go to the effect and presets panel, and I can search for blur effect, and as you guys can see, there are so many different blurs over here. If you want, then you can check out each and every blur options over here. This is kind of self explanation portion, but one of my favorite one is Gaussian blur, which is useful for each and every format. So I can simply select this and double click to apply, and all you need to do is that simply increase the size of this blurriness. Okay, and over here we have this repeat edge pixels. Why we use that? Let's see. For example, if I press Ctrl Y, and if I select red color, and if I bring this downwards, as if you see this now, if I increase this value, at the edge of this we are getting this black kind of shadow. This is because the repeat edge pixels is unchecked. If I click on it, that thing is gone, and I can select this adjustment layer. I can press P, and I can move the portion somewhere around over here. Okay, and I can make this value to 20, like that, or even more than that, and like this. Okay, I can bring this over here as well. Okay, and let's delete that. So we are gonna get something like this. So this is the use of Gaussian blur and glow. Now we are going to talk about drop shadows. So for that I need to delete all those adjustment layer. I'm going to select those text. I'll press Ctrl Shift C, and I'm going to call it as text. Just for the now, I'm going to create something like that, and then I'm going to press Ctrl Y, and I'm going to create something like gray shadow, and I'll bring this downwards, and I'll lock this layer. Now drop shadow effect you can apply on any layer. Now I want to apply on this layer, so I'll go to the effect and presets panel, and I'll search for drop shadow effect, and simply double click to apply. Then I can increase the distance of the shadow. I can adjust the softness. Similarly, I can adjust the opacity. Now, one thing over here that you need to always follow is that make sure to choose your distance properly as well as softness properly. Okay, and if you enable this shadow only, they will obviously, from name itself, they will only show the shadow. Okay, now let's talk about how much settings that you need to change. Okay, so whatever I'm going to show you now, these are my preferable settings. Instead of choosing complete black color, what I generally prefer to do is I create this blue color first, and then I try to choose something which is in the middle of this blue color and this black color, which is somewhere around like this, and simply hit OK. So now if you see, we will get this shadow. Along with that, we will get a little bit of glowing effect as well. Okay, then you can adjust to opacity. I am going to choose around somewhere around 25. Softness I choose 150, and distance, it's totally depends on you completely. Like you can adjust the according to your needs. Okay, so we will get this proper smooth shadow like this. Okay, so now in this video we are going to learn about time displacement effect. For that we need to create a certain amount of animation. So let's try to do that. I'm going to select my text tool, and I'm going to type one text like this motion over here. I'm going to select this text, Control Alt Home. I'll go to the align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically as for scaling option, and I'll scale the size. Then I'm going to select my rectangle tool and I'm going to create one rectangle. I'll hit enter and I'll call it as mask over here. Sorry, I'll select this, hit enter, and let's call it as mask. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically. Then I'm going to select this text. I'm going to press F4 and I'm going to choose alpha mask. And now we will try to animate that. So press P for position. I'll create one keyframe. I'll go to around 2 seconds. I'm going to create another keyframe. Then I'll go to the start and I'm going to bring this downwards. And now if I hit play, I'm going to get this kind of animation. Then I'm going to select this and I'll hit F9. Okay, so if you see, we are getting this kind of animation. Now I'm going to select this motion and this mask and I'll right click and I'll choose pre-compose and I'm going to call it as text animation and I'm going to hit OK. Okay, so now over here what I have is that text animation and inside that we have certain amount of animation over here. Now to apply time displacement effect, if I need to create another layer, so press Ctrl Y to create one solid background and I'm going to right click, pre-compose this and I'm going to choose move all attributes into the new composition and over here we are going to call it as let's say map. Okay, and simply hit OK. Then I'm gonna go inside this and over here I'm going to apply, let's say, our fractal noise effect. Okay, let's apply this fractal noise and I'm going to increase the contrast little bit. Similarly, I'm going to decrease the brightness, complexity, let's make this 1, and in basic let's make this turbulent smooth, and instead of soft linear I'm going to choose this kind of blocks over here. Okay, simple settings. Now I can go to the main this main comp and I'm going to hide this map, and now I can select this text layer in which we have this animation, and now if I apply this effect called time displacement on it and if I try to hit play, as you guys can see I am getting this weird animation because we have to tell After Effects which layer they want to use as displacement layer. So time displacement layer over here we are going to choose this mask, and now if I hit play this animation, as you guys can see from the start we are getting something like that because maximum displacement time is 1. So for that what we need to do, we need to go inside this, we need to hit U and we need to start our animation from 1 second because if you see properly they are saying maximum displacement time is 1. So let's go inside this, select this and let's move this to 1 seconds. And now if I hit play, it will take a little bit time to load because this effect is quite heavy, but if you see this animation you will get something like this. So let's make this quarter resolution, so now we can see our animation a little bit faster like this. Okay, so we can create this kind of stuff with the help of time displacement effect. Obviously there are much more unique ways to use that which we are going to see when we are going to do practical animation, but this is just you know basic tutorial to tell you how this time displacement effect works. Basically the time displacement effect with the help of this map layer, inside that whatever we need to create one structure in a black and white format. It's not necessary that you should use always a fractal noise only. For example, if I delete this fractal noise, right now I have white color. Suppose if I choose ellipse tool and with the help of black color I'm going to create this kind of ellipse. Okay, then I'll go to the align tab, align it horizontally, align vertically. I'll adjust the scale little bit. I'll go to the effect and presets panel and I'll search for blur effect and I'll apply Gaussian blur and let's increase the blurriness. Okay, let's disable this repeat agent pixels. So now in this map we have one white color and one black color, and it will work over here differently. If you see this animation, we are getting this kind of stuff. So basically in map your structure should be like this. Okay, let's try to choose red color over here, and as you guys can see we are getting that is as well. Okay, so basically you have to create certain kind of texture over here in any format. Like if I hit Ctrl D for example, and let's see how does it looks now. As you guys can see we are getting this weird text reveal. Okay, so yep, this is the use of time displacement layer. Okay, so now we are going to talk about camera. So right now we have created all our 3D assets, but to do zoom in, zoom out, we need a camera. So you can simply right click new and you can create camera. And over here you will get so many different settings, which we are going to learn how to use it. Just like our composition settings, they also provide some customs. So let's try to choose this 50 mm, or let's hit Control Z and let's try to choose this 20 mm. And over here you can adjust the angle of view as well. Okay, and angle of view I'm going to choose 39 and let's try to hit OK. Then as you guys can see, our camera is added. If you hide this camera, you will get different results a little bit like that. Then over here, if you see this option, you will get this options of cameras, like you can choose orient object. So as you guys can see, you can move your camera like this. Similarly, then you will get this option called pan. You can move this camera like that. Similarly, you will get this zoom in, zoom out options. With the help of that, you can move your camera on Z axis. So these are the options provided by After Effects to choose our camera. Simply you can go to this camera setting option by hitting double click, and if you increase this zoom in value, obviously it will zoom in, zoom out on particular object. Similarly, you can adjust the angle view like that. Okay, so it's totally up to you the way you want. You can adjust this portions. I'm going to make it 39 like this. Now if I go inside this and I'll get all the camera options over here, or you can simply select this and hit A 2 times, so it will show you camera options like that. And to understand this option, let's try to go to our, let's say, two views, and I'm gonna go over for this active or let's go to the top view over here like this. As you guys can see, we will get something like this. This is my camera and this is where this camera is focusing on. So right now we will get the zoom options. If I increase this, as you guys can see, the camera is zooming around different options. I'm gonna move this somewhere around over here. Okay, then another option is known as depth of field. If I enable this option, if you see over here, we are getting two lines over here. This line is basically, let's disable this. As you guys can see, we will get this normal line. If I enable this, I'll get this extra line. This extra line, which means this camera is focusing on this portion. For I can adjust this line with the help of my focus distance option. Suppose my line is over here, so as you guys can see, this camera is focusing on this option. So if I increase the aperture value to 200, let's say, and if I increase the blur level to 400, as you guys can see, all the other things are gonna look blurry because focus distance is somewhere around over here. So I'm going to make this blur level, let's say 200, and aperture value 400, so I can see all the other things are gonna get blurred. Now if I change this focus distance to somewhere around over here, now if you see properly, this object is looking clear and all the other things are blurred because this camera is focusing on this portion. If I increase it up to this object, basically this one, as you guys can see, this option, we can see this one clear cut and other one is different. Okay, just like if I increase it over here, I can see this one properly and all the other things are blurred. See, like that. Okay, so these are the options for camera, which are very basic. Okay, and all the other things are self-explanation portion. To be honest, even I don't know much more about this option. Okay, but in After Effects specifically, these four options are very important to understand. So you can play around with these options and try to use it differently and creatively. Obviously, when we do practical animations, we are gonna talk about it, but right now only these options that we need to understand. Okay, so let's try to make this active camera, and let's make this one view again. Now if you guys know that with the help of this option you can adjust the camera, but along with that, what you can do, you can simply right click new and you can create one null object. You can hit enter and you can call it as cam controller. You can convert that null object into 3D and you can select this camera and make it a parent with this cam controller. So with the help of this cam controller, you can press R and you can easily rotate your camera. Similarly, you can press P and you can adjust the position where you want to. For example, let's initially I want my camera should be at this point. I'll create one keyframe. I'll go to somewhere around 6 seconds. I'm going to make it 0, or let's make this 500, and I can hit N. So what will happen along with this, I can get this camera position animation as well. Okay. Similarly, you can select this camera, hit double A. You can make this focus distance to somewhere around over here. You can adjust it somewhere around like this camera is initially focused on this object. You can create one keyframe, and then at this point you can move this somewhere around over here as well. Okay. So along with this animation, you can get this camera animation as well. So this is the use of camera in After Effects. Okay, so now we are going to talk about 3D layers inside of After Effects. Now let's select this our ellipse tool, for example, and by holding shift I'm going to create an ellipse. I'll press Ctrl Alt Home. I can go to the align tab, align it horizontally and align it vertically. Now if I press R over here, I can only rotate in two-dimensional space, but if you press F4 over here, you will get this option over here which is known as 3D, and if you click on it, as you guys can see, the dimension has been changed because right now this is a three-dimensional object. Similarly, you can see the orientation, rotation properties will get something like that. Similarly, if I hit P over here, now I have a X, Y and Z axis as well. Similarly, over here you can see we have this X, Y and Z coordinates, and with the help of that you can rotate it on different dimensions. Okay, so this is the concept of 3D layer. Now if you go inside this in contents properties, you will get normal options for ellipse. Then in transform options, obviously now you have different options for one extra options you can say for Z axis as well. And over here you will get this option called geometry options and material options. Material options obviously cashier, etc, etc. You will get different results for that if you decrease this value, increase this value, but for that there should be a light in our scene. We will talk about that later. But over here you will get this geometry options. If you click on this changer renderer, right now renderer over here is classic 3D. You can open the settings by hitting Ctrl K as well, or whenever you create new composition by hitting Ctrl N. In 3D renderer as well you can change the settings. Okay, so for this composition I can hit Ctrl K. I can go to the render, and instead of classic 3D, if I choose Cinema 4D and if I hit OK over here, okay, let's disable this preview and try to hit OK. And now if as you guys can see, we are getting very different options, and similarly this geometry option has been also enabled. Now let's select this and press R for rotation, and let's rotate it somewhere around like this. Now if I go inside this geometry options, I'll get some extra options like extrude depth. If I increase this, as you guys can see, I'm gonna get something like that. Similarly, bevel options as well as whole bevel depth, etc. Okay, for that we need to include light. Obviously we are going to talk about light in depth, but to just for this portion I'm going to add new, and let's type light and let's choose point light and hit OK. Okay, and I'm going to bring this point light over here, and let's try to bring this over here. Similarly, go inside this and let's make this intensity 150. So as you guys can see, we are getting this light over here and this one over here. We will talk about this in depth in next video, but right now just for our basic understanding I'm going to use that. So if you select this object, if you increase this bevel value, let's see what kind of changes we are gonna get. We will, if you see, the edges are getting a little bit better, and etc etc. Okay, so let's make this choose. Let's try to increase this value. As you guys can see, if I choose angular, I'm gonna get different results like that over here. But this kind of things are gonna make your file heavy, so I would prefer not to use that. So let's make this none. Okay, similarly in material options, you can adjust this ambient value, etc., diffuse value, etc. All of these are self-explanatory portion. You can try to play around with this, but to do that you need this kind of lights over here, so don't forget to add that, and then you can play around with this. Okay, so most of the time this section, specifically geometry options, we don't use it properly because there are not much more options provided by After Effects. For that we generally prefer to use 3D software or plugins like Element 3D. But if you want to create some basic or very basic 3D kind of structure, you can use this option as well. Okay, so let's press Ctrl K and I'll go to the 3D renderer, and I'm going to choose classic 3D only because I don't want any of this object. I'll delete this line as well, and I'll delete this as well. So now with the help of this 3D options over here, we are going to create one cube with the help of that. So let's try to do that. I'm going to select my rectangle tool and I'm going to press Ctrl K, and I'll change the background into white, and by holding shift I'm going to create one ellipse, not ellipse but rectangle. Let's select this and press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. I can go to the Align tab, align it horizontally, and then align it vertically. Now over here, we need to create a structure of box. So for that, what we need to do, we need to adjust the anchor points. But before that, we need to create all sides of the box. So for that, what we can do, I can select this shape layer and I can hit Ctrl D, and I can bring this over here. Now to properly snap at the edge, there are two ways. Either make sure that your mouse pointer is over here, then select it, and by holding Ctrl, I can adjust it like that. Similarly, I can select this, I can hit Ctrl D to duplicate. By holding shift, first I'll bring this over here, then by holding Ctrl, I can snap it properly. Or I can select this, hit Ctrl D, and I can enable this snapping option as well. So what will happen with the help of that, it will properly snap at this point over here, and like that. Okay, so you can do this as well, like this. Okay, so let's select this, hit Ctrl D. Let's try to bring this properly over here. Let's select this, hit Ctrl D, and let's try to bring this over here. So all of this is ready, and now we need to adjust the anchor point of it, because we need to anchor point because we need to rotate it in proper axis. So what we can do, I can select this, I can select my pen behind tool, and I'll make sure that my snapping tool is on, and I can bring this over here. I'll select this, bring this over here, select this, bring this anchor point over here, select this, bring this over here, and bring this over here. Now if I can rotate it to create a box, and to see that properly, what I'm gonna do over here is that we need to convert this layer into 3D. So first of all, select all of them and convert those layers into 3D over here. And now over here, if you see, we have this option called active camera and one view or two view. Whenever we convert any 3D layer, we can get this option. Right now it's active camera. If I go to the front view, I'm gonna get different results. In left view, as you guys can see, we are getting left view. Similarly, in top view, we can see this from the top. In back, we can see this from the back, and active camera like that. And even similarly, we will get this custom view as well, so we can see from the parallel view. So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm going to select active camera. Then over here you will get this option called one view. You can choose two views as well. Similarly, you will get four views as well, in which this one is active camera, this one is right, this one is top, and this one is from front. Okay, but we don't want this much, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna choose two views over here. And for this one, which is right now in active camera, I'll keep it as it is. And for this one, which is right now default, I'm going to choose custom view. Okay, so I can see all of them from each and every angle. So I can select this over here, and I can press R for rotation. And as you guys can see, I need to rotate it on Y axis, so I'm going to make it 90 degree. Similarly, I want to this, and this should be rotated, and this should be parent with this one. So what I'm gonna do, I'm going to select this one and I'll make it a parent with this layer, and I can press R for rotation. because this portion is on plus 90, so obviously this one should be on minus 90, so I'm going to make it minus 90. Similarly, this one, which was the parent with this, I can press R and I can rotate it on minus 90 degree. Similarly, I can select this one, I can press R for rotation. I have to rotate it on x-axis, so I'm going to make it minus 90. I can select this one, I can press R and I can rotate it on plus 90. So as you guys can see, our cube is ready over here, and right now my cube is ready, so I don't need any of this. So I'll choose one view and I'll make sure that I'm in active camera. Okay, and I can press Ctrl K to open the project settings, and I can choose black color. Now I can right click new and I can add light over here like this. Okay, but we are not gonna get any of those structure because this is not our renderer is classic 3D. If I choose Cinema 4D and I add bevel, I'll get different results. Or if I change this size, as you guys can see, intensity, based on that I'm gonna get different results. Okay, so let's make this intensity 70. Okay, now let's disable this parenting. We don't need any of that. If I go to the custom view, I can see my cube is like that because of our light. If I disable this, I'll get something like that. Okay, now I want to rotate this cube. So for that, what we need to do, we need someone to control the what we can say rotation property of this entire cube. At that time, you can right click new and you can create one null object, and you can convert that null object into 3D, and then you can go to the top view. You can bring this at the center of that box from the top. Similarly, you can go to the front view. You can adjust it from here as well. Then select all the shape layers and you can make it apparent with that null object. So what will happen, this null object, if I press P, this null object is going to be the controller of all of those. And if I press R, I can rotate this ball, not ball, but this cube with the help of this null object. So I can create one keyframe over on all of that. I can go to around, let's say 6 seconds. I can make this 1, 1, 1, and I'll hit N. So now what will happen? I'm gonna get the rotation animation for this cube, and that is going to be in the form of loop. Okay, so this is how this 3D space works inside of After Effects. Obviously, we are going to talk about in depth and we will learn how to use it creatively when we do our practical animations. But right now, this is the only thing that you need to understand. Now in previous video, we have created this animation over here, and now we are going to talk about our lights. So if you right click new, and over here you will get this option called lights. Now there are different lights. Obviously first one is parallel light, spotlight, point light, and ambient light. Let's talk about parallel light. If I make this intensity 50 and if I hit OK, as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of light, and you can adjust this point over here. Let's disable the snapping, we don't need that. Let's lock all of these layers so we can only focus on this light. You can adjust that where that light want to project, and then you can adjust the position of that light as well. You can go to the top view as well, and with the help of that you can adjust the position of that light similarly where it want to project itself. Okay, so you can do that as well, and then you can choose active camera. You can double click and you can adjust the intensity of that light as well. Okay, so this is about a parallel light. If you right click new light over here, the second light is spotlight. You can hit OK, and over here you will get this different options. Let's make this initial intensity 100, and let's talk about what is this cone angle and cone feather. So as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of light, just like our parallel light. You can adjust the where it want to project. Similarly, this entire spherical structure, with if you double click on it and if you go to the cone angle, you can adjust that as well. Similarly, cone feathers as well, you can adjust it. Okay, so just play around with this option so you will get to understand what is this and how does it works. Then right click new, and we have already learned about this point light. This is very a basic light, so let's not waste our time. Then there is a ambient light. This is basically light which is doesn't have any physical form over here. It will only appear in our scene, but you can only do is adjust the intensity of it. Basically this light is useful when you want to increase the brightness of our scene, like that. Okay, not, to be honest, not very much useful, but yeah, you can try to use it wherever you want. You can adjust the color of this light as well, like that. Okay, so these are the basic settings of light that we generally try to use in After Effects. Okay, now in next video we are going to talk about the camera, but before that I need to adjust this scene. So for that, what I'm gonna do over here is that I know obviously that this is my animation. What I will do, I can alt click on the stopwatch and I can type loop out expression over here, which is this one. I'm going to talk about this in depth, that what are these expressions and stuff. Let's select this, hit Control C to copy. I'll alt click on this stopwatch and I'll hit Control V. Alt click on this stopwatch and I'll hit Control V. With the help of this expression, what happens that this animations try to repeat itself. Okay, we will talk about it when we are going to learn about expressions. Right now we will use like this only. Simply copy this expression, alt click on them and apply this. Then we are going to select all of them and I'm going to press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and I'm going to call it as box. Now if you see this box over here, now this is entire composition. This is not a 3D layer, but if I click on this option over here and if I convert this layer into 3D, now this box will act like a 3D layer and I can rotate separately this box. Okay, like this. It will consist of this all animation, but if I disable this option, I'll get this like a 2D structure. But if I enable this option, I'll get the entire 3D structure. Okay, like this. Now after that, I'm going to select this and I'll enable this icon and I'm going to convert this layer into 3D. Then I'm going to go in my two views, and instead of this custom view, what I'm going to do, I'll select the top view over here. I'm going to select this and I'll bring this over here. I'll hit Control D. I'll bring one over here and I'll adjust the size over here. I'll select this, I'll hit Control D and I'm going to bring one over here like this. I'll hit Control D, I'll bring one over here and I'm going to move this on Z axis like that. I'll hit Control D and I'll move this over here and I can adjust the Z axis over here like this. Okay. Let's not adjust it too much backward. Let's adjust it somewhere around over here like this. Okay. So, and then let's make this one view again and let's make this fit. And now if I adjust this like that and select all of them, and let's try to bring this over here. And now if I hit play, I'm gonna get different results like this. Okay, so this is how you can adjust the lights. So you can add light over here as well. You can add whatever light you want. I'm going to choose, let's say, point light example. I can bring this light over here and I'll try to adjust one light over here. Let's double click and I'm going to make this intensity 150. I'll select this and I'll hit Control D. I'm going to bring one light over here like this. Okay, and let's make this full resolution. I'm gonna get this kind of boxes. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of 3D structure. Now in next video we are going to learn about our camera. Okay, so now we are going to talk about logic of expressions. Now whenever we create animations in After Effects, we cannot completely rely on keyframes only. Sometimes we need to add certain expression to perform certain duties. For example, let's choose this ellipse over here and I'm going to choose red color, and by holding shift I'll create one ellipse. I'll press Ctrl Alt Home I'll adjust it like that. Then I'll press P for position and I'll create one keyframe over here. I'll go to around 2 seconds and I'm going to move them from here to here. So now if you see this, we are getting this common animation. But over here, what I want is that this should start in the form of loop. Like after this last keyframe, it should repeat this entire animation again. So how we can do that? Simply go over here and hit N. And now if I hit play, I'm gonna get this animation continuously in the form of loop. But this is just for a 2 second. Now suppose I want this animation in the form of loop up to 6 seconds. Maybe I'll hit N over here. So there are other way is that I need to select those keyframe. I'll hit Ctrl C to copy. I'll go to 2 second. With the help of page down button, I can press Ctrl V. I can select those keyframe. I can hit Ctrl C and I can hit Ctrl V. So what will happen? It will repeat the keyframe. Again, I'll go one frame forward and I'll press Ctrl V again. So I'll get this animation in the form of loop. But in After Effects, with the help of expression, we can do that without using our trim comp work area or without using any repetitive keyframe. So how we can do that? Over here you will get this stopwatch. If you alt click on this stopwatch, you will get this expression. Now what this expression does is that it will provide the data in a text format. For example, if you see inside this, what this text saying is that transform dot position, which means in transform property you are at the position property over here. Okay, similarly if I alt click on this rotation as well, for example, you can see they are saying same text that in transform you are in rotation. Okay, so this is the use. Now over here we can use expression called loop in loop out. Over here we will look at loop out over here, and we after that let this select it. And now if I hit spacebar, as you guys can see, after the last keyframe this is going to repeat itself. Okay, but if I select this and if I move this over here, if you see now, after the last keyframe they are repeating the animation, but before that they are not repeating, because this is loop out expressions, which means at the end from this it will try to repeat the animation from end. But suppose if I want this repetition at the start, so what I can do, instead of loop out, over here we will get this loop in. Over here we need to delete those two close brackets, and now if I hit play, as you guys can see, I'm getting animation over here, but I'm not gonna get that animation after that. Okay, so this is the use of loop in loop out animation, and the proper way to use it is that simply select those keyframe. Okay, select those, press Ctrl Alt Home, go to the align tab, align it like that, press P for position, create one keyframe. You can go to around 2 seconds. Let's move this over here, go to 2 seconds, select this, Ctrl C Ctrl V, select those keyframe, hit F9, alt click on the stopwatch and simply type loop out expression on it. Okay, so, and now if you see this animation, we are gonna get this animation continuously. Okay, so this is the use of loop in loop out expression. Now in loop in loop out as well, there are so many different things you can do. If you see over here, after loop out text we have open and close bracket. If I type this over here, and over here you will get this so many options like continuous, cycle, etc. If I click on this continue and let this select it, and let's hit play, as you guys can see, we are not getting any much more even at the start and even at the end. Okay, so there is not much more use of it. But over here let's close this, and then if I click on the cycles over here, as you guys can see, we are getting the same just like a looping loop out over here. And we are not gonna get this at the start, but we are getting the same animation just like without this text over here. Okay, so this is the use of cycles. So this first two options are not very useful, but if you click on this offset over here, and now if you hit play, it's gonna go totally upward over here. Okay, like this. Basically they are repeating this keyframes, but they are repeating in forward direction like that. Okay, that's why even if you say, we will get something like this. Okay, then we will try to choose ping pong. As you guys can see, we will get this keyframe but in a reversible manner. Okay, so these are the basically these two options are very important to understand this offset and ping pong. Otherwise these two are not very much useful like that. Okay, so now we are going to learn about time expression. Time expression is generally useful to apply certain amount of speed to our animation without using keyframes. Okay, so to explain that, I have this one stroke, and if you see, the anchor point is at the start. And one thing you need to understand, that time expression only works on the properties which has only one dimensions. For example, in anchor point, they have two properties, one is for x and one x for y. Then it's not gonna work. Same for position, one for x, one for y. It's not gonna work. Scale, two dimensions, but in rotation we have only one dimension over here. Similarly for opacity, so these two properties can take that time expression. Now what time expression is gonna do? For example, suppose if I want to change the rotation of it, I can create one keyframe over here. I can go to around 6 seconds and I can make it one complete rotation, and if I hit spacebar, I'll get this kind of stuff. Okay, but with the help of time expression, what we can do, I can alt click on this stopwatch and I'll search for time. I can type star and then I can type 1 on 10 maybe. And now if I hit spacebar, as you guys can see, with the help of this 10, they are providing our speed unit, which is 10, and time applying the speed. If I make this 100 over here, and now if I hit spacebar, as you guys can see, we are getting certain amount of speed. If I make this 100 to 1000, I'll get this kind of speed. Okay, so this kind of expressions are used to apply speed. Okay, and right now it's positive 100. If I make this minus 100 over here, then let's see what we can get. Let's delete that. We are getting this in opposite direction. Same procedure we can apply for this opacity. If I alt click on this stopwatch, I can apply time star 100. Then as you guys can see, they are going to increase the opacity like this. I can make this 50 as well. Yeah, so we will get this kind of thing. So this is the use of time expression, which is basically useful to apply certain amount of speed to your animation without using any keyframes. Now we are going to talk about wiggle expression. So wiggle expression is very simple. You can simply select your ellipse and you can create one ellipse, control alt home, align to over here. Wiggle expression is generally useful to create some wiggle amount over here. For example, simply press P, alt click on this stopwatch, and you can apply wiggle, open close square bracket, and inside that you can type 2,2 over here. So now if I hit space bar over here, as you guys can see, we are getting certain amount of animation over here. It's very small, so let's make this 6,6. and now if you hit play, as you guys can see, we are getting certain amount of value over here. If I make this 116, we'll get something like this. With this 20, I'll get certain kind of things. Okay, so this kind of thing, expressions are very useful when you want to create some jittery animations, etc. Okay, very simple but very useful as well. Okay, so now let's talk about how we can export our animation. For example, suppose I have this animation file over here, and there are two ways to export your animation in After Effects. Either you can do it in After Effects itself, or you can use Media Encoder. So how we can export this in After Effects? After doing that, simply press Ctrl M on your keyboard, then it will open the render queue, and over here you will get this so many settings, out of which we are not going to talk about much more complex. But over here in output settings, over here in format, you can choose whatever format you want, like you can choose PNG sequence, Photoshop sequence, QuickTime, etc. You can use according to your needs, and simply hit OK. And in output, all you need to do is to decide where you want to save your file. Okay, and then you can simply hit on render. Okay, so this is the way to import your animation in After Effects. But if you want proper MP4 format, then we have to use media encoder. The proper way to use media encoder is simply go to the file options, go to the export and export to media encoder queue, and simply click on it. Then it will open the media encoder file, and as you guys can see, my last file over here is this file over here. Previously this is the file which I have used to render out my other videos, which you are seeing in this course as well. All of them I have rendered. I can select them and I can right click and remove them as well. Okay, and same settings over here, but a little bit extra settings in this options over here. You can decide whatever format you want. If you want MP4 format, you have to choose this H.264. This is going to we need. And if you want to adjust much more settings, then simply click on this icon, and over here you will get this so many options like height, width as well. You can simply uncheck this and you can adjust according to your needs. Okay, I'm going to make it keep it as it is. Okay, then there are so many options over here. Similarly over here you can see the file size as well. And there is one tip I would like to share, that if you want to reduce this timeline file size over here you will, if you see you will get this option called bitrate settings. Right now it's VBR 1 pass. If you go to the CBR and if you try to reduce this value, as you guys can see, the file size is gonna decrease. Similarly, it will you will get some reduction in quality, but not much more. Okay, but generally whatever file size is gonna be over here, I'll keep it as it is. I don't want to change anything. Okay, I'll cancel it because I don't want to change anything. And then over here simply click and you can save your location and save. And all you need to do is simply click on the start queue, then it will start to render out your animation. Okay, so this is the how you can export your animations inside of After Effects. Okay, so now we are going to start from here, how to animate practically inside of After Effects certain kind of animations. And we are going to start with our logo animation series. Now to animate any logo, we need first that logo, PNG, JPG, or maximum is Photoshop and Illustrator file. But we are going to look at some advanced techniques to animate logo, so we need to use Photoshop, or sometimes we need to use Illustrator as well. Right now I'm going to use Photoshop over here. Okay, so now I have this Intel logo file over here. I'll also provide this Photoshop file so you can use that to animate as well in After Effects. Okay, and now I need to properly create a logo out of it to animate. So let's try to do that. Now I want this portion should be on a different layer, and all the other alphabet should be on different layer as well. So for that, what we need to do is that I need to select my rectangles tool over here, which is rectangle mark tool. I'm going to select this much area. I'm going to hit Ctrl X to cut it out. I'll create a new layer from here, and I'll press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. I'll double click on it and I'll call it as box, like this. Okay, so we will get something like this. And if I hide this, this is on separated layer. And same procedure I'm going to follow for all of these alphabets. So let's select this, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, hide this. Same procedure over here, Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, hide this. Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, select this, Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, and we have this R on separated layer. And now we will just name it, like I'll call it as E, I'll call it as T, I'll call it as N, and I'll call it as I. Okay, and now I'm going to save this file at appropriate position. I'm going to save it as Intel logo and hit OK and hit OK. So our Photoshop file is ready. I'll provide this file as well. Now we will go to the Adobe After Effects. I'm going to create a new composition. I'm going to call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose over here is 1920 and height is 180, frame rate is 30 and duration is as well 30 second, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then we will go to choose grid and guide option and we will simply hit on title safe action. Now in project window, first we need to import our logo, so simply double click and I'm going to select my Intel logo Photoshop file. I'll import as and I'll choose composition, return layers and sizes, and I'll simply hit import and I'll hit OK. And then I'm going to bring this layer over here, and if you double click on it and if you hit Ctrl K, as you guys can see, the height width is also 1920 by 180. And one thing I forgot to tell you, that whenever you are going to bring any logo over here, make sure that your Photoshop file size also should be 1920 by 180. All you can do is press Ctrl Alt I, so you can choose this image size, and over here you can change the size as well as resolution. Okay, just simple as it is. So because size in Photoshop is 1920, similarly over here if I hit Ctrl K to open the project settings, size is same but the background color is black, so I'll change it and I'll choose white color like this. Okay, so this portion is ready, but if you see, the size of this entire logo is very high. So what I can do, I can right click, I can create a new, and I can create one null object. I'm going to select all of them and I'm going to make it parent with this null one. Then I'm going to select this null one and I can press S, and because they are all parent with this null, I can adjust the scale at appropriate size. I think this much looks good to me, so I can select this. After that I can delete it. Okay, so now the size of each and every one is properly adjusted. Okay, now we need to create this animation first, and if you see we always have X and Y axis to animate, and even if you press P, we have position X and Y on different I mean two positions properties. We have position X and position Y, but right now they are only in position panel over here, so I want separate properties for X and Y. So for that I am going to right click and I am going to choose separate dimensions, and here we go. Now we have two position properties, X and Y. Now initially I want this should be over here, then this should be over here, this should be over here, but I want specific reading for this final position. So what I'm going to do, I can bring Ctrl R for ruler, and with the help of that I can create marks over here like this. So this should be over here and this should be over here. So what happen is that this is very useful to decide final position of this animation. So now I can try to animate that. Now initially I'll try to bring this downwards somewhere around over here. I'm using shift to do that. I'll bring it over here like that. So Y position should be over here, and now I'm going to move this from here to here. Okay, like that. So let's create one keyframe at X. I'm gonna go somewhere around 1.20 frame, and I'm going to move this from here to here like this. And one use of ruler is that if you enable this snapping option, you can easily snap at this ruler properly. Okay, so let's bring this over here like that, and let's make this fit. And now if you see, we are getting something like this. And after this point I'm going to create one keyframe at Y. I'll go to around 3 seconds, and I'm going to move this from here to here like this. And I don't want any position on X-axis over here, so I'll delete that. So now if you see this animation, I'll get this and then this. Now let's select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph editor, select this graph, right click and make sure that you are in edit speed graph. Now we have already learned about this graph, so it would be easy for us to understand this. So by holding shift, I'm going to move this over here and I'm going to move this over here. So now if you see, we are getting this and then we are getting this. Okay, So we'll get something like this. Now I need to add some effects over here, but before that I'm going to select this, right click, and I'm going to choose option called pre-compose, and I'll make sure that my move all attributes into the new composition is on, and I'm going to call it as box eco and simply hit OK. And after that I'm gonna go in my effect and presets panel, and I'm going to search for one effect called eco, and if I double click on it and if I see this over here, I'll get this different stuff because they are getting multiple objects over here. Now for example, if I increase the number to 20, basically from name itself, eco means they are creating multiple copies of it. So now what kind of changes we need to do over here? Right now eco operator is on. Let's choose maximum, so we are not gonna get any color bendings over here. And if you see properly, the distance between these ecos are very high. So what we can do, eco time seconds over here, we need to see this value. It's 0.0333, out of which the second 3 I'm going to, instead of 3 I'll type 0, so my point value is 0.0033. okay, so let's keep it as it is and then choose quarter. And now if you see, we are getting this kind of stuff, but we need a more amount of copies over here, so I'm going to make it copies up to 60. okay, or yeah, or even more than that, 80. The main purpose is that this eye should get covered at this point. okay, so select this eye and let's bring this over here with the help of open square bracket. okay, so what will happen, that we are gonna get a look of that this eye is appearing because of this eco. okay, like this. Then what we want is that let's lock these two layers. We don't need that because their animation is done. Now this animation is required, so for that I'm going to select this and this should start to get animated after the animation of this eye over here, like this. So somewhere around over here I'm going to bring all of them over here. I'll press P for position, create one keyframe. I'll go to around 4 seconds. I'm going to create another keyframe, and at the start go to the align tab and we are going to choose this option, align horizontally, and then I'm going to move all of them somewhere around after this eye. Then select those keyframe. I'm going to hit F9. I'll go to the graph editor. I'll select this graph by holding shift. I'll move this handle over here and I'll move this handle over here. So I'm gonna get this kind of animation. Now this animation should be one by one, so for that what I'm gonna do, I'm going to select this this alphabet and I'm going to adjust those like this. So what will happen, we will get this animation one by one. And if you think the distance between this is very high, so simply you can make a distance a little bit low according to your needs, whatever is suitable for you. I'll do one thing, I'm going to take a distance of 5 frames for each, so that would be easy for us to understand that how we need to use it, like this. okay, and after that I'm going to select all of them and I'll enable motion blur. So now if you see, we'll get something like that, but it should not come like this. It should look like that they are coming from inside this eye. So for that what we can do, I can select all of this remaining alphabets and I can press Ctrl Shift C and I'm going to call it as remaining alphabets, and I'll hit OK and I'll hold Alt open square bracket to trim up to this. okay, still it looks something like this, but I can select this composition and then I can select my rectangle tool and then I can create a mask like this on this one. So now what will happen, that it will look that they are coming from inside this eye. And if you want, you can select your selection tool, you can select this mask a little bit and you can move this a little bit over here as well. So we are gonna get something like this. okay, so let's make this fit. okay, And along with this, what I want is that at this point it should come from here to here. So for that, what we can do, let's change this log. I'm going to right click new, and I'm going to create one null object. I'll hit enter and I'll call it as position. Okay, and then I'm going to select all of them and I'm going to make it a parent with this position. I'll select this position, I'll create one keyframe over here. I'll go few frame forward, somewhere around over here, around 5 seconds. I'm going to create another keyframe, and at this point I'm going to move this position somewhere around over here, and I'm going to select this position keyframe, select this position keyframe, and I'll hit F9. So I'll get something like this. Now let's do one thing. Let's select those keyframe. Let's go to the graph editor, select this graph by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. So if you see, you will get something like this. Now by holding alt or let's simply select this last keyframe and move this to 4 seconds like this, and this thing should start to happen. Let's go and try to adjust in such a way that it should look good. Okay, and now if I hit play, I'll get first this animation, then I'll get this animation. Okay, like this. So this is how you can create this kind of animation. Then you can go to the main animation comp. You can press Ctrl Y to create one solid background. You can go to the start, select this Intel logo comp, press S, and let's make this 115 initially. Create one keyframe, and somewhere around, let's say 6 seconds maybe, let's make this 100. And now if you hit play, let's choose quad resolution. Along with this animation, you will get a little bit of scaling animation as well. Okay, and at 6 seconds I am going to hit N. So now we will get this kind of logo animation. Okay, so now we are going to animate this Nickelodeon logo. I'll provide the link of this Photoshop file in the description. You can use that file to animate. Now, just like our previous tutorial, we want each and every alphabet on different layer. So for that, I'm going to select my rectangle tool. I'll select this one. I'll hit Ctrl X. I'll create a new layer and I'll press Ctrl Shift V. And I'll call it as N, and I'll hide this. Same procedure I am going to follow for this I as well. Hit new layer, Ctrl Shift V, double click, let's call it as I, and hide this. We are going to select this C, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, double click, C, hide this. And this time I'm going, if you see over here, if I this time use my rectangle tool, I cannot select this K properly. So that time I'm going to press L on my keyboard to enable my lasso tool, and I'm going to create this kind of shape like that, and hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, and double click, and let's call it as K, and we will hide this. Same procedure, I'm going to select my rectangle tool over here, shortcut key is M, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, double click, and let's call it as E. Similarly, select this, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, double click, let's call it as L. Away, select this O, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, let's call it as O. Select this, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, double click, let's call it as T, hide this. Select this E, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, double click, let's call it as E, and let's finish this last ones, and this one is should be N. Okay, so as you guys can see, all of my alphabets are properly on each and every layer, and I am going to save this file. Then I'll go to the Adobe After Effects. I can create a new composition, and I'm going to call it as main, animation. Width I'm going to choose 1920, height 180, frame rate 30, duration is also 30, and background color is white, and simply hit OK. Go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title save action. Then I'm going to press Ctrl I and I'm going to select my Nik logo, and in import as footage I'm going to choose composition, return, layers and sizes, and I'll simply hit import and hit OK. Then I'm going to bring this over here and simply double click on it. Then I'm going to press Ctrl K and I'm going to choose white color for the background. I can right click new and I can create null object. I'm going to select all of them and I'll make it a parent with this null. I'll select this null, I'll press S, and let's scale the size of it somewhere around over here like this, and let's delete this. Now I'm going to select all of them and I'm going to press P for position. Let's by holding shift, let's hold shift and select all of them, all the positions, and right click and choose separate dimension. I'll create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y. Then I'm gonna go somewhere around at 3 seconds and I'm going to create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y. I'll go to around 1 second, I'll create one keyframe at Y, and 2 second I'm going to create another keyframe over here as well. Now in search option I'm going to type X over here so I can see only X position keyframe, and I'm going to delete all the middle keyframes which I got from X. Then I'll go at the start and I'm going to select all of them by hitting Ctrl A. I'll go to the align tab and I'm going to choose align horizontally and change the X position of it somewhere around over here. So if you see, we are getting something like this. Now after that, in search option I'm going to type Y so I can see only Y position keyframes, and in middle of that simply select all of them by hitting Ctrl A and change the Y position of it somewhere around over here. Similarly at this point I'm going to change the Y position somewhere around over here like this. Similarly at this point I'm going to change the Y position somewhere around over here like this. Okay, then we'll go few frame forward. I'm going to create one keyframe at Y, and in middle of that I'm going to change the Y position a little bit upward like this. Okay, like this. Zoom in and let's bring this over here. Now I'm going to select all the Y position keyframes and I'm going to hit F9. Then I'll go to the graph editor. I'll zoom in a little bit and bring this over here. Now let's select this, and by holding shift I'm going to move this handle over here, select this and move this handle over here, select this and move this handle over here, select this and move this handle over here. Okay, so we will get something like this. Similarly select this, move this handle over here and move this handle over here, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Basically we are adjusting just to create that bouncy effect. Okay, so now if you see this, we are getting this kind of animation. Now along with that I need a rotation animation as well, so I'll press R, I'll create one keyframe and I'll hit U. Then I'll go somewhere around over here. I'm going to make it -3. So what will happen, that along with this I'm gonna get this rotation animation as well. And now I want this animation should be 1 by 1, so I'm going to take a distance of 5 frames like this, and I'm going to adjust it somewhere around over here like this. Okay, so if you see this now, we will get this, we are gonna get this animation 1 by 1. I can select all of them and I can enable the motion blur as well. So what will happen, we will get a little bit more realistic look over here like this. Now let's go to the main animation comp and I'm going to hit Ctrl D. I'm going to press S. I'll unlink this and I'm going to make this -100 let's select this, press P for position, and let's bring this downward like this. Okay, now these are going to be my reflection. Now what I'm gonna do, I need certain kind of distortion in this reflection. So first of all, select this layer, hit enter, and let's call it as reflection. Okay, and for the distortion, I'm going to create a new composition, and I'll call it as noise, and hit OK. Then I'm going to press Ctrl Y, and I'll go to the effect and presets panel, and I'll search for fractal noise effect, and let's increase the contrast and decrease the brightness. I'll go to the transform properties. I'm going to uncheck this, and I'm going to increase the scale width, and I'll increase the scale height as well. If you want to know about this effect, you can check out this effect and presets section of this course. I have explained it over there as well. Okay, then I think this much is enough. Then I can alt click on this evolution tab, and I can type time star somewhere around 90. So what will happen, we will get this small animation over here. And let's do one thing, the scale height I'm going to choose 5. Okay, so we have this noise effect. I'm gonna go in my main animation comp, I'll hit Ctrl 0, and I'm going to bring this noise composition over here, and I'll hide this. Now in this reflection, I'm going to choose one effect called compound blur. Okay, and simply double click to apply, and over here we are going to select that noise. So as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of reflection over here. Now for this reflection, I'm going to select my rectangle tool, and I'm going to create this kind of mask over here like that. You can go to the mask properties, and you can increase the feathers of it. So now if you see this animation, we will get this bouncy effect, but along with that we are gonna get this animation as well. Then right click new and create one null not shape layer, but one null object. Select all of these layers, make it a parent with this null. Let's select this null, press S. Initially let's make this 115, create one keyframe, and somewhere around at 7 seconds I'm going to make this 100, and I'll hit N over here, and I'll press Ctrl Y, and I'll bring this downwards. So now if I see this animation, I'm gonna get this animation along with a little bit of scaling animation as well. So yep, this is how you can create this kind of bouncy logo reveal animation. Okay, so now in this video we are going to create Apple logo reveal animation, and for that I have this Apple PNG file, and this time we are going to use Adobe Illustrator. So first of all you need to do, simply go to the file, new options, and I would suggest you to create, go something for size. I'm going to choose 1920, and height I'm going to choose 180 pixels, and make sure that you are in RGB mode, and simply hit create. Okay, so I have already created this file, and I'm going to save this file. Then I have this PNG logo. I'm simply going to drag and drop in Illustrator. Then let's zoom out a little bit, and I'm going to select this and press E, which is a shortcut key for transform tool, and by holding shift I'm going to adjust the scale, and then I'm going to adjust it somewhere around over here. So let's hit Ctrl 0 and bring this over here. Now whenever we are going to do this kind of animation with the help of Illustrator and After Effects, make sure that your logo should be in black and white format, or it should consist at least two colors only, or one color only. But most of the time make sure that your logo in black and white format or in PNG format with black color. So that's why I chose this Apple logo, because this is PNG as well as it is backlink color. Now after that I'm going to select this logo, and over here you will get this option called image trace. So simply click on it and simply hit OK. Okay, then it will do some certain operations. Then after that you have to click on this expand. So now if you see, they have converted this entire logo into one shape layer. Now let's select this, right click, and we are going to select this ungroup, and we will select this one white solid background, and we will delete this. So now we have this and this shape on different layer. So let's select both of this, and I'm going to hit Ctrl C. I'll go and create a new layer, and I'll press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. I'll double click on this bottom layer, and I'm going to call it as fill. Okay, and I'll hide this layer. Then I'm going to select this uppermost portion. I'll hit Ctrl X. I'll create a new layer, and I'll press Ctrl Shift V. I'm going to double click, and let's call it as stroke. Similarly, double click, and let's call it as stroke. Okay, why I'm calling it a stroke? Because I don't want any fill over here. So I'll select both of these layers, and over here in color option fill, I'm going to delete that fill, and in stroke I'm going to choose black color, and I'm going to add somewhere around 2 stroke only. Okay, so this is going to be my logo like this. Now I'm going to create certain animations in After Effects, so let's try to do that. Now let's go to the Adobe After Effects. I'm going to create a new composition. I'm going to call it as always main animation over here, just like we do. And width I'm going to choose 1920, height I'm going to choose 180, frame rate is 30, and duration is also 30 seconds, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then we'll go to choose grid and guide option, and we'll choose titles of action. Then I'm going to press Ctrl I, or you can simply double click on this portion. Let's select our Apple logo. I'll go to the import as, I'm going to choose composition, return layers and sizes, and simply hit import, and simply drag and drop over here. Now if you double click to open this, we are not gonna see anything, so let's hit Ctrl K to open the project settings, and we are going to choose white color over here, and let's hit OK. Okay, like this. Now we have this fill as well as we have this stroke. Okay, so let's try to animate our stroke first. For that, what we need to do, I'm going to select this, right click, create shape from vector layer. So what will happen, we will get these two outlines. I'm going to delete this stroke illustration layers because we don't need that. Now we have these two strokes, and for the stroke width I'm going to choose 5 pixels, maybe like that. And let's try to animate this stroke with the help of trim path. So let's go over here, go to the add menu, and we are going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path, and let's make this value somewhere around like this. Okay, and let's change this offset value somewhere around over here like this. Okay, and if you change this end value somewhere, as you guys can see, we can get this kind of animation over here. Okay, so let's make this end value 100, and let's try to make this start value 10, and change this offset somewhere around over here like this. Okay, so let's make this proper minus 200. Okay, so start value is 10 and 100 end value, and minus 200 offset. And if I make this start value somewhere around like this, I can animate that. So I'm going to create one keyframe at start. I'll go to around 3 seconds, and I'm going to make this start value 0. So what will happen, I'm gonna get this kind of animation over here. Okay, so as you guys know, if I see, my animation is starting from here. So let's lock this layer just for now. I'm going to select my pen tool, and I'm going to create one point over here, and by holding shift I'm going to create another point over here like this. And let's move this a little bit over here and press Ctrl Alt Home. Okay, let's try to bring properly. Okay, so it looks like they are connecting each other. So after that, let's select this and change the color of this one to yellow, so it would be easy for us to understand that this one is different. I'm going to go in add menu, trim path. I'll go to the trim path, and let's make this end value, or let's say start value 100, create one keyframe. I'll go somewhere around 1 second, and I'm going to make this value 0. Okay, so it looks like it's coming from here, and then this animation should start to run from here. So if you see, we are gonna get something like this, and as this animation is about to end, I'm going to create one keyframe at end of this one, and when this animation is gonna complete itself somewhere around 4 seconds, I'm going to make this end value 0. So now if you see this animation, we are gonna get this kind of look. Okay, so our this animation is ready. Now we need to create animation for this stroke over here as well, which is this one. So let's bring this at the top and let's hide this. Okay, so let's try to animate this. For animating this, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna right click, I'm going to create new, and I'm going to call it as one null object. I'll hit enter and I'll call it as rotation. Okay, I'm going to select this stroke and I'll press P for position. I'll create one keyframe. I'll go to around 4 seconds and I'm going to create another keyframe, and I'll go to the start and I'm going to move this from here to here. Then I'm going to select this stroke and I'm going to make it a parent with this rotation. Then I'm going to select this rotation. I'll press R. I'll create one keyframe. I'll go to around 4 seconds. I'm going to create another keyframe, and initially I'm going to rotate it somewhere around like this. So now if you see this animation, we will get something like this. And select those keyframe and hit F9. Similarly, select this, press R for rotation, create one keyframe, go over here, and let's make this one complete rotation. So what will happen along with this, we are gonna get this rotation for this option as well. Then hit select both of them and hit U, select those keyframe, and we will hit F9, and we will go to the graph editor. We will select this graph over here, and by holding shift I'm going to move this handle like this. So if you hit play, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, or you can simply keep it as it is as well, because that looks also a smooth animation. And if you want, you can select this, and obviously by holding Alt you can change it somewhere around over here. Okay, so this stroke animation is ready. Now we need to create animation for this fill. So for that, what we can do, let's see. Over here, first of all, let's select all of these layers, and I'm going to press Ctrl Shift C, and I'm going to call it as stroke animation, and hit OK. I'll go inside this, I'll select all of them, and I'll enable the motion blur. So what will happen along with this, we will get a little bit of motion blur as well. Okay, so let's hide this, and now we can focus on this one. Initially, I'm going to select this fill. I'll go to the effect and presets panel, and I'm going to search for fill effect and double click to apply. And instead of red, I'm going to choose grayish color over here like this. And now we need to create certain mask for it. So select rectangle tool. I'm going to delete this stroke, and for the fill I'm going to choose red color, and I'm going to create one this kind of rectangle. Now let's select this rectangle, hit enter, and we are going to call it as mask. So this is going to be act like a mask. So simply bring this over here, select this fill, and if you guys know that with the help of F4 you can change this toggle operations and choose alpha mask. Then select this mask, press P for position. We will bring down initial position over here. We can create one keyframe. We can go to around 4 seconds over here and change this from here to here like this. Okay, then I can select this. I can go to the effect and presets panel, and I can search for one effect called wave warp, and simply double click to apply this, which will create this waving animation. And I can increase the scale width somewhere around like this. Similarly, I'm going to apply one effect called turbulence displace. To apply that effect, we will get certain kind of height and depth in that wave animation. Okay, similarly I'm going to select both of them, and I'm going to hit Ctrl D. I'm going to select this fill, and this time I'm going to choose black color and select both of them, and let's bring this a little bit upward over here. So we will get this two shades, and select this mask over here, and in wave direction you can change. Similarly, evolution you can change in this turbulence. So what will happen, that will that animation will look a little bit different over here. Or you can select this fill, you can hit Ctrl D, select both of them, and let's bring this a little bit over here. select this fill, and instead of this grayish color I'm going to choose a little bit of this kind of color as well. Okay, so first animation should be this stroke animation, and then somewhere around at this point, maybe after the stroke animation is gonna complete, I want this animation should start to appear. Okay, like this. Okay, so this is for that. And now there should be certain kind of liquid should drop over here. So for that as well, you can create one pen tool. You can bring one line from here and one line over here, and you can delete the stroke. You can choose, first we need to select this color over here. Let's select this, press Ctrl Alt Home, press P, and let's bring this over here and change the color of this one to 15, or let's say 10. Then select this, hit Ctrl D, press P, and let's bring this over here. Hit Ctrl D, press P, and let's bring this over here like this. Okay, then we have to change the colors according to this colors. So go to the stroke with the help of this pick up this color, hit OK, select this, go over here with the help of this picker. I'm going to pick up this black color. Okay, and now I need to create some animations over here. So let's select this, go to the add menu, we are going to choose trim path, go to the trim path, and let's make this end value. We will create one keyframe. We'll go to around 1 second, we'll make this 100. We'll go to around 2 seconds, we'll create another keyframe at start. We'll go to around 3 seconds and we'll make this value 100. So if you see, we are getting something like this. So let's go to around 10 seconds and let's move this over here. We are going to select this keyframe, and let's select those keyframe, and let's try to move this over here and bring this over here. So we'll get that quick animation. Or okay, and then you can select those. Okay, select those keyframe and we will hit F9. Okay, so if you see, we are getting this dropping animation. Then copy this trim path, hit Ctrl C, select all of them and hit Ctrl V. So we'll get something like this. Now let's zoom in a little bit, and initially this portion, which is this one, should be over here like this. And let's select our pen tool and make sure that it should touch the ground, and hit U, zoom in a little bit, and when this portion is going to start to appear, we need to make sure that it should properly come at this point, like at this point over here, like this. Okay, over here, and let's select those last keyframe. When this animation is gonna end, at this point it should stop. So let's move this over here. Okay, and let's make this fit. So it will look like this. Okay, like that. Same procedure for all of them. You can hit U, you can start somewhere around at this point, select this, and you can select this. You can move them a little bit over here and make sure that this point should touch this edge. Okay, same procedure for this. Select this, move this over here, hit U, zoom in, select this, and let's move this over here like this and bring this downwards. Okay, and let's make this fit. Okay, now we need to adjust the position. So select this and bring this over here, select this, bring in middle of that, select this and bring in middle of that. So now if I see this animation, first I'll get this. It will take a little bit time to load, so let's make this third resolution and let's try to play. First I'll get this animation, then this stroke animations, and then I'll get this filling animations. Okay, over here, and press F4, select all of them and enable their motion blur. Then you can go to the main animation comp and you can see we'll get this animation, and make sure to press Ctrl Y to create one solid background and bring this downwards. Then as always, initially press S. Let's make this 115, create one keyframe, go somewhere around 8 seconds, and let's make this 100 and hit N. So yep, this is how you can create this kind of animation. Okay, so now in this lecture we are going to animate our Logitech logo, and for that we are going to use Logitech PNG file. We are going to use Adobe Illustrator and Adobe After Effects together. Okay, so let's try to do that. Now I have already created this Illustrator document, height and weight 1920 by 180, and I have this Logitech PNG file. I'm simply going to import my Logitech file over here. I'll press E and I'm going to reduce the size of it, and let's bring this over here and let's hit Ctrl 0. Let's go to the align tab, align it horizontally and align it vertically like this. Okay, now I'm going to select this and I'll press Ctrl C to copy. I'm going to create a new layer and I'm going to press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. Let's hide this fill layer, and I'm going to hide this original logo, and I'm going to select this layer, and just like our previous tutorial I'm going to click on this image trace options. I'll hit OK. Then it will take some time. Then after that I'm going to click on this expand. Then I'm going to select this, right click and choose ungroup, and now we are going to delete all the white portions over here. Like this white portion also need to be deleted, this one and this one. Now all we are left with this. Okay, like that. Now I don't want any fill for this. I'm only want stroke, so I'm going to select this, and this time I'm going to delete this fill over here like that. And in stroke I'm going to choose this black color, and for the stroke width let's choose 2 pixels. Okay, and press V, and let's save this file. Okay, and this is going to be our logo, and after that this is going to be our fill. Okay, so let's save this file in appropriate position. Then we can go to the Adobe After Effects. I can create a new composition. I'm going to call it as wait a second, I'm going to call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose over here is 1920 and height 180, frame rate 30, and duration should be 30 seconds long, and background color should be white color, and simply hit OK. And I'm going to close the Illustrator because I don't need that anymore. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title safe action. I'm going to press Ctrl I. I'll select my Illustrator file, import as instead of footage. We will choose composition, written layers and sizes, and we will simply hit import, and we will simply drag and drop over here. Now if I double click I can see this logo. Now press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, or instead of in over here we will press Ctrl Y over here, and we are going to make it black background like this. And let's lock this. Let's go inside this. I'm going to select this layer, right click, create shift from vector layer, and let's delete this Illustrator layer. So now we have this layer over here. Let's choose white color for this stroke. Okay, let's select this and let's choose white color for the stroke. And for this fill over here we will go to the effect and presets panel, and we are going to search for fill effect, and we will double click to apply, and we are going to choose white color, and let's lock this. Now let's try to animate this. To animate this I need one masking, so I'm going to select my rectangle tool. I don't need any stroke, so I'll delete the stroke. And for the fill I'm going to choose red color like that, and from here to here I'm going to create one mask and then choose alpha mask. Then I'm going to select this layer over here, and I'm going to press P for position. I'll create one keyframe. I'll go to around, let's say, 2 seconds maybe, and I'm going to create another keyframe. Let's go to the start and let's bring this downward like this. Then select those keyframe, and we will hit F9 to ease in ease out. We will go to the graph editor. We will select this graph, and by holding shift I'm going to bring this handle over here, so we will get this kind of revealing animation. Let's select those keyframe and we will go to somewhere around 1 second like this. Okay, over here. Now this animation is ready. I'm going to select these two layers and I'm going to press Ctrl Shift C and I'm going to call it as stroke reveal animation. Okay, like that. Now I need this to be in 3D, so I'll press F4 and I'm going to click on this 3D icon, and if I press R, as you guys can see, I can rotate this animation. So let's create one keyframe over here and I'll go to around 5 seconds and I'm going to make this -1. Okay, so at this point I can get this kind of rotation, and let's, instead of -1, let's type +1 and select those keyframe and we will hit F9. We will go to the graph editor. Okay, wait for a second. Okay, I'm going to select this. We'll go to the graph editor. I'm going to select this graph. By holding shift, I'm going to move one handle over here and I'm going to move one handle over here. So if you see, we will get this kind of stuff. Now in middle of that, somewhere around at this point, I want this fill should start to get revealed. So I'm going to convert this layer into 3D, and then I'll go to the start somewhere around at this point. I'm going to select this fill, and with the help of open square bracket, initially let's move this over here and then make it apparent with this stroke. Then when this animation is somewhere around over here, I'm going to bring my fill over here and let's enable this. Then take this stroke, hold Alt, close square bracket to trim up to this, and we will get something like this. So if you see, we will get this kind of revealing animation. So first we will get this and then we will get this. Okay, so this is the revealing animation. Now if you see, we have this animation over here. Now we need to create a time displacement effect for this animation. So let's select this. We'll go to the effect and presets panel and we will search for time displacement effect and double click to apply. Then go to the start. I'm going to press Ctrl N to create another composition and let's call it as map, and press Ctrl Y to create one solid background. And this time we are not going to use fractal noise, but we are going to try a different method. So let's try to apply gradient ramp effect. From name itself you can understand it will create a gradient. Then I don't need only gradient over here, I need certain alternations. So let's select this, and instead of linear I'm going to choose radial. Then we have these two anchor points of this. One is representative of black and one is representative of white color. You can adjust it like that. You can swap this color as well, so you will get different results. Then I can right click new and I can create one adjustment layer, and then I can apply one effect known as mosaic effect. With the help of these we can create this kind of voxels. Okay, so I can increase this horizontal blocks to 25 as well as this vertical blocks to 25. Okay, so this is my map. This map is going to lead this animation. So let's hit Ctrl 0 and we will bring our map over here, and let's hide this map. Now select this Logitech, go over here time displacement, and we are going to select this map and let's choose quarter resolution. And now if I hit play, as you guys can see, we are getting this glitchy cool looking effect. Now let's select both of these layers and press Ctrl Shift C and we will call it as revealing animation. Okay, and now I am going to hit Ctrl D at least 5 times. I'm going to select this fifth layer. I'll go to the effect and presets panel and I'll search for fill effect. So I'll choose fourth layer, apply fill effect. Let's choose green color. Third layer, apply this fill effect and choose blue color. Second effect, go to the effect and presets panel and search for find edge effect and invert, not invert but keep it as it is. And now I'm going to hit page down button 2 times. I'll select this fourth layer, move this over here, move this over here, move this over here, and move this over here. And now let's try to hit play. As you guys can see, we are getting this kind of revealing animation. Now let's select all of them and press Ctrl Shift C, and we will call it as logo animation. Okay, and then I need certain kind of reflections of it. So for that I'm going to select this and I'll hit Ctrl D, I'll press S, unlink this, and let's make this -100. Press P for position, and let's bring this position downwards like this. Okay, then let's select this, go to the rectangle, and let's create one mask over here. Go to the mask properties and increase the mask feathers like this. Select this, press T for opacity, and let's decrease the opacity like this. Okay, so we will get something like this. Then press Ctrl N to create another composition, and we are going to call it as map 2, and this time I'll press Ctrl Y to create solid background, and this time I'm going to apply fractal noise effect because we need to create some ground reflections. Increase the contrast, decrease the brightness a little bit, go to the transform property, uniform scaling, increase the scale width, decrease the scale height, and I think this much looks good to me. Then go to the main animation, hit Ctrl 0, bring this map 2 over here, and let's hide this. I'm going to select this layer, go to the effect and presets panel and search for compound blur, double click to apply and choose map layer. Okay, and let's increase the opacity a little bit, and let's check it out, is this in full resolution? Okay, so we will get something like that. Then right click new and create one null object, select all of them, make it apparent with this null, select this null, press P for position, alt click on the stopwatch and apply wiggle 3,3. And now let's choose quad resolution and check it out, this animation. We will get this, along with this we will get this. Okay, then let's make this full resolution. Right click new and create one adjustment layer, go to the effect and presets panel and search for glow effect and double click to apply, and let's increase the threshold to 9500.3. okay, so we will get this animation, and it will take a little bit time to load because time displacement effect takes a time to load, but in final output your animation is gonna look awesome. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition and we are going to call it as main animation, as always we do. Width is 1920, height 180, frame rate 30, and duration is also 30, and background color is white, and simply hit OK. We'll go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. So our basic settings are ready. Now I'm going to select my text tool and I'll type my text first, and for the text I'm going to choose Oswald font, but you are free to choose any kind of font you want. I'm going to choose medium version and I want all caps, and for the color I'm going to choose black color. And let's type our text. I'm going to type motion graphics. Okay, this is my text. Hit Ctrl A to select all of this. Let's make this full resolution and go to the paragraph menu and make sure to choose center text. I'll go to the character menu again. I'll decrease the distance between these ones like that. Okay, this looks good to me. Then let's select this text, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Press S for scaling option and scale it somewhere around like this. Okay, this much looks good to me. You can go to the character menu again and decrease the distance between alphabets, and you can choose Fox bold as well like that to make this, and you can decrease the distance between these alphabets like this. Okay, this much looks good to me. I'll select this and I'll press Ctrl Alt Home. Again, align tab, align it horizontally and align it vertically. Okay, Now I need to create some animation too for the revealing animation, so let's hide this one for now. I'm going to select my rectangle tool, and for the fill I'm going to choose red color and simply hit OK. Zoom in a little bit, and by holding shift I'm going to create one small rectangle. Then select this rectangle, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Now we will go to the rectangle and rectangle path, and as you guys can see the size of this one is 12. So now what we can do, I can select this and first I'll try to animate that. So press S, create one keyframe, go somewhere around 1 minute, 1 second, create another keyframe, go to the start and let's make this value 0. Then select those keyframe and hit F9, go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift move this handle over here and move this handle over here. So if you see, we are gonna get something like this. Now if you know the size of this rectangle is 12, so what I can do, I can select this and I can press P for position. I can alt click on the stopwatch. I'll type open and close square bracket. Inside that I'm going to type position and again open and close bracket, type 0. After that position 0, I'll go one frame forward and I'm going to type comma. I'm going to type position again. Okay, open and close bracket and 0. Okay, so this position 0 is this 960, which means X value, and this position 1 is this 540, which means Y value. Now I want to move this on Y value, X value over here, which means from this direction over here. So I'm going to type plus over here, and because the height and width of this rectangle is 12, I'm going to type 12 star index. Okay, like that. So what will happen, if you see, if I hit Ctrl D again and again, it will create multiple copies. So let's enable our text layer over here, and we will create copies until it's going to cover the entire text. So at this point they are covering the text like that. Then select all of them, press P for position and press V, and by holding shift we will try to adjust them until this is properly going to touch over here like this. Okay, make sure that this point is touching over here. Okay, it's touching over here, so let's keep it as it is. Okay, and let's make this fit. Now press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as side 01. Okay, then go inside this, and now I need to be animated one by one. So what we can do over here, simply hit page down button 1 or 2 times, select all of them by hitting Ctrl A, hold Alt, close square bracket to trim up to this. Let's trim up to 2 frames, right click, keyframe assistant, sequence layers, hit OK and zoom out, and let's increase the duration of it. So if you see, we are getting this kind of animation. Then go over here like that, select this, hit Ctrl D, press S, unlink this, and let's make this -100 on this axis like that. Okay, now let's select both of these layers, press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as collection of sides. Okay, like this. Press F4 and enable this icon. Now I want this in upper direction as well, so press P again. We will type same expression, hold Alt, open and close. Inside that type position, open and close, type 0. After that type comma, open and close 1. After that type plus 12 star index. Okay, so now if I hit Ctrl D, they are gonna be multiplication of these layers downwards like that. Okay, then select all of them, press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as collection 01. Then hit Ctrl D, press S, unlink this, and we are going to make this -100, so it will come upward as well. And let's select this and move this downwards like this. Then select both of them and let's try to bring them over here like that. So if I see, I'll get this kind of reveal. Similarly, it should be one by one. So let's go inside this, and this time over here, instead of using keyframe assistance, what I'm going to do, I'm going to adjust them randomly like this over here. like this. And if you see over here, let's make this quarter resolution, I'll get this kind of reveal. Now let's select both of them, press Ctrl Shift C, and let's call it as mask. Okay, if I select this text, press F4 and let's choose alpha mask. So I'm gonna get this kind of revealing animation for this text. Okay, like this. Now let's select, press F4, select all of them and enable the 3D icon. Then right click, new, and create one camera over here. Okay, and let's make this angle of view 39 over here. Okay, and now if I press C over here and try to move my camera, I'm gonna get this kind of revealing animation. But I don't want to animate my camera now, because there are other stuff that I need to get animated over here. Okay, so let's try to do that. Now I'm going to select these two layers and I'm going to hit Ctrl D 2 times. I'm going to select the sixth layer over here, press V, go to the character menu, and I'm going to choose white color for this and choose black color for the stroke. Then select this text layer over here. This time I'm going to choose grayish color for this, like that. Then I'm going to take a distance of 5 frames. I'm going to select these two layers and move this over here, take a distance of 5 frames, select this and move this over here. Let's choose quarter resolution, and if you see this now, we are getting something like that. But over here we are not getting anything because the stroke width is very less. So let's make this something around, let's say 2 maybe, and select this 2 and let's try to bring this over here like that. We are not getting anything because if you see over here, there is white color over here. So let's delete that white color. I don't need that white color, so I'm going to delete that white color and I'll only choose stroke. Okay, so let's make this fit. First I'll get this stroke reveal animation. Let's deal stroke width, let's say 0.5 maybe only. Then I need this animation, and then I need this animation. So make this at 15 frames and this should be at 1 second. So if you see this now, let's go make this quarter resolution. I'm gonna get something like this. Okay, then select this, hit Ctrl D and bring them to at 1.15 frames. And this time I'm going to select this layer over here and let's choose white color over there. Okay, so if you see this now, we are getting this extra effect like this. Okay, so this much looks good to me. Now let's select all of them and press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as reveal. Okay, enable this and enable this icon and right click, new, and create one camera over here again, just for the check whether we are right or not. Okay, and press C, and if you rotate it, yes, our thing is still moving, so we are on the right direction. Okay, hit Ctrl Z and let's delete it. Now let's go inside this. I'm going to select this text layer, I'll hit Ctrl C, I'll go over here and I'll hit Ctrl V, and let's disable this 3D icon. Similarly, bring this down and press F4 and let's not select any alpha matte. And now if you see over here, this consists of stroke, and instead of text layer I need shape layer out of it. So right click, create shape from text, and we are going to delete this text layer. Now I need to create animation over here for this text. So let's go to the add menu and we are going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path, let's make this end value 0, create one keyframe, go somewhere around 3 seconds, and I'm going to make this value 100. Then go to the start, create one keyframe at offset, go over here and let's make this 180. So if you see this, we are gonna get this kind of animation. So let's go to the 4, select this and let's move this over here. Select those keyframe and hit F9 and hit U. So if you see, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, now we are going to convert these layers into 3D. Similarly, this layer into 3D. Now we will go to the view and we are going to choose two horizontal view over here. Let's select this and press P for position, and I can move it on Z direction. So alt click on this position over here. Again we will type same expression, position 0 comma position 1, and because we have 3 axes now, so after that also we need to type comma position open and close bracket 2, and after that close bracket. Okay, so make sure to select this over here, and now I need to change the value of this on Z direction in negative value. So what I can do, I can type over here -20 star index. So what will happen if I hit Ctrl D again and again, I'll get multiple copies of it. Similarly, this one, this should be over here, so let's bring this a little bit over here. Okay, I'll hit Ctrl D again, and let's try to bring one copy. Sorry, let's make this fit. Let's try to bring one copy in middle of this. Again hit Ctrl D, and let's try to bring one copy in front of it, like that. Okay, and now let's choose one view again, and now I need this animation should be 1 by 1. So I'm going to take a distance of 5 frames for each and every one. Select this, adjust it accordingly over here, and somewhere around at this point I want this middle one should start to animate. So I'll bring this over here like that. Then at this point I'm going to adjust them like this. With the help of open square bracket you can adjust this. And at last this top one should start to get animated, and this one should be at the bottom. Select all of them by holding shift and move to 5 frames, and let's try to animate them from here. So if you see this now, we are gonna get this kind of animation. Let's see this in quad resolution. We are getting this kind of stuff. Okay, and if you want, you can select this one which is at the top over here. You can go to the effect and presets panel, and you can apply tint effect on it, and you can simply swap the color of it like that, so you will get different results over here. Okay, it's totally up to you, but I'm going to stick with this one over here like this, or let's choose swap color because this looks good to me. Okay, and then after that we need to add our camera. So simply right click, new, and then add our camera. And angle of view, I'm going to choose 180 like this. Okay, then go to the what we can do, let's choose custom view maybe. Okay, so as you guys can see, the camera is in the middle. We have to bring it over here like this, and now let's show you this in through active camera. We are still not seeing anything, so hit AA, and let's try to decrease the angle of view so we can see this. Okay, if I choose let's say 38 or something, I'll get different results. Let's choose custom view. Okay, this much looks good to me. Now we need to try to animate this stuff. So simply right click over here, right click, new, and create one null object. Convert this null object into 3D. Select this camera and make it apparent with this null. Now let's go somewhere around the last frame when the animation is gonna get completed. which means somewhere around at 9 or 10 maybe. Let's select this camera, press P for position, create one keyframe, then R for rotation, create another keyframe. Similarly, S for scaling, create another keyframe and hit U. Then go somewhere around 90, and now we have to rotate our camera on Y-axis maybe like that over here. Similarly on X-axis like this. Okay, similarly position of this one should be over here. X position should be like this. Okay, similarly increase, or let's decrease the scale somewhere around like this. Okay, and then go to the start, select all the initial frames and let's move them over here, and now hit play. So if you see, we are gonna get this kind of revealing animation. It will take a little bit time to load because this kind of animation is heavy. If you see this in full resolution, we are gonna get something like this over here. And if you want, you can select those outlines over here like this. By holding control, I'm going to select this outlines, and I can choose and try to reduce the stroke widths of them up to 0.1 as well, so it would be easy for us to see what is happening over there like that. Okay, and finally the final position of the text is gonna be somewhere around over here like this. Okay, now I can select my camera and I can play around with the depth of field. So let's go somewhere around 2 seconds. I'll hit AA and I'm going to enable my depth of field, and I'm going to choose aperture value to 100. Okay, so I can see, and now I can adjust my focus distance. So let's go to around 2 horizontal views over here, and now with the help of this I can adjust my focus distance. So this line should focus on this area over here. So let's try to adjust the focus distance around over here like this. So if you see this portion over here, let's see how does it looks. Okay, it's focusing on this area. Similarly at this point, let's see. Okay, so let's make this one view again and let's see in fit. Okay, so up to this at this point I think focus distance is good. Let's increase the aperture value to 150 and let's see how does it looks. Okay, it looks something like this. So I think at this point looks good to me. At 4 seconds, let's see whether the look of this animation looks good or not. I think this also looks good. So let's create one keyframe at focus distance, aperture and blur level at this point. Then go to around 6 seconds. This time I need this should focus a little bit more. So let's increase the focus distance a little bit. Okay, you can again go to the 2 horizontal views, and as I said that this line should become over here. So let's try to do that. Okay, line is coming over here. Let's go to around 8. Again this line should come over here, so it will focus on this. Go to the last frame now, and this line should focus on this area. Okay, similarly you can go to 2 seconds as well, and you can try to adjust the focus distance somewhere around over here, like initially that is focusing on this portion. Similarly at the start you can completely focus on this portion like this. Okay, so let's make this one view, and now if I see this animation, it will take a little bit time to load. So let's choose quarter resolution, and now if you see, my animation is gonna be something like that, and it will take a little bit time to load this animation because this is quite heavy. but the final output is gonna be awesome. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of text revealing or title revealing animation inside of After Effects over here, like this. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition. I'm going to call it as main animation, as always we do. Width I'm going to choose 1920 and height 1080. Frame rate is 30. Duration I'm going to choose 30 seconds only. Sorry. Okay. And background color I'm going to choose black color and simply hit OK and hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection, like this. Then I'm going to press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and we are going to choose black color for it. Hit OK and hit OK, and let's lock this like this. Now I'm going to select my ellipse tool and let's delete the stroke, and I want choose white color for this fill and simply hit OK, and by holding shift I'm going to create one ellipse. Now select this ellipse, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Press S for scaling option. Initially let's make the scale 0 and create one keyframe. Zoom in a little bit, let's go to around 1.20 frame and we will increase the size up to it will cover the entire comp. Now select this and hit Ctrl D again and press S for scaling option and scale it somewhere around like this. Now we will delete the fill. I don't need that fill, but for the stroke I'm going to choose white color, and not white but black color, and simply hit OK. And stroke width, let's choose 2 pixels like this, or let's say 1 pixels. Okay, like this. Now select this and go inside this contents, ellipse and stroke, and in stroke we am going to choose this dashes, so I'm gonna get something like this. Okay, so let's minimize it and let's see. I'm gonna get this kind of stuff. Now hit U again. Now I'm going to select this ellipse and I'll hit Ctrl D, hit U over here, and we'll press scale S for scaling, and let's decrease the scale somewhere around like this over here. Now go to the start, select this, press P for position, create one keyframe, hit U, go over here and move this from here to here like this. Okay, like this. Go to the start. So if I see this, I'm gonna get something like this. Now select this, hit Ctrl D, hit U, go over here, press V and move this from here to here. Okay, so if I see this now, I'm gonna get something like this. And for this too, I'm going to stroke width 6 pixels like this. Okay, now select this two and hit Ctrl D again, and let's bring them at the top over here like this. And this time I'm going to delete the stroke. I don't need the stroke, and for the fill I'm going to choose black color. Okay, then press S and let's decrease the scale over here. Select this one, move this over here, select this one, move this over here like this. Okay, let's try to adjust the position properly. Now again select these two, hit Ctrl D and let's try to bring them at the top and hit U, and let's decrease the scale to 10. Okay, now this time select this and move this over here, select this and let's move this over here like this. Okay, now select this stroke over here, not this but this one, hit Ctrl D, select this last one, press S and let's try to increase the scale up to this. Okay, so now if we see this animation, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, like this. Now hit U and so we can see all the keyframes. Select all the keyframes and hit F9, then go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift, move one handle over here and move one handle, select this and move one handle over here. So if we see this animation now, we are gonna get something like this. Now this animation should be one by one, so I'm going to take a distance of 5 frames and I'll adjust it like this with the help of open square bracket like this. So if I see this animation now, I'm gonna get something like this. Okay, now I'm going to select one ellipse, and by holding shift I'm going to create one ellipse. Select this, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Press S for scaling option and scale it like this. Now go to the start, press P for position, create one keyframe, go to around 2 seconds, create another keyframe. Go to the start and let's bring this out of this composition somewhere around like this. Select this, hit Ctrl D, press P and let's bring this out of this composition somewhere around like this. Okay, so we are getting something like this. Now select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift, move this handle over here, zoom in, select this and move this handle over here like this. So if you see, we will get something like this, but it looks quite weird, so I'm going to select this and let's move this up to 1 second, and this animation should start somewhere around at this point like this. Okay, and then whenever it's going to touch, I'm going to select this and I'll hit Ctrl D, I'll hit U and I'm going to delete this keyframes, and with the help of open square bracket move this over here. Press S for scaling option, create one keyframe at the start, zoom in and let's increase the size of it somewhere around like this. Okay, then select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. So I'm gonna get this kind of stuff. So if we see, first we will get this and then this. Now for this ellipse, I want some opacity animation as well. So press T for opacity, create one keyframe and let's make this opacity 0. Hit page down button 2 times and let's make this 100. Hit page down button 2 times and let's make this opacity 0. Now select those keyframe, hit F9, alt click on the stopwatch and type loop out expression over there. Copy this expression, or you can select those keyframe and hit Ctrl C, go over here, select this and hit Ctrl V. So I'm gonna get this kind of stuff. Same expression you can apply to the strokes as well. So you can select this and you can go somewhere around over here and hit Ctrl V, so you will get that animation over here as well. You can select these two as well and you can apply that animation over them as well. Okay, so if we see, we are gonna get something like this. Now after that, hit U, then right click new and create one null object. Okay, and select this and hit enter and let's call it as rotation. Okay, now except for this and this and this first 3 layers, all of them should be parent with this null object. So select this and bring this after this first 3 layers, which is this one and this one, and except the last layer, which is our main background, select all of these layers and make it a parent with this rotation. Now go to the start, press R for rotation, create one keyframe, go somewhere around over here and let's make this 90. So if we see, we will get something like this, and let's increase this rotation somewhere around over here, so we will get something like this. Okay, if you want, then you can increase it up to 10 seconds as well, like this. Okay, now when this thing is going to appear, I want some extra stuff over there as well. So for that, what I can do, I can select this ellipse, I can select the black color. Let's, by holding shift, create one ellipse over there, select this, go to the ellipse, go to the ellipse path and let's make this size 5, and let's disable this titles action just for now. I'm going to select this ellipse in out this contains, go to the add, choose repeater, go to the repeater, go to the transform repeater. Let's decrease the repeater size from here. Let's increase the number of copies. Then select this repeater, hit Ctrl D, go over here, transform repeater. Let's make this position 0 from here and increase the position from here, and let's decrease the number of copies over there. Okay, then select this, hit Ctrl D to duplicate it and move this, press P for position. Let's bring this down from here to here to here. Okay, then select both the layers, press P for position, create one keyframe, go somewhere around somewhere at this point. Let's select this, move this from here to here, select this and move this from here to here. Now select those keyframe and move them somewhere up to 5 seconds. So if you see, along with this I'm gonna get this animation. Now select these two, let's press S and let's increase the size, and let's change the position somewhere around over here like this, and press T for opacity and let's make this opacity 20 like this. Okay, now I'm going to select all of this stuff and press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as animation. Okay, so this is all the animation stuff, and now I'm going to bring my PNG logo. You can choose whatever logo you want over here like this. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for find edge effect, and you can double click to apply, and if you invert this, as you guys can see, we are getting weird stuff. So what I can do, let's apply fill color over here to this logo and choose white color, and let's try to apply find edge effect now. As you guys can see, I'm gonna get this kind of stuff, and if I choose invert I'll get weird stuff. So I'm going to choose this stuff over here. So let's do that and press S for scaling option, go to the align tab, align it horizontally properly and choose screen mode, or let's choose multiply like this. Okay, so we are going to choose multiply mode like that. Okay, and press T for opacity and let's decrease the opacity somewhere around, let's say 30 maybe, and you can increase the size a little bit over here. Press T, let's make this 25. Okay, so we'll get something like this, and select this, press P for position. Initially it should be over here, create one keyframe, go few frame forward and move this from here to here. Okay, and move this keyframe over here. So what will happen along with that, we will get a small amount of animation as well. Now we will hit Ctrl 0 and we will bring our PNG logo over here again, and we will apply fill effect over here, and I'm going to choose white color. Select this, press S and let's decrease the size of it. Now at this point somewhere around this, I'm going to select this, move this over here, press P for position, create one keyframe, press T for opacity, create another keyframe, hit U, go few frame forward, create another keyframe, go to the start, move this upward and let's make this value 0. Select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph editor, select this graph, by holding shift move this handle over here. So we are gonna get this kind of reveal. So if you see this animation now, we will get something like this. Now I'm going to select this animation portion and I'll hit Ctrl D. Let's bring this at the top over here and right click, go to the reveal layer in source project, select this animation and hit Ctrl D, and by holding Alt I'm going to replace it over here. Okay, then double click to open this, and we are going to delete this portion, which is this one. We will hit delete. Similarly these two portions I'm going to delete, I don't want them. Okay, over here I'm going to choose over here tint effect. Let's double click to apply and swap this color. Okay, and bring this over here and let's minimize it. Okay, so somewhere around at this. Okay, so initially I'll get this animation, then I'm going to bring this stuff over here and let's enable this over here like this. Okay, so let's bring this over here like this and press T for opacity, and let's decrease the opacity. So now if we see this animation along with this, I'm gonna get this kind of animation. Now right click new and create one null object. Select all of these layers, make it apparent with this null, select this null, go to the start, press S, let's make this 110, create one keyframe. Okay, and as the animation goes somewhere around 5 to 6 seconds, let's make this 100, or let's make this 90 or something, or let's make this 100. Okay, so here we are in Adobe Photoshop. Now I have created this document with height width 1920 by 180 and it is in RGB mode. Now I'll go to the freepik.com and I'll search for this globalization world map image. I'll provide the link of this in the description so you can download it and use it over here. Now I have already downloaded it and it is in a JPG format, and I'm going to simply bring this image in Photoshop over here and I'll hit enter like this. Now this is a properly JPG file over here, and I'm going to right click and I'm convert this to rasterize layer because I don't want any white background. So let's disable our original white background, and now I'm gonna go in my eraser tool and I'm going to choose magic eraser tool, and with the help of that I'm simply click on this white portion so it will automatically delete. Same procedure, I'll go over here, let's delete this white backgrounds which are very small. Zoom in and check out wherever they are like this, sorry, like this. Okay, so I think these are the white backgrounds, so I'll save this file and I'll hide this file. I'm going to create a new layer. Then I have this Google logo as well, so simply bring this Google logo over here and hit enter. Then again I'm going to right click and rasterize this layer, and I want each and every alphabet on separated layer. So for that what we can do, I can select my rectangle selection tool and I'm going to select this G over here. I'll hit Ctrl X to cut, create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. Double click and let's call it as G, and let's hide this. Same procedure I am going to follow for all of this alphabet. So simple procedure is there, simply hit Ctrl X to cut those alphabets and create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V, and then you have to name that layer. Okay, so I'll do this procedure a little bit faster. I'll delete this extra layer, I don't need that. Okay, so we have these alphabets and we have this world map, and then we have this background over here. Let's call it as map only like this. Okay, then I'm going to save this file. Then I'll go to the Adobe After Effects and I'm going to create a new composition and I'm going to call it as main animation over here. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, duration is 30 seconds long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK like this. Then let's choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title save action. Then over here let's press Ctrl I and I'm going to bring my Photoshop file over here and import footage and composition written layer sizes, and simply hit import and hit OK like this, and we will bring this over here. Now let's double click to open this and we will hide this map and this background first. Not background, we will lock this background. Now we have this alphabets over here, select all of them or instead of that right click new and create one null object. Select all of them and let's make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press S and let's decrease the size of this images. Okay, like this, and then we will delete this null object. Now after that I am going to select my ellipse tool and I'm going to choose blue color for this stroke. Okay, and stroke width I'm going to choose 1 pixels, and by holding shift I'm going to create this kind of ellipse like this. Select this, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Press S for scaling option and scale it like this. Okay, select this, hit Ctrl D, press S and let's increase the size. See, adjust the size like this. Select this, hit Ctrl D, press S and adjust the size like this over here. Select all of this. Let's decrease the size somewhere around over here like this. Okay, again select this last, hit Ctrl D, press S and let's decrease the size like this. Now we are going to animate these alphabets, so let's select all of this Google alphabets and hit Ctrl D to duplicate and let's bring them at the top, and over here I am going to change the color of them to yellow. Similarly select all of this and press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as path. Okay, and double click to go inside this, so all of these layers are in a different composition, and press Ctrl K to open the project settings and change the color of this one to white. Okay, now let's try to adjust them properly. I'm going to move them over here. Select this O and let's move this over here. Select this O, let's move this over here. Select this G, I'm going to move this over here. I'll select this L, I'll move this over here. Select this E and I'm going to move this over here like this. Now right click, new, and create one null object, and let's select this shape layers, and in search option I'm going to type dash. Okay, so we will get this option of dashes even if I type DA, and we need to click on this plus icon of each and every one like this. Okay, so we are getting this kind of dashes structure. After that I have created this null object over here. I'm going to select this G and I'll make it a parent with this null object. I'll select this null object, I'll press R for rotation, create one keyframe at start. I'll go to around 6 and I'll make this one complete rotation like this. Okay, then I'll alt click on this stopwatch and I'm going to type loop out expression over here. So what will happen then, even after this it will loop. Similarly I'm going to select this G, I'll press R, create one keyframe. I'll go over here and I'm going to make this -1. Then I'll copy this expression by hitting Ctrl C, and by holding Alt I'm going to press Ctrl V, that expression over here. So it's rotating but it's not changing its personal rotation. Now we have to follow this procedure for all of this alphabet. So I'm going to select this null object and I'll hit Ctrl D. After G I'm going to select this O and I'll make it a parent with this like this. As you guys can see, we are getting this kind of rotation over here. Now we don't need to do any kind of stuff over there. Okay, similar, I'll select this here null object, I'll hit Ctrl D and select this O and I'll make it a parent with this, but this time I'm going to select this null object, I'll hit U and I'm going to right click, keyframe, time reverse keyframe, so it will rotate it on opposite direction. Okay, like this. Or instead of that, let's hit Ctrl Z. We will do this for this G. So select this null object and hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. Okay, I'm going to select this G and this L as well because they are from same path, and let's move this over here like this. Okay, like this. Then I'm going to select this and I'll hit Ctrl D. I'm going to select this E and I'm going to make it a parent with this first one. Now for this E, I'm going to select this, hit U and choose right click, keyframe assistance, time reverse keyframe. So this E is animating in opposite direction over here. Okay, like this. Now hit U, select this G, hit U. I'm going to copy this keyframe, hit Ctrl C, select all of these alphabets and hit Ctrl V. Okay, like this. So they are not going to change their individual rotation, but for this E, I'll hit Ctrl V again to apply the same keyframe as G, but over here I'm going to right click, keyframe assistance and time reverse keyframe. Okay, so we'll get this in opposite direction like this. Okay, now let's try to animate this properly over here. Now this is G, we are already animating this. Let's enable this and press S for scaling option, create one keyframe. Let's zoom into somewhere around over here like this, somewhere around 20 frame. Create another keyframe, go to the start, and initially let's increase the scale somewhere around like this until it's going out of the composition. Select this keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph editor, select this, right click and make sure that you are in edit speed graph. Select this, and by holding shift move this handle over here and move this handle over here. So we are getting this kind of stuff, okay, like this. Now let's go inside this. Now we have this shape layers as well. So press R for rotation, create one keyframe, go somewhere around 10 seconds, and let's make this 1 2 -2, and this should be -1, okay, like this. Then alt click on the stopwatch and type loop out expression on it. You can copy this expression over here and over here like this, okay. Then along with that, if you want, then you can change the individual of them, and you can change their stroke width as well if you want, like this, or let's say 2 maybe, like this. And you can pick up the color of them to this red one as well, okay. So we are getting this kind of stuff, okay. So if I see this over here, not over here but over here, I'll get this kind of stuff. Now along with that, I'm going to right click, new, and create one adjustment layer. I'll go to the effect and presets panel, and I'll search for CC lens and double click to apply. Let's hide all of these layers. Let's select this, let's create one keyframe at size initially, and go over here, hit U, and let's increase size totally up to this. Now select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift, I'll move this handle over here. So if you see this animation now, we are gonna get something like this, okay. Now select these two layers and press Ctrl Shift C, and we will call it as path, or let's call it as orbit animation, okay. So our one animation is done like this. Now we will close this and we will try to focus on our map. So select this map and press Ctrl Shift C, and let's call it as Earth, okay. And double click to open this, and press Ctrl Y to create one solid background. And I'm going to pick up this blue color like G, and hit OK, and hit OK, and let's bring this backward. Select this map, go to the effect and presets panel, and search for fill effect to apply, and choose white color over here like this. Now over here we need to do one trick over here. Now select this map and hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, and I'm going to disable this, hide this first map. Now select this map over here, press P for position, create one keyframe, then go somewhere around 20 frame, create another keyframe like this, okay. And go to the start, and we will bring this out of this composition like this, okay. So we'll get this kind of animation. Let's bring this animation up to 2 seconds, okay. Now select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph editor, select this graph, and by holding shift simply move this handle over here. So if I see, I'll get this kind of animation like this, okay. Then go to the start, and at the start enable this first layer, and then select this and make it apparent with this second layer. So we will get this kind of rotation, okay. Now let's go to the main animation, go to the effect and presets panel, and search for CC sphere effect, and double click to apply. Now increase the radius of it, go to the light options, light intensity I'm going to choose 100. Shading, we need to increase this value over here up to, let's say, 80, and diffuse I'm going to choose 10, or let's say somewhere around 20 to 30 maybe, like this. Now create one keyframe at radius, hit U, and similarly we will go to 2 seconds, we will create another keyframe. Then at the start I'm going to make this value 0. So if I hit play, I'll get this kind of rotation. Now select those keyframe and hit F9. Again we'll go to the graph editor, I'll select this graph, and by holding shift I'll move this handle over here. So if I see, I'll get this kind of spinning rotation. Now somewhere around at 1 second, I'm going to create let's say a rotation, and we will create one keyframe at rotation. Hit U, and we have to rotate it on y-axis. So let's go somewhere around 10 frame over here, and let's make this one complete rotation. So first I'll get this, and along with this I'm going to get this rotation as well. Now I'm going to select this layer, and I'm going to convert this layer into 3D layer like this. Okay, so if I see this, I get this orbiter animation over here like this. Then I'm going to get this animation over here. Okay, so let's focus it this later. Now I need to create some orbiting stuff around this sphere. So for that I'm going to create one ellipse, and let's delete this stroke, and I'm going to create red color just for now, and by holding shift I'm going to create one colored orbit sphere over here, and press Ctrl Alt Home, and let's call it as hit enter, and let's call it as 1, and convert this layer into 3D. Okay, then right click new and create one null object. Select this null object and convert this null object into 3D and make it apparent with this null object. Okay, now select this over here and make it apparent with this null. Select this, press R for rotation. We will create one keyframe at the start, then we'll go and somewhere around 4 seconds, and we'll make this one complete rotation. So if you see, we are getting this kind of rotating animation. Along with that, this should be also rotated. So press R, create one keyframe at Y rotation, go over here, and let's make this -1. So we will get this kind of animation. Now there is no any depth of field kind of stuff. To get that, I'm going to right click new and create one camera, and angle of view, let's choose 72, and now let's try to hit play. We are getting certain depth of field. So if you're still not getting, let's make this angle of view 90, and let's see. Okay, or after that hit double A, and now let's increase this zoom over here like this. Okay, so now you will get something like this. Let's double click and zoom in, and let's try to increase this value a little bit more, and then let's zoom in over here, and let's see what kind of get. Or instead of zooming, let's make this 200 zoom, but over here you will get this option called track Z camera, and try to Z camera, we are getting something like that. So let's adjust the camera settings. Zoom, I'm going to choose 500. I'm going to double click on it, and angle of view I'm going to choose 70 only over here. Let's decrease the zoom value like this, and in camera you will get this track Z camera, simply track Z camera somewhere around like this. Okay, like this. So now we are getting proper size stuff over there. Okay, like this. Now select this two, hit U, and alt click on this stopwatch and type loop out expression over there. Okay, copy this expression and apply this expression over here as well. So we are getting this kind of stuff. Now select this two layers. If you think the animation is very slow, then you can bring this up to 2 seconds as well. That is also not a problem, like this. Like this. Then we need to create some starting elements. So select this, press S initially, one keyframe, go few frame forward, create another keyframe, go to the start, let's make this 0. Okay, so it will look like they're starting from someone. Okay, now select these two layers, press Ctrl Shift C, and let's call it as orbit 1. Okay, then click on this icon and convert this layer into 3D as well, like this. Now let's enable our Google logo layers, because we want colors for this. So go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect and double click to apply, and we will pick up this blue color over here. Then select this, hit Ctrl D, we will apply this red color. Ctrl D, we will apply this green color. Ctrl D, and we will apply this green color, sorry, not green but this yellow color. Okay, Let's hide our Google alphabets, and now let's select this a yellow one, and we need to rotate it on Z axis like this. Select this, rotate this on Z axis like this. Select this and let's rotate on Z axis like this. Okay, so we are getting this kind of animations over here like this. Okay, like this. Inside this also enable this icon, but if you see over there we have one problem that they are not going outside of this stuff. So let's go to the top view and let's see what is the problem over here. Okay, so the thing is that because we have applied this expression, I mean all of them are in one comp, that's why it's not possible. So let's do hit Control Z. Okay, so as you guys can see we are getting this stuff over here. Now I'm going to hit Control D and I'll bring this at the top. Again I'll hit Control D and I'll bring this at the top. Again I'll hit Control D and I'll bring this at the top. So now I have this force time structure over here. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to enable my this alphabetical layers. I'm going to select this first red one, and with over here in fill I'm going to pick up this green color. Then I'm going to select this second one, I'm going to pick up this green color over here. Then I'm going to select this third one and I'm going to pick up this red color. Then for the fourth one, let's go few frame forward, I'm going to pick up this yellow color. Okay, so each and every one is like that. Now all you need to do, simply select this null object over here. Let's hide this alphabets, we don't need that. I'm going to pick up this null object, I'll press R and I'm simply going to change the Z rotation of it. So as you guys can see we are getting this kind of stuff over here like this. Okay, but if you see over there we will still get some problem, and let's try to change this orientation, we will get different results over here. Okay, so instead of changing Z rotation we need to change the orientation of it on Z axis. Okay, so let's go somewhere around over here. I'm going to change the orientation on this axis like this. As you guys can see we are getting this animation in opposite direction. For this one press R, we will change the orientation over here somewhere around like this. For this one press R and change the orientation somewhere around like this. Okay, so adjust the orientation according to your needs like this. Along with that the animation should be one by one. So what we can do, I'm going to take a distance of 10 frames. So select this one and this one. With the help of open square bracket I'm going to move this one over here and move this one over here like this. Okay, so if I see this animation now, I'll get this animation first and then this animation first. Okay, now after all of that simply right click new and create one null object, hit enter and let's call it as main controller. Okay, and now let's select this null object, this null object, this null object and this null object, make it a parent with this main controller over here, and somewhere around 4 seconds I'm going to select this, press S for scaling option. Let's create one keyframe, go few frame forward and we will increase the size of this in such a way that it should go out of this composition. Now select those keyframe and hit F9 like this. Okay, and at this point we will select all of them, and by holding alt I'm going to alt close bracket to trim up to this like this. Okay, similarly I'm going to select this earth and I'll hit U and I'll create one keyframe at radius over here. then go over here and let's make this radius 0, like this. Okay, similarly select all of these shape layers, press S, create one keyframe over here, go over here and let's make the scale 0, like this. Okay, so this is for this. Then similarly we have this orbiting structure. I'm going to select this, I'll hit U. Okay, we will get this animation. Then hit U. At this point I'm going to select this, press S, create one keyframe, go over here and we will increase in such a way that it should go out of this composition. Then select this and hit F9. Okay, so now we will hit U and hit U so we can see all of this keyframe. Select all of this keyframe and hit F9. Then go to the graph editor, select this graph, by holding shift move one handle over here and we will move one handle over here, like this. Or instead of that you can select this, by holding shift move this handle over here, select this and move this handle over here. So we'll get this kind of pop-up. And at this point this G, this orbit should hold Alt close bracket to trim up to this. So after that they are not going to appear, like this. And now at this point my alphabetical animation should start to animate. So I'm going to select this remaining G's and alphabets. I'll press Ctrl Shift C and I'll call it as text animation and hit OK. Then double click to open this, hit Ctrl A, enable this, press P, select them, all of the position keyframes, right click and choose separate dimension, create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y. Then go somewhere around 1 second, select all of them, again create another keyframe, go few frame forward, again create another keyframe. Then go to the start, go to the align tab, align horizontally, align vertically, and let's try to bring this over here. Go few frame forward and let's move them over here like this. Then go somewhere around over here and let's move them over here. Press S for scaling option, create one keyframe at the start, hit U, go over here, create one keyframe, go to the start and let's make this 0. Okay, in search option type Y, select those keyframe and hit F9, go to the graph editor, zoom in, select this graph, by holding shift move this handle over here and move this handle over here, select this, move this handle over here, select this, move this handle over here. Similarly select this, move this handle over here, zoom in, select this, move this handle over here, select this, move this handle over here, select this and move this handle over here, like this. Then press R for rotation, create one keyframe, hit U, go over here, let's make this one complete rotation, like this. Okay, then hit page down button one time, select this O, move this over here, move this over here, move this over here and move this over here. Now over here this animation, which is a text animation, it should start at somewhere around at this point, like this. So if I see this animation, I'll get this first, and when this animation done, then this animation start to appear like this. Okay, so first this and then this. Okay, and go to the main animation comp. Over here press N, press S, create one keyframe, then go to the start and let's make this 110. So along with this animation you will get a small amount of scaling animation as well, like this. So this is how you can create this kind of Google logo reveal animation. And if you think this is quite small, then you can simply increase the size of this logo. You can go inside this, select all of them and enable motion blur as well. So this animation first and then this animation start. So this is how you can create Google logo reveal animation. So first of all, here we are in Adobe Photoshop. Now we have to animate this logo. I got this file from google.com. You can simply get it from there. Now after getting this file, I want each and every alphabet on separated layer. So for that, what we can do, I'll go to the select options and I'm going to choose my color range options, and with the help of this picker I'm going to pick up this color, and fuzziness I'm going to choose 120 and simply hit OK, and I'm going to hit delete and simply hit Ctrl D to deselect it. Create a new layer and double click this layer and apply BG. Name it as this BG, and because we have picked up this color, as you guys can see, we have this color over here. So simply hit Alt backspace to apply that color and bring this layers downward, and we will lock this color. Now we have this text layer over here which is separated, but I want each and every layer, each and every alphabet on separated layer. So I'm going to select my rectangle tool and I'm going to select this B. I'll hit Ctrl X, cut it out, and create a new layer, and I'll press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. Double click and name it as B. Same procedure I'm going to follow for this E as well. Hit Ctrl X, new layer, press Ctrl Shift V, double click, name it as E, hide. Again I'm going to select this H, hit Ctrl X, new layer, press Ctrl Shift V, hit double H. Again let's select this, Ctrl X, new layer, press Ctrl Shift V. I'll do this procedure a little bit faster. Okay, so as you guys can see, each and every alphabet is properly on separated layer. Now our Photoshop work is done. Now we will focus on our After Effects animation. So let's go to the Adobe After Effects and create a new composition. We are going to call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, duration let's choose 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Now I'm going to press Ctrl I on my keyboard to select my Photoshop file, and I import as I'm going to choose composition, return layer sizes, and simply hit import and hit OK. Then I'm going to double click to open this. First of all, I'm going to select this BG and I'll hit Ctrl C to copy. I'll go to the main animation, I'll hit Ctrl V. Then I'll go to the align tab. I'm going to choose align horizontally and then align vertically. Then press S for scaling option. Unlink this. Let's decrease the size from here and increase the size from here. So this is our BG. We will lock this layer. Then I'm going to go and select my all the alphabets. I'll press Ctrl C to copy. I'll go over here and I'll hit Ctrl V, and I'm going to adjust it properly at the center like this. Then after that, right click, new, and create a null object. Select all of these alphabets and let's make it a parent with this null. Select this null, press S for scaling option and scale it like this, and then delete it. Now I'm going to select all of these layers. I'll press P for position. I'm going to select all of this position by holding shift. I'll right click, go to the separate dimensions. So now we have X and Y on separated layer. Create one keyframe on both the layers. Zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around 1 second, create another keyframe. Then go 10 frame forward, which means 1.10 frames, and create another keyframe. Now in middle of this, I'm going to change the Y position keyframe up to over here like that, and at the start I'm gonna go choose align tab, align horizontally, and then align it vertically. So if I see, I'll get this kind of stuff, and somewhere around 1.5 frames I'm going to move this a little bit upward. Then in search option I'll type Y only, so I'll get this Y position keyframes. Select all the Y position keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph editor. First of all, right click and make sure that you are in edit speed graph. Select this by holding shift, move this handle over here, select this and move this handle over here, select this, move this handle over here, select this and move this handle over here. Zoom in a little bit. Select this by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Select this, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Select this and move this handle over here like that. So if you see, we will get this kind of stuff. Now press S for scaling option, create one keyframe on each and every one. Okay, go to around 1 second, create another keyframe, go to the start and let's make this 5. Okay, like this. Now select the scaling keyframes and hit F9 like this. Then go to the graph editor, select this. By holding shift I'll move this handle over here like this. Then, or instead of that, let's do one thing. We will select the scaling keyframes and we will hold Control to apply normal scaling. Then press R for rotation, create one keyframe, go to around 1 second and let's make this one complete rotation. Now select those rotation keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift, move one handle over here and move one handle over here like this, and select all of them and enable their motion blur like this. Now zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around 2 seconds. Select this E and with the help of open square bracket move this over here, move this over here. I'm going to take a distance of 2 frames like this and like this. Okay, so if I see this animation, I'll get this kind of stuff. Now select all of them and press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as text animation and hit OK, and we will hide this. Now I'm gonna go and I'm going to choose my ellipse, and by holding shift I'm going to create one ellipse like this. Select this, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Then go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically like this. Now select this, select this, press P for position, select, right click and choose separate dimension. Now select this and initially I'm going to move this keyframe over here, create one keyframe like this. Then go somewhere around, let's say, zoom in, let's go somewhere around 1.20 frames and select this and go to the align tab and we are going to choose align horizontally, so it will come from here to here. Then create one keyframe at Y position, go somewhere around over here, create one keyframe, go over here, create another keyframe like this, and in middle of that I'm going to change the Y position keyframe somewhere around over here. Similarly at this point I'll copy this, Ctrl C Ctrl V Y position keyframes, select those Y position keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this. By holding shift move this handle over here and this handle over here, move this handle over here, select this and move this handle over here, select this, move this handle over here, this over here and this over here, select this and move this handle over here, so we will get this kind of bouncy effect. Okay, and if you want, you can, by holding Alt, you can increase the duration somewhere around like this. Okay, you can select this Y position, go to the graph editor, zoom in a little bit and check out whether the graph is properly or not. Yeah, okay. Now after that select this and hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, press Ctrl Shift C and I'm going to call it as, let's say, sphere and hit OK. Then at this point right click and go to the time and choose time freeze frame, and with the help of open square bracket I'll move this up to here. Go to the effect and presets panel and apply CC pixel poly and double click to apply. So as you guys can see, we will get something like this. Then at this point select the shape layer and press Ctrl Shift D to split it and we will delete it. Okay, and select this pixel poly effect. I'm gonna choose force 300, gravity 0.3. okay, and grid spacing choose 5 like this. Okay, so we will get this kind of stuff, and select this pixel poly and hit Ctrl D, and this time I'm going to choose grid spacing or 15 like this. And let's say size randomness also somewhere around like 100, and force I'm going to choose 100 but gravity 1% like this. Or let's say gravity I'm going to choose 0.1 only like this, and choose force somewhere around 150. Let's see how does it looks. We'll get something like this. Okay, then I'm going to select this. I'll press T for opacity, create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and let's make the opacity 0. Okay, and at this point I want this text animation should start to animate, so I'll select it and move this over here. So if I see this animation, I'll get something like this. Okay, and at this point over here I want some pointy structure. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select my pen tool, and over here I'm going to create one pointy structure like this. Let's try to adjust it somewhere around like this. Okay, and let's make this fit. Press Ctrl Alt Home, press Ctrl Alt Home, select this, and let's try to move this. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Okay, and let's bring this over here. Okay, so it will look like that it's pointing out at this point. Now select both this pointed structure and press Ctrl Shift D and move this over here. Select, go over here, press Ctrl R and bring one ruler over here for the line, and then select this pointed structure, press P, or you can simply move this downward with the help of arrow keys like this. Okay, and let's make this fit. Now select both of these layers and press Ctrl Shift C, and we will call it as animation only. Hit Ctrl D, press S, unlink this, and let's make this -100. Press P for position, and let's bring this downward, and go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect and double click to apply, and we are going to choose black color like this. Okay, like this. Then we will select this animation layer, which is fill effect is applied. Press Y for pan behind tool, zoom in a little bit and move this over here. Press S, and let's try to decrease the size over here. Let's choose -50, somewhere around like this. So we will get this kind of stuff. Then select this text animation layer, hit Ctrl D, press S, unlink this, and let's make this -100. Press P for position, and let's bring this downward like this. And apply fill effect and choose black color again and bring this downwards like this. Okay, then press S, and let's make this -50. Okay, so I think we should avoid this one because this looks very weird. I'll stick with this shadow only like this. So this is how you can create this kind of logo reveal animation. So here we are in Adobe for After Effects. Let's create a new composition. We are going to name it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose, let's say 1920. height I'm going to choose 180, frame rate is 30, duration is 1.30 second, and background color is black color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title section. Then I'm going to press Ctrl N to create another composition, and I'll call it as text animation and hit OK. Press Ctrl K to open the project settings again, and width over here I'm going to choose 1080 pixels and hit OK. Then let's make this fit. Then press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and we will lock this layer. Then I'm going to press Ctrl N to create another composition, and height over here I'm going to choose, let's type slash and divide it by 6, which means we will get something like this. Okay, press Ctrl K again to open the project settings, and let's call it as strip. Okay, and color, background color I'm going to choose white color over here so we can see the text, or let's say black color is okay because we have already added the white color over here. So press Ctrl Y over here to select one solid background and lock this layer. Now I'm going to type my text over here, and let's type our text. I'm going to type motion, and for the color I'm going to choose black color. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Press Ctrl Alt Home, go to the character menu, and for the font I'm going to choose Oswald font and Oswald minimum. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Ctrl Alt Home, press S and increase the size of this text somewhere around like this. Go to the character menu and let's decrease the alphabetical distance between these two text. After that, hit spacebar, type dash again, type motion, then go to the align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically, press Ctrl Alt Home, press S, and this time let's decrease the size so our text is going to be inside this composition like this. Okay, and if you want, then you can increase the alphabetical distance again so you can adjust it properly like this. Okay, so our text strip is ready. Now go to the text animation and we will bring our strip over here. Then we will go to the effect and presets panel and we will search for one effect called CC Reptile effect and simply double click to apply. Expand down, let's type 500 and let's see. Expand up, let's type 500 and let's see. Okay, now select this strip and hit Ctrl D. Select this second one, go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect and double click to apply, and we will lock this layer. Now select this strip, press P for position, create one keyframe, zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around 2 seconds and we will change the position somewhere around like this. Okay, let's go inside this strip and we will hide this white layer for now. Okay, so now as you guys can see, we have this kind of animation. Now let's go to the 2 second and I'll move this until this text is going to be properly cover this red text over here like this. Okay, now as you guys can see, we are getting this halfway through, so we need to increase the expand down option over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, we are getting this animation. Now alt click on the stopwatch and type loop out expression on it like this, and let's delete this reference layer. So now if you see this animation, this is going to be continuously in the form of loop. Okay, you can go inside the strip and you can delete this white solid background. We don't need that anymore. Now let's go to the main animation, hit Ctrl 0 to open the project settings. We will bring our text animation comp and we will move this over here, and let's make this fit. Now select this text animation and hit Ctrl D. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC sphere effect and simply double click to apply. And let's go to the light options or shading options. Let's say increase the ambient value to 40 and decrease the diffuse value to 10, and let's increase the ambient somewhere around like this and increase the diffuse to 20. So let's make this ambient 90 and diffuse 20. Okay, then we will go to the rotation options and we will rotate it on somewhere around like this axis. So as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of animation. Now I want this thing should be rotate on y axis also, so I'll create one keyframe at y rotation and hit U, and as you guys can see, my animation is in the form of loop at 2 seconds. So let's 2 plus 2 4, 2 plus 2 6, and then again 8. So I'm gonna go somewhere around 8 second. So what will happen after 8 second also, this is going to be in the form of loop. So I'll go somewhere around 8 second maybe, and I'll change this complete rotation to 1. So what will happen, along with this animation we will get this rotation animation also. Okay, now I'm going to select this text animation over here. I'll go to the effect and presets panel, and I'll search for mesh warp effect and simply double click to apply. Now rows I'm going to choose 1 and column I'm going to choose 2, so I'll get this kind of stuff. Let's choose rows also 2, so we will get this line. We will hide this ellipse just for now. Now select this and select this mesh warp, and we will click in the middle over here, and so we can see we are getting this 4 handles. All we need to do, first of all, select this and move this properly at the center. So select this mesh warp effect, select this point, select this and move this properly at the center like this. Zoom in a little bit and make sure this is going to be in the proper line like this. Okay, if I select this and see this again, make sure to adjust it properly. Same thing I'll follow for this one also. Let's select this line and move this properly towards this center. Then I'm going to pick up this line. Let's move this properly towards the center. Then select this line and move this properly towards the center. Okay, now after that select this line, select this one and move this properly towards the center. Okay, so if you see, we are getting this kind of stuff. Similarly select this line and move this towards the center. So if I see this now, I'm gonna get this kind of animation. Select this, go to the quality and increase the quality to 10, and let's then enable this circle over here like this. Okay, now let's select this, press Ctrl Shift C and move all attributes into the new composition and hit OK. Double click to open this comp, press Ctrl K over here, and width I'm going to choose 1080 again. Okay, so we will get this kind of stuff. Now select this, and now again I'm going to choose mesh warp. Again I'm going to follow the same procedure. I'm going to make it 2,2. Select this one, this middle one, and you can move it like this. You can move it like this. Then select this one, you can move it like this, and you can move it like this. So now if you see this animation, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, so now select this CC sphere layer, go to the effect and presets panel and search for drop shadow effect, and simply double click to apply and increase the drop shadow totally up to 400. Okay, distance should be 0, and you can increase the opacity, so you will get this kind of opacity over here. So we will get this kind of effect. You can go inside this text animation, and over here you can select these layers. You can go to the effect and presets panel and search for ramp effect and apply to this white layer like this. If you see the result in main animation, we will get something like this. Okay, let's make this fit. I'm going to choose radial ramp. Let's bring down this layer to the middle one, and if you see this stuff over here, we are getting this kind of stuff like this. Okay, and you can remove the drop shadow effect also if you want, but I'm gonna stick with this because we need certain depth. So let's go over here and try to bring this properly at the center, and instead of complete black, I'm going to choose a little bit of grayish color. We don't want complete black color over there. And I'm going to select this text animation, which is this layer over here. Right click, go to the reveal layer source project, select this text animation, hit Ctrl D, and by holding Alt I'm going to replace this layer. Double click to open this, select this white solid, and we will delete this gradient ramp. We don't want that ramp for this layer. Okay, and you can go to the CC sphere effect, and let's go to the shading. If you increase this diffuse to 40 and ambient to a little bit, let's say 70, and diffuse 40, so you will get this proper sphere. Okay, then you can press Ctrl Y on your keyboard and create one white solid background, so we will get this kind of effect like this. Then you can right click new and create one null object. You can select all of this and make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press R for rotation. You can rotate it like this, and you can increase a scale up to this, so you will get this kind of effect. Okay, like this. And all of this animation is going to be in the form of loop. Okay, then you can do another thing over here, which I also do for my most of the animations. I'm gonna right click new and create one adjustment layer, and I'm going to apply one tint effect on it, and double click to apply, and I can swap this color over here, and or instead of that, you can choose different color for this, like this. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create one ellipse. By holding shift, I'm going to create one ellipse. Press Ctrl Alt Home, go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Go to the start, select this adjustment layer and make it apparent with this one. Select this, press S. Initially let's make the scale 0. Okay, then I'm gonna go somewhere around 4 seconds, and I'm going to increase the size of this layer somewhere around like this. Okay, so if I see this animation, I'll get something like this. Okay, and instead of red, I'm going to choose black color only, and I'm going to just swap this color, so I'll get different results. Over here, I'm gonna want this should cover the entire composition. I'm going to select this adjustment layer, hit Ctrl D, and let's move this over here. Okay, so I'll gonna get this kind of animation like this. So this is how you can create this kind of dynamic text reveal animation inside of After Effects. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition. I'm going to call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose over here is 1920. Height I'm going to choose 180. Frame rate is 30. Duration I'm going to choose 1 minute long. Okay, and background color I'm going to choose black color and simply hit OK and hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title safe action. Then I'm going to press Ctrl N to create another composition, and I'm going to call it as side. And width I'm going to choose 1080. Height is also 1080, and other things are same, and simply hit OK. Then I'm going to press Ctrl N again, and I'm going to call this composition as strip. And over here, height I'm going to choose width I'm going to choose 1080, but height we are going to divide by 4. So hit OK, we will get this comp. Then press Ctrl Y to create one solid background and hit OK, and we will lock this layer. Then I'm going to select my text tool, and for the font I'm going to choose Poppins font. You are free to choose any font you want. I'm going to choose black color for this, and I'm going to choose extra bold, or let's say black version of this font, and alphabetical distance is 0. Now I'm going to type my text bold over here like this. I'll select this text. I'll press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. I'll go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. I'll press S for scaling option, and I'll scale this text like this. Okay, now I'm going to select my rectangle tool. I'm going to delete this fill. I don't need this fill. And for the stroke, I'm going to choose black color and simply hit OK, and simply double click to create this kind of rectangle. Go to the rectangle one, rectangle path, and unlink this. Over here we need to decrease it from this side, and we need to decrease it from this side. Okay, and stroke width also I'm going to choose 10 pixels. Okay, let's minimize this like this. Now let's go to the side option, hit Ctrl 0. We will bring our strip over here. Select this, go to the align tab, choose align top, hit Ctrl D, enable this snapping, and we will bring this downward, hit Ctrl D, bring this downward, hit Ctrl D, bring this downward. Okay, select this second layer, go to the effect and presets panel and search for tint effect and double click to apply and swap this color. Select this, apply tint effect and swap this color. Okay, so we are gonna get this kind of stuff. Let's go to the so our text is properly aligned. Now we will go to our main animation comp. I'll hit Ctrl 0 to open my project window. I'll select this side and I'll bring this over here. I'll press S for scaling option and I'll scale it like this. Make sure that your snapping option is still on. Now I'm going to select this. I'll hit Ctrl D. I'll snap it over here. Select this, hit Ctrl D, snap properly over here, hit Ctrl D, hit Ctrl D, move this over here, hit Ctrl D and bring this downwards. Okay, so we have this kind of stuff. Now this is the middle one, so we will lock this because we are not going to change anything over here. This one should be parent with this one. So first of all, let's adjust the anchor point of them. So I'm going to select my pen behind tool. I'll select this. I'll move this anchor point over here. I'll move this anchor point over here, this anchor point over here, this anchor point. Sorry, press Y. Select this and move this anchor point over here and this anchor point over here. Okay, then I'm going to select this one and I'll make it a parent with this one. So select this, make it a parent with this one. Okay, now convert all of these layers including this also into 3D and press R for rotation tool. So we are gonna get rotation on each and every axis. I'm going to select this one and we need to rotate it on x-axis. So let's make this -90. Now this uppermost is -90, so obviously this one should be +90, so rotate it on +90 degree. This one should rotate on y-axis, so select this, rotate it on -90 degree like this. And this one, which is a parent with this one, we should also rotate it on -90 degree, and we will select this one and we should rotate it on +90 degree like this. Okay, and hit U, select all of them, and let's unlink this parenting. Now we will go to the top view and we will bring this over here properly at the middle. Let's choose full resolution and we will bring this properly over here and adjust it over here like this. Now let's make this active camera view. Select all of them by hitting Ctrl A and let's bring this in the middle. Now after that, right click new and create one null object and convert this null object into 3D. Select all of these sides and we will make it a parent with this null object. Okay, like this. Now let's make this fit. Now I'm going to press Ctrl N to create another composition and I'm going to call it as line like this. Width I'm going to choose 1080, height I'm going to choose 1080. Now I'm going to select this width and I'm going to type star over here. Star means multiply, and now I'm going to multiply this by 12 and hit OK. So I'm going to get this kind of stuff. Now I'm going to bring my side comp and I'll move this over here, and with the help of align tab I'll align it left. Make sure to enable the snapping tool, hit Ctrl D. Let's bring this over here, bring this over here, bring this over here, and bring this over here like this. Okay, like this. Now I'll go inside this side tool, and as you guys can see we have created this tint effect over here. Let's do one thing. I'm going to delete this tint effect, we don't need that. So all of them are proper white in color like this. Okay, now after that, this null object is controller, so I'm going to hit enter and call this null object as controller like this. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl 0 and I'm going to bring my line comp over here like this, and I'll press S and decrease the size until unless it's going to match this, and I'll convert this null object into 3D. Now select this, press R for rotation, and we have to rotate it on x-axis. So let's make this -90 like this, and we'll go to the left view and we will make sure that this should touch the bottom of this cube like this, and also press S and decrease the size of it like this. Let's make this 27.5. okay, so we are getting something like that. Let's try to adjust it over here, or let's make this 27 only. Okay, this is properly adjusted. As you guys can see, the size of this side is also 27 and this one is also 27. So now let's go to the active camera view like this. Now after that, I'm gonna go right click new, and I'm going to add my camera, and angle of view I'm going to choose 10 over here and hit OK. So I'm gonna get my parallel camera. Then I'm going to select my unified camera tool. Inside that, as you guys can see, we have these 4 options, out of which we are going to choose orbital camera tool, and we will rotate our camera like this. After that, we will go inside this again and we will choose track Z camera tool and zoom in a little bit like this. Now just for now, I'm going to select my line tool over here. I'm gonna go effect and presets panel, and I'll apply tint effect, and I'll swap this color just for now. Now I'm gonna go in my top view over here. Now as you guys can see, this is not properly adjusted, so I'm going to select this line, and what I'm going to do, this bolt and this bolt should be properly lined. So I'll bring this at the top layer. This is not going to work like that. What we are going to do, I'm going to select this and I'll move this over here until this box is properly in the middle of this one and this one. Okay, so let's adjust it properly so it will look like that the white text is between this two. Okay, so now as you guys can see, this is look line wise like that. So I have adjusted the position of this line successfully, and now I'm going to delete that tint effect. I've used that just for the alignment. Okay, now it's properly aligned. So let's go to the active camera view, and now we will start our animation. Now I'm going to select this line. I'll press P for position. I'll create one keyframe. I'll go somewhere around 1 second over here, and I'm gonna move this from here to here. So let's go to the top view again like this, and let's move this from here to here like this. We have to make sure that it's going to be properly at the center only like this. Okay, select those keyframe and hit F9. Now after that, let's go to the left view over here, or let's go to the front view. Okay, now I'm going to press Ctrl R to bring down the ruler, and I'll bring this line over here which should touch the bottom of this. Now let's select this controller, press R for rotation. We have to rotate it on Z axis to rotate, so create one keyframe and Z rotation. Go over here and let's make this 90. Now select those keyframe, this Z position keyframe as well as the line position keyframes. Hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. So if I see, we will get something like this. If I see this in active camera view, I'll get this kind of stuff. Okay, but as you guys can see, there is intersection happening between these two. So to get rid of that, I'm gonna go in my front view again. I'm going to select this controller. I'll press P and I'll create one keyframe. Now hit U, hit page down button 2 times. We will zoom in a little bit. With the help of arrow key, upper arrow keys, I'll move this a little bit upward. The motto is the bottom of this cube should touch this line and create one keyframe. Hit page down button 2 times. Again, with the help of arrow keys, I'll adjust it. Hit page down button 2 times. Again, adjust it. Hit page down button 2 times to go few frame forward and move this upward. Hit page down button 2 times. Again, move this upward. Again 2 times, and let's adjust it. So I'll follow this procedure for each and every time just to get proper results. With the help of down arrow key, I'll adjust it over here. Page down button 2 times and move this over here. And now at last copy the first keyframe, Control C, Control V. Okay, so now if you see, I'm gonna get this kind of stuff. Now we have to apply loop out expression. So select this position keyframe, alt click on this stopwatch and type loop out expression on it like this. We will select this Z rotation, alt click on the stopwatch, type loop out expression, and inside that brackets I'm going to type offset like this. Okay, and for the controller also over here, alt click on the stopwatch, on this position keyframe, type loop out expression. Okay, and let's make this fit. And now if I go to the active camera view, I'm gonna get this animation continuously in the form of loop. Now let's go to the line over here. I'm going to select this effect, double click to apply, and tint effect, and swap this color to get black one. Tint effect, copy up on this layer, hit Control V, Control V, Control V, Control V, Control V, until we are gonna get something up to this, like this, as you guys can see. So we will get that these are converting in black color, and we will select this one, hit Control V, select this one, hit Control V. We will select this line also, Control V. Then we will select this uppermost layer also. Let's see which layer is this, and hit Control V. So as you get now, it will look like that we are applying this color, and at 4 seconds this is going to be in the form of loop. So hit N over here like this. So as you guys can see, we are getting this animation in the form of loop. So this is how you can create this kind of animation inside of After Effects, like this. Okay, and yep, this is how you can create this kind of animation inside of After Effects. So as always, here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition, and we are going to call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, duration is 30 seconds long, and background color I'm going to choose white color, and simply hit OK and hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Then press Ctrl N to create another composition, and we will call it as strip. And height for this one I'm going to choose 150 and simply hit OK. Then press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and we will lock this layer. Then I'm going to select my rectangle tool, and I'm going to choose black color for the stroke, and simply double click over here, and stroke width I'm going to choose 10 pixels. Then go to the rectangle path, and unlink this scale, I mean size, and let's scale this over here and also scale this over here. Okay, and let's lock this. Now our stroke is ready. Now we will type our text. I'm going to select this text over here, and you can type whatever text you want. I'm going to type simple text like motion design over here, and for the text color I'm going to choose black color. I'll hit spacebar 2 times, dash, and again I'm going to type motion design. Now select this text and press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally, and then align it vertically. Now press S for scaling option, and let's scale this text somewhere around like this. Now select this layer and hit Ctrl D, and let's change the color of this one to yellow. Now select this first layer and press P for position, create one keyframe, go somewhere around let's say 4 seconds maybe, and let's press V, and let's move this text from here to here, totally out of this composition over here. Then go to around 8 seconds, and we will copy the first keyframe. So hit Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Now select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, right click and make sure that you are in edit speed graph. Select this graph, and by holding shift I'm going to move one handle over here and then move one handle over here. So if you see this animation, you will get something like this. Okay, now after that let's go in middle of this keyframe, which means at 4 seconds I'm going to select this text over here, and I'll make it apparent with this second one. Okay, and alt click on this position tab, and let's type loop out expression over here like this. Okay, so we will get this animation continuously in the form of loop like this. Okay, select all the layers and enable the motion blur. Then go to the main animation and hit Ctrl 0 over here, and we will bring this strip over here like this. Then press R for rotation, rotate it on 90 degree like this. Then press S for scaling option, and we will scale it somewhere around like this. Then press Ctrl K to open the project settings, and let's change the color of this one to black. Zoom in a little bit over here, hit Ctrl K again, and instead of black let's choose red color, and let's increase the scale somewhere around like this. Okay, so let's try to adjust it like 57.5 maybe, or let's make this 56 or 56.2, or let's say 0.3. Okay, our main motto that it should touch the edge of this comp. Okay, so it's properly touching the edge of this comp. Now I'm going to select this strip, and I'll press Ctrl Shift C, and let's call it as cylinder over here, and hit OK. Now select this, go to the effect and presets panel, search for CC cylinder effect, and double click to apply. But if you see over here, we are getting this weird stuff. So let's go inside this, and instead of this I'll hit Ctrl D. Let's hide this second one. I'll select this, press R for rotation, and let's make this 0, and press S, and let's make the scale 100 again. Okay, so as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of cylinder over here. Okay, let's select this layer, and we will delete this one. Okay, let's go to the shading options over here, and we will increase the ambient a little bit up to 70%, or let's say 80% like this. Okay, now let's increase the radius of this somewhere around like this. So if you see over here, let's make this quad resolution. We are getting this kind of animation over here. If you want, then you can decrease this to 120 as well. Okay, now select this, go to the rotation options, and as you guys can see, we can rotate it on x-axis like this. So let's create one keyframe at x rotation. Select this and hit U. Let's select this, hit Ctrl D, hit U, and let's make this 30. Okay, so we'll get this kind of stuff, but I don't want anything at the back. So for that, what I can do is I can choose only outside render. Similarly over here in render, choose outside over here like this. Now select this cylinder over here, and instead of 120, I'm going to make it 122. So we will increase the scale a little bit over here. Similarly select this, hit Ctrl D again, and press R for or simply hit U, because we have already created rotation X. So let's make this 60 over here like this, and let's make the scale 124 like this. Okay, if you see this in quad resolution, we are getting this kind of stuff, and I think we will make this 120 again. For all the radius should be same, otherwise it will get confusing like this. Similarly I'll select this one over here, hit Ctrl D, select this fourth one, and hit U, and let's make this -30 like this. Then select this, hit Ctrl D, select this fifth one, and let's make this -60 over here like this. Okay, then hit U. Let's select all of this and press Ctrl Shift C, and let's call it as front over here. Now let's make this fit and hit Ctrl 0. Select this front in the project window and hit Ctrl D and double enter, and let's call it as back over here. And let's bring this back comp over here and go inside this back comp over here, and let go inside this back comp. Let's select this, go over here and choose inside, and we will select all the stuff for inside. Like this. Okay, so we are getting this kind of stuff. If you see this in quad resolution, we are gonna get this kind of animation over here like this. Now let's go inside this back. Select the cylinder, right click, reveal layer in source project, and we will select the cylinder and we will hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. Select all of these 5 layers, and by holding Alt I'm going to replace it. Then go inside this, select this strip, right click, reveal layer in source project, select this strip, hit Ctrl D, and by holding Alt I'm going to replace it. Then go inside this and let's uncheck this, select this white color and press Ctrl Shift Y, and let's make this color to black one. Similarly select this stroke, go to the color, choose white one, select this these two text and change the color to black one. So if you see, those background animations are in black color. Now let's go inside this front, and I'm going to take a distance of 5 frames to adjust them like this. Okay, one by one. Similarly, go to the back, zoom in a little bit, again take a distance of 5 frames and adjust them one by one. Okay, and go to the 20 frame, select all of them, hold alt, open square bracket to trim up to this, go to the start and move this over here like this. So as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of alternations in our animation, and because our animation is in the form of loop at 8 seconds, I'll go to the 8 seconds and I'll hit N over here up to this. So after 8 seconds, I'm gonna get this animation continuously in the form of loop. So our sphere is ready. So select this, press Ctrl Shift C, and let's call it as sphere like this. Okay, then select this and press S for scaling option and scale it like this. Then select this, hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, move this over here, hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, move this over here, hit Ctrl D, move this over here, hit Ctrl D and move this over here like this. And you can adjust the scale somewhere around like this. Okay, you can play around with the scaling properties of each and every one like this, and let's adjust it over here like this. Okay, so you will get this kind of stuff. Now select all of them and press R for rotation, create one keyframe, then go to somewhere around 8 seconds over here, and let's make this rotation 1 over here, let's make this -1 over here, let's make this 1 -1 and 1. Okay, so what will happen along with this, if I go to the start and if I hit play, I'll get this kind of alternative rotation animations over there. Now let's make this full resolution over here, select all of them and press Ctrl Shift C, and we will call it as animation over here, and press Ctrl Y to create one white background like this, and bring this at the back. Select this first one, go to the effect and presets panel and search for drop shadow effect and double click to apply, and let's increase the drop shadow somewhere around like 200 over here, and distance to 20 or let's say 40, and opacity 20 or something like this. Okay, so you'll get something like this. Now over here, another thing I can do is that I need certain kind of animation at background as well. So for that, I'm going to select this ellipse and I'll delete this stroke, I don't need that, and I'm going to choose black color for the stroke, and by holding shift I'm going to create one ellipse. Now select this ellipse, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center, go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically, and let's bring this backward. Now initially let's make this 0 or something, create one keyframe, go to around 4 seconds, and we will increase the size until it's going to cover the entire portion. Then select this, hit Ctrl D, with the help of open square bracket I'll move this over here, and this time change the color of this one to white one, and let's make this quad resolution like this. Okay, so now we will get this animation continuously in the form of loop like this. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of typographic animation. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition. I'm going to call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose 1920, height I'm going to choose 180, frame rate is 30, duration I'm going to choose 1 minute long like this, and hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Now I'm going to hit Ctrl N to create another composition, and I'll call this comp as side. Width I'm going to choose 1080 over here, and background color let's choose white color and simply hit OK and hit OK. Then press Ctrl N again to create another composition, and this composition I'm going to call it as strip, and height over here I'm going to type divided by 6 and hit enter. So like this. If you hit Ctrl K over here, as you guys can see, the height is 180, and simply hit OK. Then I'm going to press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and I'm going to choose black color over here, and we will lock this layer. Now simply select your rectangle tool. We will delete this fill. I don't need any fill. And for the stroke color, I'm going to choose white color and simply double click to create this rectangle over this composition. Go to the rectangle one, rectangle path one. In size, unlink this, and let's decrease the size from here, and let's decrease the size from here, and let's minimize this. Now I'm going to select my text, and I'm going to type my text over here. I'm going to type typography. You can type whatever text you want. I'm going to type this basic text. Let's press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Then go to Align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Press S for scaling option and adjust the scale according to your need. Now select this layer and hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. Select the second layer, press P for position, create one keyframe at the start. Let's go somewhere around 2 seconds, and I'm going to move this layer out of this composition like this. Okay, then select this keyframe and hit F9. Then we'll go to the graph editor, right click and choose edit speed graph. Select this graph, and by holding shift I'm going to move this handle over here, and let's move this handle over here. Okay, and let's click on this graph editor again. Select this first layer and make it apparent with the second one. Alt click on the stopwatch and type loop out expression on it and apply this expression. So what will happen, we will get this animation continuously in the form of loop. Okay, then after that right click new and create one adjustment layer. Go to the effect and presets panel, and we are going to apply tint effect on it, and simply double click to apply and swap this color. Now select this. Initially let's move this out of this composition over here. Press P for position, create one keyframe. I'm gonna go somewhere around 4 seconds, and I'll move this out of this composition on opposite side like this. So if I see this animation, I'll get this kind of stuff. Now let's select this and hit F9 and alt click on the stopwatch again and type loop out expression on it. Okay, so if you see, we are gonna get this kind of animation. Okay, let's do one thing. I'll select this keyframe and I'll hit Control to disable that like this. Okay, so this is, let's go to the side option. I'm in side composition, hit Ctrl 0 and I'll bring my strip comp over here. I'll select this, I'll go to the align tab, align it at the top, enable this snapping tool, hit Ctrl D. Let's bring this at the bottom, hit Ctrl D, bring this over here, bring this over here, bring this over here like that. Okay, so I'm gonna get this kind of stuff. Let's go inside this, select this adjustment layer, hit U. I'm going to select this keyframe again and I'll hit F9. I'll go to the graph editor, I'll select this graph, and by holding shift I'll move this handle over here and I'll move this handle over here. So if I see this animation now, I'm gonna get something like this. Okay, now select this first layer, go to the effect and presets panel and apply tint effect and swap this color. Select this tint effect, hit Ctrl C, select this alternate layers and hit Ctrl V like that. Now I'm going to take a distance of 5 frames. Select this, move this over here, move this over here, move this over here, this over here, this over here. Now select all of these layers, hold Alt, open square bracket to trim up to this, go to the start and let's move this over here. So if you see, we will get this kind of animation. Okay, and if you guys see at 4 seconds, suppose I'll go over here and let's say I hit N over here, I'm gonna get this animation in the form of loop. Okay, so we will see that looping animation later. Right now we need to focus on our main animation over here. Then press Ctrl Y on your keyboard and let's create one white solid background, and we will lock this layer. Hit Ctrl 0 and let's bring our side composition over here. Press S for scaling option and scale it like this. Press Y for pan behind tool. Make sure to enable the snapping, and let's bring this over here like this. Okay, now select this, press V, and let's simply move this over here. Make sure that this should be properly over here like that, and let's make this fit. Now select this layer, press F4 and convert this layer into 3D layer, and press R so you can rotate it on Y axis like this. Now I'm going to create one keyframe at Y, hit U. I'll go somewhere around, let's say 2 seconds maybe, and I'll make this 30. Select this, hit Ctrl D, press R. Let's make this 30 plus 30, which is 60. Select this, hit Ctrl D, press R, or simply hit U so you can see these layers, and hit U. Over here this is 30, hit Ctrl D. Let's make this one 0, so hit R, select all of them, press R. So for first one is 0, this is 30, this is 60, this should be 60 plus 30. Okay, like this. Select this, hit Ctrl D, press R. Over here 90 plus 30. Select this, hit Ctrl D, press R. Over here 120 plus 30. So basically we need to add 30 in each and every one. I'll do this procedure a little bit faster. Okay, so we will stop up to this. So if I see this animation now, let's see in quarter resolution, I'll get this kind of animation over here. Now hit U. Let's select those keyframes and hit F9. Let's go to the start and hit U. Then right click, new, and create one null object and convert this null object into 3D. Select all of them and make it a parent with this null. Select this null, press P for position, create one keyframe, then press S for scaling option, then press R for rotation, and as you guys can see we can rotate it on X axis as well. So create one keyframe at X rotation and hit U. Go over here, create another keyframes, and over here we need to rotate it on X axis like this, and we have to change the position somewhere around over here at this point, like that. Then go to the start and we will bring the position of this one over here, and let's increase the scale somewhere around over here like this, and change the position somewhere around over here like this. Okay, now select those keyframe and hit F9. So if you see, we will get this kind of stuff. Now I'm going to select those keyframes and hit F9. Then by holding Alt, I'll move this up to 3 seconds. Then I'll go somewhere around 5 seconds over here. I'm going to select this keyframe, hit Ctrl C, Ctrl V, right click, keyframe assistance, time reverse keyframe. Now I'm going to select this all of this side, and I'm going to create one keyframe at Y rotation. I'll go somewhere around over here, and I'm going to make it 360. Over here also type 360, 360, 360, 360, 360. And we don't need to do anything for this one. This one should be remain like this only. Okay, like that. And this one should be at 8 seconds. So we will get something like this, and at 8 seconds I'm going to hit N. So now if I see this animation, I'll get something like this. Then I'll get this kind of stuff. Now I'm going to select these keyframes, and I'll go to the graph editor. I'll select this graph and hit F9 first of all, and by holding shift move one handle over here and move one handle over here. Now go to the start. Now if you see this animation, we will get this kind of stuff continuously in the form of loop like that. Why this is in the form of loop, let's see. Now if you see in strip options over here, my looping point is at 4, and for this typographic animation also my looping point is at 2. So 2 plus 2 is 4, 2 plus 4 is 6, and plus 4 plus 2 is 8. So anything at 8 second I'm going to get in the form of loop. For example, now suppose if I see this keyframe, now if I move this keyframe to, let's say, 3 second maybe, okay, and if I move this keyframe at the 5 second over here, and if you see over here after 8 second I'm not gonna get any form of loop because they are odd numbers. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move this at 2 and 4, so I'll get this animation continuously in the form of loop at 8 second. So that's why I have used up to 8 seconds only, like that. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of kinetic typographic animation. Now I'm going to select this side, and by holding shift I'll select this null object to select this keyframes, this layers. Then press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as animation and hit OK. So let's select this, hit Ctrl D, select this last layer, press S and increase the scale somewhere around like this, and let's bring this downwards like this. So we will get this kind of animation, and if you see in full resolution we will get something like this. Over here you can select this, apply tint effect, and you can swap this color so you will get alternations. You can select this, press T for opacity, and let's make this 20, or let's say 10. Over here select this first layer, go to the effect and presets panel and search for drop shadow effect and double click to apply, and decrease the distance to 0, increase the softness to 400, like that. And over here also select this bluish color and select this grayish color, like that. Or you can delete the second layer, we don't need that. This animation looks good like this only. So this is how you can create this kind of looping animation inside of After Effects in the form of kinetic typography. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. We will create a new composition. We will call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose over here is 1920, height 1080, frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Then I'm going to press Ctrl N to create another composition. I'll call this comp as strip. In width option over here I'm going to type star into 6, and star 6, which means 1920 into 6. Height is 1080, frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute long, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection again, like this. Now hit Ctrl K again to open the project settings. Now over here height is 1080. Let's do one thing, we will make this 250 and hit enter. So we'll get this kind of strip. Now press Ctrl Y on your keyboard to create one solid background and hit OK, and we will lock this layer. Then I'm going to select my text tool and I'm going to type my text. You can type whatever text you want. I'm going to type, let's say, motion graphics, hit spacebar dash, select this, hit Ctrl C, hit Ctrl V, V. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically like this. Press S and let's increase the size of it somewhere around like this. Now select this and press P for position. Select this, hit Ctrl A, select the second layer, create one keyframe at the start, zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around somewhere 16 frames over here, and from here to here I'm going to move this text layer out of this composition like this. Okay, so if you see this, now we will get this kind of stuff. Now select those keyframe over here. Let's move this over here around 6 seconds. I'm going to select this and I'll make it apparent with this second layer. Now alt click on the stopwatch and type loop out expression on it like this. So what will happen, we will get this animation continuously in the form of loop at 16 seconds. Okay, now right click new, and I'm going to create one adjustment layer. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for tint effect and double click to apply and swap this color. Now go to the start, press S, create one keyframe, zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around let's say 2 seconds. Create another keyframe, and now unlink this option and let's make this 0 initially. Select those keyframe and hit F9 like this. So if I see, I'll get this kind of animation over here like this. Now you can do reverse also. Simply select this, right click, keyframe assistance and time reverse keyframe, so you will get this animation in opposite direction like this. Now select this and hit Ctrl D, hit U, go over here and move this over here and swap this color. So we will get not swap this color but keep it like as it is like this. Okay, go to the 4 second, hit Ctrl D, sorry, select this adjustment layer, Ctrl D, move this over here, Ctrl D, move this over here, Ctrl D, move this over here, go over here, select all of them, hit Ctrl D, let's bring them at the top and let's move this over here, hit Ctrl D, let's bring them at the top and let's move this over here. Select this, hit U, go over here, select them and move them over here like this and hit U. Okay, so we will get this animation continuously in the form of loop, and if you see at the 16 second we are getting this animation in the form of loop. Now hit Ctrl 0 to open the project setting, select this strip and hit Ctrl D to duplicate, and we have the strip 2. Double click to open this, hit U, select this last keyframe, right click, go to the keyframe assistance and time reverse keyframe, so we will get this animation in opposite direction like this. Then right click right click new and create one adjustment layer again and apply tint effect, and we will swap this color. Okay, so we will get this animation in opposite direction. Now we will get something like this. Now hit U, I'm gonna go around 16 frames over here like this. I'll hit N, right click, trim comp to work area. Similarly go to the strip, hit U, go to around 16 frames, 16 seconds, hit N, right click, trim comp to work area. Now let's go to the main animation comp and hit Ctrl 0. I'm going to select my strip 1 and I'll bring this over here. I'll press S, unlink this and decrease the scale. I'll go somewhere around over here, around 16 seconds. Right click, go to the time and choose time enable remapping. Create one keyframe before this last keyframe, delete this last keyframe, alt click on this stopwatch and type loop out expression on it like this. Zoom out and let's increase the duration of it like this. Go to the align tab and align it at the bottom. Zoom in a little bit, hit Ctrl D, make sure to enable this snapping, and we will bring this over here, hit Ctrl D, and basically we will create this kind of duplicates. Okay, now select the strip 2 and by holding Ctrl I'm going to select the alternate layers. By holding Ctrl I'll select this alternate layers, and by holding Alt I'm going to replace this, so we will get this kind of stuff. Let's make this fit. So as you guys can see, we are getting this animation in opposite direction also. Now hit U, and as you guys can see we have this animation. If you go to the 16 seconds, as you guys can see, after 16 seconds also we are getting this animation continuously in the form of loop. Then you can go inside the strip over here, you can go and select your rectangle tool and we will delete this fill, and we are going to choose black color for the stroke and choose 1 to 2 pixels and double click to apply this and create rectangle. Select this and go to and move this over here. Go to the scaling option, unlink this. Let's make this 95 on this, or let's say 90, and on this axis also let's make this 95 or something, or let's say 98, or let's say 99. Okay, now select this and let's increase, let's make this 80 on this side. Okay, select this and increase the stroke width to 3 pixels. Now select this, hit Ctrl A, go to the strip 2, select this, hit Ctrl V and go to the start. We will get something like this. So now as you guys can see, if I make this full resolution, we are getting this kind of stuff. Now let's make this in quad resolution. Now select all of them and enable the 3D icon, then right click new and create one camera, and angle of view is 49 and simply hit OK. Right click new and create one null object, convert this null object into 3D, select this camera and now make it a parent with this null. Now select this null, press R for rotation. I'll rotate it on y-axis somewhere around like this. Then on x-axis I'm going to rotate it like this. Press S for scaling option and decrease the scale a little bit, and disable the snapping tool, and I'll adjust it in some way that I don't want any small space at this side. So press R for rotation and let's rotate it on y-axis somewhere around like this and try to adjust it over here like this. Okay, and now as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of animation over here. Now what I want is, I want alternation in this animation. So what we can do, I'm going to select this, or let's go inside the strip over here. Let's select this text layer, hit U. As you guys can see, we have applied position keyframe animation. So select those keyframe and hit F9. Let's go to the graph editor. Select this graph. By holding shift, I'm going to move a little bit over here. As you guys can see, influence is 51.29. Similarly, I'll select this and by holding shift, I'll move this until my influence is somewhere around 51 over here like this. Okay, same thing I'll follow for this one also. I'll go to the strip, I'll select this keyframe, I'll hit F9, I'll go to the graph editor, zoom out a little bit, select this. By holding shift, move this over here somewhere around 51.29. Similarly, select this, by holding shift, I'll move this somewhere around 51.76 or somewhere. If I go to and see this animation over here, I'll get this kind of animation like this. Now what I'm going to do, I'll take a distance of 10 frames. I'll select all of these strips, hold Alt, close bracket, zoom in, and let's trim up to this. Right click, keyframe assistance, sequence layers, hit OK. Now zoom out a little bit and let's increase the duration of this comp. Let's go somewhere around over here, and okay, hold Alt, open square bracket to trim up to this. Go to the start and let's bring this over here and move this over here. Now as you guys know that my animation is in the form of loop at 16 seconds, so I'll hit N over here. So what will happen after 16 seconds, I'll get this animation in the form of loop like this. Okay, so we will get this kind of animation over here. Then after that, I'll select this camera, hit AA and enable the depth of field over here and make sure to choose full resolution so I can see properly. Now aperture value, I'm going to choose 100 like this. So as you guys can see, we are getting this depth of field, and focus distance is 200. If you want more blur level increase, you can do that also like this. So you will get this blurriness value. I'm going to choose 200 value over here, and focus distance I'm going to choose A1800. You can adjust the focus distance according to your needs. I'm going to stick up with this one only. Okay, like that. So at 16 seconds, I'm gonna get this animation continuously in the form of loop. So this is the 60-second animation in the form of loop. So and if you want, if you don't want this stuff, then I mean this ease in ease out effect, then you can simply select those keyframe and by holding control you can simply apply the initial animation that we have created. Simply apply control and click, so you will get the original animation. If I see this in quad resolution, I'll get this continuous animation in the form of loop like that. Okay, so this is our animation. Now what I want is that I want to animate the focus distance as well, and that is also in the form of loop should be. So I'll select this camera, hit double A, and I'll create a one keyframe at focus distance, and I'm going to make a distance of 2500. So camera will focus over here, and let's increase the blur values to 500 so we can see the focus distance animation clearly. Initially it should be, let's say, 42800, so it will focus camera over here, create one keyframe. I'll go somewhere around 8 second, and now I'm gonna make this focus distance 1000, or let's say 1500. So camera is focusing over here now, let's say 1400, like this. And at 16 second I'll copy my first keyframe, Control C, Control V, select those keyframe and hit F9. So after that, blur level value I'm going to choose 200 over here after this animation. So we will, along with this animation, we will get the focus distance animation always. Let's choose 300 value, or let's say 250 value for the focus distance over here. Okay, so what will happen, along with this text animation we will get this animation also. So this is how you can animate. Now by chance if you feel that this focus distance animation is too long, so what you can do to make this in the form of loop, simply go to around 8 second, select those focus distance keyframes. By holding alt you can move those keyframes up to this. Okay, then you can alt click on the stopwatch and you can type loop out expression on it. Okay, so you will again get this animation in the form of loop. So this is how you can create this kind of looping text animation inside of After Effects. So as always, here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition. We will call it as main animation, and width I'm going to choose 1920 by 180, frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute long, background color is black color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Then I'm going to press Ctrl N to create another composition. I'm going to call it as strip, and width is 1920 and height I'm going to choose 250, frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute long, and background color is black color, and simply hit OK. Then select your text tool over here and we are going to type our text. I'm going to type dash strip brush. Okay, now select this, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Press S for scaling option and scale it somewhere around like this. Okay, like this. Now select this layer. Let's decrease the scale a little bit. Select this layer, hit Ctrl D, select the second layer, go to the character menu. We will delete this fill. We are going to choose stroke, and stroke width we are going to choose 0.5. Now select this second layer, hit move this downward and move this over here like this. Okay, and instead of 0.5 let's choose 0.1. Okay, then I'm going to select my rectangle tool over here and we will simply double click, then go to the rectangle one, rectangle path one, unlink this, decrease the size from here and decrease the size from here like this. And let's go and remove this title selection. So we are gonna get this kind of strip. You can select this third layer, press T for opacity and change the opacity to 50. Then press Ctrl Y on your keyboard and we are going to choose black color and let's bring this downwards. So this is my strip. Go to the main animation. We will bring this strip in our main animation comp. Then press R for rotation. We will rotate it on -90 degree. Press S for scaling option and we will scale it somewhere around like this until we will touch this line. Okay, now select the strip, go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC reptile effect and simply double click to apply. Then we will go to the expand value over here and we will increase this expand value to 2000 and expand up value also to 2000. Okay, now select the strip, press P for position, create one keyframe, then press Ctrl R to bring our ruler and bring this ruler over here like this, and it should touch the edge of this text. Okay, somewhere around like this. Now select the strip, press P for position, go to around 1 second, and we will move this from here to here like this. Okay, let's bring this properly over here, then bring this over here. Okay, now alt click on this stopwatch and type loop out expression on it. Okay, and let's make this fit, and if you hit play, we will get this animation continuously in the form of loop. Now let's move this ruler. Select this strip, press Ctrl Shift C, and we will call it as side, and move all attributes into the new composition and hit OK. Select this side, go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC cylinder effect and double click to apply. Then go to the rotation property and we will rotate it on Z axis. So let's make it plus 90 over here. Then rotate it on X rotation and let's rotate it like this. Okay, then press S for scaling option and scale it somewhere around like this. Okay, let's make this scale 60. Then select this side, hit Ctrl D, select this second layer, and we are going to delete this CC cylinder effect. Press R for rotation and convert this layer into 3D. Then we will rotate it on Z axis. Let's make this plus 90. Then we will rotate it on minus 45, let's say, or let's say minus 30 like this, and we will move this on Z axis somewhere around like this. Press S for scaling option, scale a little bit, and let's adjust this value somewhere around like this until this edge should touch the edge of this one. So let's move it over here. Okay, so we are getting this kind of stuff. Now if you see over here, the weird stuff is happening over there, we don't want that. So we are going to select this first layer, we will go to the rotation properties and we will change the Y rotation somewhere around like this, so the error is gone. Then let's make this fit. We will select this side, right click, reveal layer in source project, select this side and hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, and by holding Alt I'm going to replace this side with this first layer. Then double click to open this, hit U, select those keyframe, right click, keyframe assistance and time reverse keyframes. So now if you see this animation, we are getting in reversible format. Now I want the animation where this strip should be first white, then because of this rolling it becomes black. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go inside this side strip, I'll right click, new, and I'm going to create one adjustment layer. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for tint effect and simply double click to apply and swap this color. And I'm going to move this adjustment layer in the over here where it should touch the middle line. And if you go to the main animation comp right now, we will get this kind of stuff. You can select this and move this a little bit over here like this. So now it will feel like we are getting this kind of stuff. Let's rotate it, let's rotate it on Y axis more. Yeah, so we are getting this kind of stuff. So the rotation property should be, let's make this plus 90 only, and this is plus 90 and this is minus 40. Okay, we are getting this kind of animation. We are almost close. Then press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and I'm going to choose white color for the background and bring this downwards, and let's lock this layer. Select both of this layer, press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose this, and we are going to call it as animation and hit OK and enable this icon. Then press S for scaling option and scale it like this. Press R for rotation and rotate it like this, and let's move this line over here. Select this, hit Ctrl D, press S, unlink this, and let's make this minus. Press R for rotation and let's rotate it like this, and let's move this over here. Press S for scaling option, check out this option again, and let's bring this downwards and select this, and let's move this over here and bring this downwards. Okay, let's adjust it like this. Select both of them and make sure that they are properly at the center. select the second layer, go to the effect and presets panel and search for blur effect, and simply apply this Gaussian blur, and we will increase the blurriness value somewhere around like this, and repeat edge and pixels like this, and go inside this first. Let's select this, press Ctrl K to open the project settings and change the project setting color to white. Zoom in a little bit. We have to make sure that this is touching edge properly. Yeah, over here, if you disable this icon over here, we are getting properly like this. Make sure to enable this line over here only. For this one, I'm gonna go with somewhere around like this. Okay, so if you see this, now we are getting this kind of animation like this. If you want, you can select this layer, you can go to the effect and presets panel and search for drop shadow effect, and simply double click to apply. Increase the softness to 100, or let's say 200. Let's say 400. Copy this drop shadow effect, select this layer, and hit Ctrl V. Okay, then you can go somewhere around 6 seconds also and hit N. So if you see this, now we are getting this kind of animation that is also continuously in the form of loop like this. And over here you can right click new and create one adjustment layer. You can apply tint effect over here, and you can swap this color if you want, but I would not recommend that. So if you want to change the colors, you should select this adjustment layer, hit Ctrl X, go inside this and hit Ctrl V, and swap this color over here. So you will get this kind of stuff. Okay, so but I'm gonna stick with this animation only like this. So this is how you can create this kind of kinetic typographic animation inside of After Effects. So here we are in Adobe Photoshop. Now I have this Google logo file over here, and it is in the PNG format. You can easily get this file from Google itself, obviously. So now we need each and every alphabet on the separated layer. So for that, what we can do, I'm going to select my rectangle tool over here. I'm going to select this G, hit Ctrl X to cut it out, create a new layer, and press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. Now I'm going to follow this procedure for this O also. So Ctrl X, create a new layer, press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. Similarly, select this O, hit Ctrl X, cut it out, create new layer, press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. Select this G, hit Ctrl X, create a new layer, press Ctrl Shift V. Select this L, hit Ctrl X, create a new layer, and press Ctrl Shift V. Okay, so as you guys can see, we have this each and every alphabet on separated layer. Now we will go to the After Effects and we will try to animate this. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. I'm going to create a new composition. I'll call it as main animation as always. Width I'm going to choose 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option to set title section, so we'll get this kind of grid. Now I'm going to press Ctrl I on my keyboard so I can import my Photoshop file from Windows. I'll select this PSD file, import as, right now it's footage, select composition, return layers and sizes, and simply hit import and hit OK over here. So as you guys can see, in our project window I got my Google logo file. I'll simply double click to open this COM. As you guys can see, we have each and every alphabet on separated layer. I'll simply select all of them and I'll hit Ctrl C to copy them. I'll go to the main animation and I'll hit Ctrl V to paste it. Now as you guys can see, there is a misplacement over here. So what I can do, I'm right click new and I'm going to create one null object. I'm going to select all of them and make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press S, decrease the scale a little bit, press P for position. Let's bring this over here, and let's bring this over here, and let's bring this over here like this. Now let's select this and we will delete this null object. So now each and every one is properly at the center. You can adjust it. Now we need to start our animation for this G over here. So let's start. I'm going to select my rectangle tool. I'm going to delete the stroke. I don't need that stroke. And I'm going to choose fill, and with the help of this picker I'm going to pick up this color and simply hit OK. Now zoom in a little bit. Now I'm going to create one rectangle over here. Let's select this and press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Let's select this. Let's move this over here and adjust it properly, and we will bring this downward like this. Okay, so this is our rectangle. So select this, hit enter, and let's call it as rectangle. Okay, then after that I'm going to select my pen tool. I'm going to delete this fill. Okay, and with the help of this stroke color, with the help of this eyedropper, I'll pick up this color, but I'll pick up the darker version of it. Okay, then from here to here I'm going to create one stroke, and stroke width I'm going to choose 20 pixels. Over here, go inside this contents, shape, stroke, and in stroke over here we will get this option called line cap. Right now it's butt cap, but we need round cap over here like this. Okay, now I'm going to select this. I'll press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center, and I'll adjust it over here like this. Now select this. Now I'm going to select my pen tool, and make sure that you are selecting this layer. Zoom in a little bit, create one line over here, and by holding shift I'm going to create one line over here, and let's make this fit. So we will get this kind of stuff. Now select this, and let's bring this a little bit over here like this. Now select the shape layer, press P for position, create one keyframe, zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around 1.20 frames, and we will bring this downward somewhere around like this. Okay, totally over here. Select this, and let's move this over here initially, then go somewhere around over here and copy this first keyframe, hit Ctrl C, Ctrl V like this. So if I see this animation, I'll get this kind of stuff, and then this kind of stuff. Now select those keyframe and hit F9, then go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift I'm going to move this handle over here, and I'll move this handle over here, so I'll get this kind of stuff. Similarly, I'm going to select this, by holding shift move this over here and this over here like this. Okay, and let's bring this a little bit over here, so it will go a little bit faster like this. Now over here what we will do, as you guys can see, this ellipse is touching, I mean this line is touching this rectangle at this point. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this rectangle, press Y for pen behind tool, and by holding Control I'll snap this at the bottom over here. Okay, now press S for scaling option, unlink this, create one keyframe, and go somewhere around over here, and let's make this scale somewhere around like this, and let's make this scale somewhere around like this. Okay, like this. Then select those keyframe and hit F9 over here. But over here if you see, we are getting a little bit trouble. So let's go to the graph editor, and let's link this chain again. Select this, and by holding shift move this handle over here, select this and move this handle a little bit over here. So if I see, I'll get this kind of stuff, and then at this point it should disappear. So select this and press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer, and we will delete it. Okay, then we don't need that. Okay, so if you see this animation, I'll get this kind of stuff. Now I'm going to select all of this, and I'm going to move this up to 1.20 frames over here. Okay, now I'm going to select this rectangle, hit Ctrl D, select this and go to the start and move this over here, hit U, and we will delete all of this keyframe, we don't need that, and press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Select this, press P for position, create one keyframe, go to the 1 second, create another keyframe, go to the 20 frames, again create one keyframe, go to 1.10 frames, we will bring this a little bit over here, go to the start, and we will bring this out of this composition over here. Now select this position keyframes, hit F9, go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift we will move this handle over here, we will move this handle over here, select this, zoom in a little bit, select this, we will move this handle over here, this handle over here, select this, we will move this handle over here, and we will move this handle over here. So if you see, we will get this kind of stuff. Okay, now after that we need to animate this G over here. So for that what we can do, I'm right click new, and I'm going to create one null object, press Ctrl Alt Home. Let's press S and increase the scale a little bit and make sure that you are adjusting at the center of this G. Okay, let's disable the snapping. We will adjust this at the center of this G over here. Okay, then I'm going to select this null object, hit enter, and I'm going to call it as controller. Okay, like this, and select this G and make it a parent with this controller. Now select this controller and let's move this over here. Okay, now this G should start to animate somewhere around at this point. So I'm going to select this null object, move this over here, press P for position. Let's bring this downward. We need this G should go out of this line. Select this G, I mean controller, create one keyframe at position, then press R for rotation and hit U. Then go somewhere around 5.15 frames, create one keyframe at position, and then go somewhere around in the middle, and we will bring this totally up to here like this, and go over here. At this point we need this G should come over here properly. Okay, now press Ctrl R to bring our ruler. Let's bring our ruler so we can adjust the position properly like this. So if you see this now, we will get something like this. Now select those position keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph by holding shift, move this handle over here and this handle over here, select this, move this handle over here and this handle over here. So if you see, we will get something like this. And if you think this animation is quite slow, so simply by holding Alt you can increase the decrease the duration like this. Okay, then select this, go over here, last keyframe, and let's make this one complete rotation like this. And you can select the keyframe of this line and you can bring this a little bit over here. Okay, so we'll get this kind of stuff. Okay, so if I see this now, I'll get this kind of animation. Okay, then after that I need a little bit of bounce, so I'll go few frame forward, create one keyframe position, and in middle of that I'll bring this a little bit upward. Then go to the graph, select this and hit F9, zoom in a little bit, select this, hold shift, move this handle over here, this handle over here, move this and move this. Okay, so if I see, I'll get this kind of rotation animation. You can bring this a little bit upward also. Okay, yeah, so if I see this animation now, first I'll get this, then this, and then this. Now for this G, which is this one, I need one mask over here, and this mask should start from here. So I'm going to select this rectangle, I'll delete the stroke, and I'm going to choose fill, choose any color, and we are going to create one mask over here like this one. Select this, hit enter, let's call it as mask and hit OK, and we will bring this over in front of G. Select this and choose alpha mask like this. Okay, and hit U. Select all of these layers, press F4 and enable this motion blur. So now if I see this animation, I'll get something like this. But as you guys can see, this G is little bit visible, so select this mask and move this a little bit upward, so it should go out of this composition. Now select all of these layers and press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as G. Now I need this stuff for each and every alphabet, so I'm going to select this G over here, hit Ctrl D, hit enter, and let's call it as O. Again hit Ctrl D, so it's going to be O. Hit Ctrl D, hit enter, let's call it as G. Hit Ctrl D, hit enter, let's call it as L. Hit Ctrl D, hit enter, and let's call it as E. Okay, so first we will go with this O. So I'm going to select this O and I'll hit Ctrl C to copy and double click to open this O and hit Ctrl V. Okay, like this. Now hit U. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this O, and we need to move this at the position of this O over here, and we need to bring this properly at the center as compared to this. And now I'm going to select this O and I'll bring this over here in front of this mask, and I'll delete this G layer over here. Select this, press F4 and choose alpha mask, Okay, and then I'm going to make it apparent with this O over here and go to the start like this. And at this point this null object should be downward, so it will touch the line which is this ruler. Similarly at this point it should touch this line. Okay, so now if I see this, I'll get something like this. And over here we need to change the color of this rectangle, so select this rectangle and this rectangle over here and go to the fill option. With the help of this picker, I'll pick up this color like this. Similarly we will select this line over here. Okay, and with the help of this stroke I'm going to pick up this eyedropper color and we will choose darker version of it. So if I see, I'll get this kind of stuff. Same thing we will follow for this another one. Select this O, hit Ctrl C, or instead of that what you can do, let's delete this O2 over here which we have created. Let's delete this O2. I'm going to select this O which we recently animated. I'll select this and I'll hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. Select this O which is the yellow one, hit Ctrl C, double click to open this O and hit Ctrl V. I'm going to select this O layer. I'll go to the effect and presets panel and I'll search for fill effect and simply double click to apply. With the help of this picker, I'm going to pick up this color, copy this fill effect, hit Ctrl C, go over here, select this rectangle, hit Ctrl V, go over here, select this rectangle, hit Ctrl V, select this shape layer, hit Ctrl V, and we will choose a darker version of this yellow. Okay, a little bit somewhere around over here. Okay, and we will delete this here. Okay, hit Ctrl 0. Now we need to animate this G, so open this G. Over here I'll copy this G, hit Ctrl C, go over here, hit Ctrl V. Again we have to make sure that this G should be properly over here. I'm going to move and properly at the center. Go over here, choose alpha mask, select this G and make it apparent with this controller like this. Okay, now select this controller, hit U. At this point make sure that this G should touch properly the edge. Then at the last also this G should touch properly the edge of this line. Okay, over here we don't need to change the color because the color of G is same. Then I'm going to double click and open L. I'll copy this L, hit Ctrl C, go over here, hit Ctrl V. Then this L should be over here like this by holding shift. Let's go over here, choose alpha mask, delete this G. Okay, select this and move this over here and make it apparent with this controller. And over here I'm going to select this rectangles. I'll select the fill. With the help of this picker, I'll pick up this color, select this. With the help of this pickup, I'm going to pick up this color and choose a darker version of it. So our G is also animated. Go over here. Now our last one is E, Ctrl C to copy this E, double click to open this E comp and hit Ctrl V. During this process, first of all you need to understand that we should be at the end of the animation. Okay, don't animate anything over here. Let's first go to the end of the animation, then do all the process. Now select this E and go and move it towards the center of this E. Okay, bring this downward, delete this G, select and choose alpha mask, select this and make it apparent with this controller like this. And then we will select this and move this controller over here in such a way that the edge should touch the line. Similarly it should touch the line over here like this. Then I'm going to go at the start, select this rectangle with the help of fill and picker. I'm going to pick up this color, select this shape layer. With the help of this I'm going to pick up this color and choose over here like this. Okay, so now each and every one is properly animated. Okay, and make sure to enable the motion blur of each and every alphabet inside their particular comps. Okay, so each and every one is properly animated. I'm going to select these layers. I'll press Ctrl Shift C and I'm going to call it as reference and hit OK. Apply fill effect and choose black color because they are just for the reference, and I'm going to lock this color. Okay, let's make this animation properly. Okay, now hit Ctrl 0. I'll bring my O over here. Let's bring our O, press P for position and adjust it over here. Then I'll bring my O2 over here, press P for position, adjust it over here. Then bring our G over here, press P for position, adjust it over here. Then I'll bring my L over here, press P for position, adjust it over here. Then I'll bring my E over here and press P for position and adjust it over here. Okay, now I'll delete this reference layer, I don't need that. Now what I want, I'm going to take a distance of 10 frames and I'll adjust this O, and with the help of open square bracket I'll move this over here, move this over here, select this, move this over here and move this over here. So if I see this animation now, I'll get this kind of animations. Okay, like this. So and hit N, press Ctrl Y to create one solid background and bring this downwards. Okay, select all of them, press Ctrl Shift C and hit animation. Okay, go to the effect and presets panel and search for drop shadow effect and double click to apply and increase the softness to 100. Okay, increase the distance to 10 and opacity 10. Okay, so now if I see this animation, I'll get this kind of stuff. So this is how you can do Google logo animation inside of After Effects. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition. We are going to call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30 and duration is let's do one thing, we will make it 10-second duration. And background color, I'm going to choose white color. Simply hit OK and hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title save action. Then press Ctrl N and let's call this composition as box, and over here we are going to do divided by 3. Similarly over here slash divided by 3. So we are getting this kind of box and simply hit OK. Now over here we will start to do our animation. So press Ctrl Y to create one solid background and we are going to choose black color and simply hit OK and hit OK like this, and let's lock this layer. Now I'm going to select my ellipse tool and by holding shift I'm going to create one ellipse. Press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Then go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Select this, press S for scaling option and let's scale it a little bit like this. Now select this, press P for position, create one keyframe, zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around 20 frames, create one keyframe, go to the start, or let's go to 1 second and move this over here. Now go to the start. Initially let's make this over here like this. Select those keyframes and hit F9. Go over here, select this, press S, create one keyframe, go to 2 seconds and let's increase the scale until it's going to cover the entire composition. Select this keyframe and hit F9. Okay, so we will get this animation and then this animation. Now after that I'm going to select my ellipse tool again, or instead of that simply select this and hit Ctrl D, hit U and let's go somewhere around over here like this. Now okay, and change the color of this one to black. Okay, and simply move this up to 2 seconds. So we'll get this over here. Now this time what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete this position keyframe, and instead of from this side I want this should come from the upper end like this. Okay, so it's going to come from here and then this. Similarly select this, hit Ctrl D, let's go to around 4 seconds and move this over here, hit U and go to the start and change the color of this one to white. Okay, And now delete this initial position keyframe, and this time I want this should come from this side. Okay, so you'll get this and then this. Similarly, select this, hit Ctrl D and simply move this up to 6 seconds, hit U, and this time again we will select this and change the color of this one to black and delete this position keyframe, and this time this one should come from the bottom like this. Okay, and now at this point if I hit N over here, because my animation is ending over here, I'll get all of this stuff in the form of loop. So if you see this, after this is going to be in the form of loop like this. Okay, now what we are going to do over here, let's hit U for all of them, and between this scale keyframes I'm going to select this and move this over here with the help of open square bracket. Similar thing I'll follow over here, select this and move this over here. Similar thing I'll follow over there, select this and move this over here like this. Let's see how does it looks. Yeah, and at this point, which is around 6.15, I'm going to select this, right click and trim comp to work area. So what will happen, I'll get this animation in the form of loop. Now I'm going to select all the keyframes. Similarly this, by holding shift, make sure to hit F9, go to the graph editor, simply select this graph and move one handle of this over here and move one handle of this over here. Like this. So we will get this animation continuously in the form of loop. Now go to the box and select this and move this box over here. Now make sure to move your pointer over here, because this is going to be your looping point, and hit N over here. Okay, now after that select this and press Ctrl Alt T to open the time remapping scale. And so as you guys can see, we have one keyframe at start and one keyframe at end, and now we will create one keyframe before the last one and we will delete this last one like this. Hold Alt on the stopwatch and type loop out expression on it. Okay, so what will happen if I increase this, if I increase this, I'll get this animation continuously in the form of loop. Okay, like this. Now what I'm going to do, I'll hit Ctrl K to open the project settings, and I'll increase the duration of this to 30, zoom out a little bit, and let's increase the size of this. Okay, but final time over here is at this point, because if you go inside this at this point, which is around 16.15 frames or something, my animation is in the form of loop. So we will end our time over here only. Okay, and now all we need to do is we need to just adjust them according to our composition. So select this, go to the align tab, align it left, then align it top. Select this, hit Ctrl D, and by holding Ctrl you can simply snap it, or instead of that make sure to enable this snapping option. Select this, hit Ctrl D, simply move this over here. Similarly select this, hit Ctrl D, try to move this over here, hit Ctrl D, hit Ctrl D. So I'm going to adjust it like this. Because of your snapping option is on, you can get it like this. Okay, so now if you see this, you will get this kind of animation. And now what we can do over here, we can take a distance of 1 second as well, or you can take a distance of 20 frames as well. So with the help of 20 frame distance, with the help of open square bracket, I am going to move them over here like this, like this, like this, and like this, and select all of them, and let's try to move them over here. So if I see this stuff, I'll get this kind of animation inside of After Effects, and that is also going to be in the form of loop. Okay, so let's make this full resolution. And this is the kind of abstract looping animation you can do. Then another thing you can do, you can select all of them, press Ctrl Shift C, and you can call it as looping animation and hit OK. Now if this is just another additional stuff, if you want to do, you can do that. You can go to the effect and presets panel and you can search for sphere effect, CC sphere, and you can double click to apply, and you can increase the radius if you want. So you will get this kind of stuff. You can go to the shading, increase the ambient, or let's reduce the diffuse and increase the ambient value. I'm going to reduce the diffuse like this. Okay, as you guys can see. And then you can go inside the rotation option also, and you can create multiple rotation also, but it looks quite weird, so I think we need to skip this procedure. This is just an extra one. So you can do this, or you can go to the box option also like this, and you can go over here. You can select your rectangle tool, and over here I'm going to delete this fill, I don't need that. And on the stroke I'm going to choose white color and simply double click on it like this, and go to the stroke width and let's choose 20. Okay, and whenever white colors over here, go to the drop shadow effect, go to the effect and presets and add drop shadow, and increase the softness like this. Okay, so you will get something like this, and if you want you can decrease the stroke width as well, so you will get something like this. Okay, so this is also you can do. Or what you can do, let's say for example, if I increase the stroke width up to 20, then select this, hit Ctrl D, and this time let's choose alpha mask over here, and or let's say alpha inverted mask for example. Select this and let's decrease the stroke a little bit like this. So now if you see, we are gonna get this kind of pattern. Okay, so this is also you can do, it's totally up to you. So this is how you can create this kind of looping animation inside of After Effects like that. And you can go to the drop shadow over here, I mean in the box composition. As you guys can see, now this is a white one on the black one, so you can apply drop shadow effect over here, and instead of shadow color black, you can choose white and increase the softness of this, and also increase the distance to 100, or let's say 50. I think let's choose 10 only, or let's say 20. Okay, and change the opacity to 30, and select this drop shadow, hit Ctrl C to copy. Select this black one, hit Ctrl V, and change the color of this one to black. Similarly, select this, hit Ctrl V, drop shadow. Select this, hit Ctrl V, and change the color of this one to black. Okay, so what will happen, we will get a little bit of depth in our animation like this. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of looping animation inside of After Effects. And just because if you want to add some little bit more amount in this, you can right click new and create one adjustment layer. You can go to the effect and presets panel, apply tint effect on it, and simply swap this color, and then you can go and select your ellipse tool. Select any color if you want, select one ellipse, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically, and choose this adjustment layer and choose alpha mask. Select the scale, let's make this 0, create one keyframe, go to around somewhere over here, and let's increase this size to so it will cover the entire adjustment layer like this. You will get something like this. Go over here, select these two layers, hit Ctrl D, and simply move them over here. Hit U like this, and make sure this should be over here only like this. So you will get the stuff in the form of loop. As you guys can see, we are getting this animation in the form of loop the way we want. So this is how you can create this kind of creative looping animation inside of After Effects. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition. We will call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Then I'm going to select my rectangle tool, and for the fill I'm going to choose black color, and by holding shift I'm going to create one square. Now select this and press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Now press Ctrl R on your keyboard to create this ruler and bring one line over here which should touch the bottom of this square like this. Okay, now select this square, press R for rotation, create one keyframe, zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around 20 frames and let's rotate it on 90 degree. Go to around 10 frames again forward. Over here 90 plus 90 which is equal to 180. Then go 10 frame forward. Over here plus 90 which is 270, and over here we are going to add again plus 90 which is complete 360. So if I see, I'll get this kind of rotation. Now select those keyframes and hit F9 to ease those keyframes, and by holding Alt I'm going to increase the duration up to 4 seconds. Now go to the graph editor, right click and make sure that you are in edit speed graph. Select this graph. By holding shift I'm going to move this handle over here and move this handle over here. So now let's make this fit and let's see, I'll get this kind of rotation. Now let's select this and by holding Alt I'll move this up to 2 seconds, so I'll get animation a little bit faster. Now I want this animation should be properly like happening on the ground kind of stuff. Now I'm going to select this shape layer and press P for position, create one keyframe and hit U so I can see the keyframes. Hit page down button to go one frame forward like this, and over here I'm going to move it a little bit upward with the help of arrow keys and make sure that this point should touch the ground. Again hit page down button one time. As you guys can see, if you zoom in a little bit, this point is coming from below the ground. So again with the help of arrow keys I'll adjust it over here. Hit page down button one time and adjust it over here. Hit page down button one time. With the help of arrow keys I'll adjust it. Hit page down button one time. With the help of arrow keys I'll adjust it over here. Again page down button one time, and with the help of up arrow keys I'll adjust it over here. Hit page down button one time again, adjust it over here. Hit page down button one time, I'll choose down arrow key. Page down button again, bring this downwards. Basically we have to check it out whether this is pointing is touching this or not. Bring down this down, bring it down, again bring it down, bring this down, bring this down, and at the last copy the first keyframe. Okay, and let's make this fit. Now copy this position keyframe, Control C, Control V. Over here also Control V. Over here also Control V. So if I see this, I'll get this kind of animation. Now I'll alt click on the stopwatch and type loop out expression on it like this. Copy this expression and hit Control C. Over here also hit Control V. So I'll get this animation continuously. Now after that I'm going to press Control Y to create one solid background, and I'm going to choose black color for this background. Press P for position and let's bring this downwards somewhere around over here only like this. Then I'm going to select this layer, bring this at the top, right click, new and one null object, select the shape layer and make it apparent with this null. And now I'm going to remove this stuff with the help of this null object. I'll adjust it over here. Press S for scaling option and make this null object 50. Press P for position. Let's bring this downwards, zoom in a little bit. With the help of arrow keys, I'll bring this downward. Then I'm going to select this over here, and I'll bring this out of this composition, but make sure that I'm going to see these lines. Okay, like this. Now select this and press P for position, create one keyframe, select this, and over here I'm going to press R for rotation tool. So I mean R for rotation properties, so I can see rotation properties only. Then I'll go around over here. At this point I'm going to select this null object. Now if you see from the start, if you see this I mean cube, this side of this cube is touching this border. Now when this cube is gonna move forward, I want the other opposite side of this cube should touch this line like this. And then we will select these keyframes and we will hit F9. Then if you see over here, and if you go to the graph editor, we have this kind of graph at this point. So I'm going to adjust, zoom in a little bit. We need this kind of graph only for this one. I mean the position property. So select this, go to the graph, zoom out a little bit. Okay, select this. By holding shift, I'll move one handle over here and I'll move one handle over here. Okay, and let's make this fit. And now I'm going to alt click on the stopwatch. I'll type loop out expression on it over here. Inside that we need to type first and we will bring offset. So what will happen? I'll get this forward animation like this. Now after that we need another stuff over here. I'm going to create one rectangle. By holding shift, I'm going to create this kind of rectangle. Press Ctrl Alt Home. Okay, let's bring them downward. Let's bring this over here at the start. Go over here, select this, press P for position, right click and choose separate dimension, then press R for rotation, create one keyframe, hit U, then zoom in a little bit. Let's go somewhere around 1 second and we will create another keyframe at rotation. Then press P for position, create one keyframe at Y, then go to the start, create one keyframe, and in middle of that I'm going to simply select this and I'll bring this Y position of this one over here. Then press R for rotation, go over here and we need to rotate it on, let's say 360 degree, which is my one complete rotation like this. Then hit U. Let's select this and by holding Alt I'm going to move this to 20 frames. Then select the Y position keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Select this, move this handle over here, select this and move this handle over here. Okay, like this. Then select this, select this and choose F9 for rotation tool. Select this and by holding shift move this handle over here and this handle over here. So if I see, I'll get this kind of rotation. And if you see this animation is fast, then bring down the keyframes up to this. Okay, it's totally up to you. Now select this and press P for position and alt click on this X position, open and close bracket. Inside this type position, open and close bracket. Inside that type 0, after that plus and type 150 star index. Okay, so you will get something like this. Hit Ctrl D several times, little bit, then select all of them and change the X position of them in such a way like this. Okay, now we need to adjust their alignment. So let's make this fit. Let's move this anchor point over here. Now at this point I want this first one should start to animate. So with the help of open square bracket I'll move this over here. Then at this point I want this one should start animate. So with the help of open square bracket I'll move this over here. At this point I want this one should start animate. So with the help of open square bracket I'll move this over here. Then at this point this one should start to animate. So I'll move this over here. At this point this one should start animate, move this over here. Then at this point this one should start animate, so open square bracket and move this over here. Then this one should start from here. Let's a little bit background. Then this one should start animate at this point. This one should start animate over here. Then at this point this one should start animate like this, and go to the start, select all of them, hold alt, open square bracket to move them over here. So what will happen, we will get this kind of animation over here. Now this animation is ending at 6 seconds over here, so hit N over here. Okay, and press F4, select all of them and enable motion blur like this. Okay, so this is how you will get this animation. Then press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and we are going to choose white color and bring this downwards. Then right click new and create one adjustment layer. Go to the start, sorry, let's delete this adjustment layer. First of all, select all of them and press Ctrl Shift C, and we will pre-compose this comp, and we will call it as animation and hit OK. So let's see. Okay, then right click new and then create one adjustment layer. Go to the effect and presets panel and apply tint and swap this color. Then I'm going to enable my ellipse tool by holding shift. I'm going to create ellipse, select this, press Ctrl Alt Home, go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Go to the start, select this adjustment layer, press F4 and choose alpha mask. Select the shape layer and let's make this 0. Create one keyframe, go somewhere around over here and let's increase the size. Then select these two layers and hit Ctrl D, and with the help of open square bracket move this over here, hit U. So we will get this kind of animation over here, and this is going to be in the form of loop. So this is how you can create looping animation inside of After Effects. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition. We are going to call it as main animation, as always we do. Width I'm going to choose 1920, height 180, frame rate 30, duration 1 minute, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Then I'm going to select my ellipse tool, and by holding shift I'm going to create one ellipse like this. Now select this ellipse, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Now select this and choose align tab, and over here we are going to choose align left. Now press P for position, and as you guys can see the position of this 169 over here. Select this and after that add plus 350 value, so it will come over here. Okay, so we need to follow this procedure for all of this ellipse. So let's hit Ctrl Z, select this, hit Ctrl D, press P over here. After that add 350, sorry, not 350 but plus 350. Okay, and we will follow this procedure again and again until we will get a particular amount of ellipse. Okay, now select all of them, press P, and now we will bring them like this. You can do this by like this only. Okay, now we will select this middle one over here, which is this one. Hit Ctrl D, let's bring this at the top, change the color of this one to yellow. Then press Ctrl Y on your keyboard to create one solid background and hit OK, and let's bring this downwards and we will lock this. After that right click new and create one adjustment layer. Go to the effect and presets panel and apply tint effect, and we will swap this color. Now we will bring this we will bring this downwards. We will select this shape layer and we will hit enter, and let's call it as mask. Now select this adjustment layer and choose alpha mask like this. Okay, now select this mask property, press P for position, create one keyframe, zoom in a little bit, let's go to around 3 seconds. We will lock this adjustment layer. We will select this ellipse over here, press P, and we will copy this X position of this keyframe. Select this mask, select this X position and hit Ctrl V to paste it. So if I see this, I'll get this kind of animation. Now select this position keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift, we will move this handle over here, and we will move this handle over here. Now press S for scaling option, create one keyframe, hit U, go over here, create another keyframe, and in middle of that we will decrease the size, select those keyframe and hit F9. So if I see this, I'll get this kind of animation. Okay, so this is first. Now let's minimize all of this, hit U. After that we will select all of this no, I mean all of this stuff. Press Ctrl Shift C and we will call it as animation and hit OK. Press F4 and we will enable this icon. Then press P for position, create one keyframe, go to around 3 seconds and create another keyframe. Then go to the start, press Ctrl R for the ruler. We will bring one ruler over here, zoom in. Let's move this over here. Go over here, we will select this and we will move this from here to here like this. It should touch this line and we will hit N over here. So now if I make this fit over here, I'll get this animation continuously in the form of loop. So this is one step. Now select this layer and hit Ctrl D, hit U, select this. Let's select our rectangle tool first and we will create one rectangle somewhere around over here. Okay, change this color to red one, select this, hit enter and let's call it as mask. Now select this animation proper composition, press F4 and choose alpha mask. Now select this position keyframes and we will bring this over here. Now make sure that when you are going to move this position, select this position word, so it will automatically select these layers and simply bring them over here like this. Okay, so we are gonna get something like this. Now after that, select this, right click, keyframe assistance and time reverse keyframe. As you guys can see, we are getting this kind of stuff, but if you see over here, this is not in the form of loop. So what we can do, we can select this simply and let's delete this layer, I mean keyframes. Now select this animation layer, press S, unlink this and let's make this -100 first of all. So we will get something like this. Okay, and then we are going to animate the position keyframe. Select this ruler and bring this over here like this. Now select this, press P for position, create one keyframe, go to the last one and we will bring this over here until it's going to touch the edge of our ruler. Okay, like this. So if you see this now, we will get this kind of animation. Now again I'm going to select both of these layers, hit Ctrl D, press P, go to the start, or you can simply right click new and create one null object. You can select both of these layers and make it a parent with this null. Select this null, press P and let's simply bring this downwards. Select this mask and let's bring this mask over here like this. Let's bring this null object a little bit upward. Okay, so if you see this, we are gonna get this kind of stuff. Now hit U and we will delete this null object. Then press Ctrl Y on your keyboard to create one solid background and bring this downwards. Select all of them, press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose this and we will call it as animation and hit OK. Hit Ctrl D, go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC sphere effect and double click to apply and increase the radius of it like this. Okay, then go to the shading options, so increase the ambient value and decrease the diffuse. Let's increase the ambient. Let's select the offset and let's move this over here. Select this, hit Ctrl D, move this offset over here like this. Okay, so if you see this now, we are getting this kind of animation. Now select this third layer, go to the effect and presets panel and search for tint effect and double click to apply. If you swap this color, you will get different results, but I'm going to choose red color over here and I'll swap this color. I'll select this second layer, apply tint effect and let's swap this color, and instead of black I'm going to choose this purple color. select this, apply tint effect, and instead of black I'm going to choose this bluish color and swap this color like this. So I'm gonna get this kind of stuff. Now select this topmost layer, go to the effect and presets panel and search for drop shadow effect and double click to apply. Increase the softness to 200 or let's say 400 like this. Select this drop shadow, hit Ctrl C, select the second layer and hit Ctrl V. So we are getting this kind of animation, and that is also continuously in the form of loop inside of After Effects. It will take a little bit time to load because this is a ellipse layer which takes a little bit time to load, but the final output would be awesome, and it is also going to be in the form of loop. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition. We will call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose 1920. Height I'm going to choose 180. Frame rate is 30. Duration is 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Now press Ctrl N to create another composition, and we are going to call it as strip and simply hit OK. Then go to the width option, make sure it's 1920, and height over here we are going to do slash, and we are going to choose 8, which means 1080 divided by 8. And frame rate we should choose 30, and duration we should choose 1 minute, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. So we will get this kind of stuff. Now press Ctrl Y to create one solid background and apply, and let's lock this layer. Now I'm going to select my rectangle tool, and we are not going to select any fill but stroke. We are going to choose white pixels, I mean white color, and stroke pixels should be 2. Now double click to apply this rectangle. Go to the rectangle path 1, unlink this, and we will decrease the size over here, and we will increase the size from here, and let's minimize it. Now after that I'm going to select my text tool, and for the font I'm going to choose Poppins font, and let's apply extra light version of it, and we are going to type our text. Now I'm going to type my text: looping animation master class. Okay, control A to copy this, I mean control A to select all of this, and control C to copy this. Hit spacebar once, dash, hit spacebar once again, and press control V. Now select this text, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Press S for scaling option and scale it somewhere around like this. Now select this and hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. Now select this second layer, press P for position, create one keyframe, zoom in a little bit, let's go to around 8 seconds, and we will move this out of this composition. Press V, let's zoom in a little bit, let's move out of this composition somewhere around like this. Now select this first one and let's make it apparent with this second one, and make sure that during this process your time indicator should be at 8 seconds. Okay, and then alt click on the stopwatch and type loop out expression. Let's select this and simply hit enter. Okay, now so what will happen, we will get this animation continuously in the form of loop after that also, like this. Okay, and if you want then you can move this up to 10 second also. Okay, so it will take a little bit time to animate. Then after that you can select this, let's increase the stroke width a little bit, go inside this, and let's decrease the size of this text a little bit. Okay, then select this and hit Ctrl D, and this time I'm going to change the color of this one to black color, and stroke width I'm going to choose 6 pixels, so we'll get this kind of line. Then select this, hit Ctrl D, change the white color for this stroke, and let's go inside this, go to the contents, rectangle path, and we will increase this stroke somewhere around like this. Okay, so we'll get something like this. Let's zoom in a little bit. So as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of animation. Now we will select this one, which is the blackest one. Let's go inside this, go to the add menu, and we are going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path and let's make this end value 80 and create one keyframe at offset over here, and let's zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around 10 second and let's make it 1. Okay, so as you guys can see, we are getting this animation over here, and if you want this animation fast, you can make it 3 also. So what will happen, you will get that animation a little bit faster. Okay, and you can go to the rectangle one, stroke one, and over here we have dashes. If you enable this dashes, so you can get this kind of stuff over here also. Okay, so it's totally up to you. If you don't want this dashes, you can totally remove it. I'm gonna stick with that. So after that, as you guys can see, our strip is ready. So let's go to the main animation and simply bring the strip over here. Let's go to the align tab and go to the align top. Then we are going to enable this snapping over here. Hit Ctrl D and snap it over here. Hit Ctrl D, snap it. Hit Ctrl D, snap it like this. So it will properly arrange like this. So as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of stuff. Now we are going to choose first, third, sixth, fifth and seventh layer. Right click, go to the time and choose time reverse layers. So now they are gonna go in opposite direction. Okay, like this. But if you see, this dashes are looking a little bit weird to me. So let's go inside this, go to the contents, stroke. Let's delete this dashes, we don't need that, we will stick with this only. Okay, like this. And if you think this text is not visible, you can simply select them, go to the character menu, and you can choose a medium version of this text, or let's say lighter version of this text. It's totally up to you. I'm going to choose extra light only. Okay, because now I have already animated those. Okay, now this is first one. Select all of them, press Ctrl D. Let's bring them at the top. Press Ctrl Shift C, and we are going to name it as fair and hit OK like this. Okay, and this is going to be my main sphere, so I'm going to choose this in red one. I'll go to the effect and presets panel and I'll search for CC sphere effect and double click to apply like this, and go to the light and decrease the light to 10. Go to the shading and we will increase the ambient value to 100, or somewhere around like this, and let's increase the radius somewhere around like this. Okay, as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of stuff. Now select this, create one keyframe at offset, go over here and create one keyframe at rotation, hit U. Let's go somewhere around 5 seconds. We will move this out of this composition like this. But before that, I'll follow one procedure. Let's minimize this for now. Select this and go to the effect and presets panel and search for drop shadow effect. Simply double click to apply. Let's increase the softness to 200, distance 20 and opacity 100 like this. Okay, so you will get something like that. Now select this, go to the start, and let's change the offset over here. You can simply bring this point over here, and while doing that, make sure that there is no shadow over here. Then go to around 5 seconds, and then we can bring this over here. So simply select this and move this over here like this. So if I see this now, I'll get this kind of stuff. Now go over here and let's make the rotation 2. So now as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of animation. But over here we will go to the CC sphere, and in Z rotation I'm going to make it 90 Z rotation, so I'll get this kind of stuff. Okay, now after that, let's right click new and create one adjustment layer, and bring down this adjustment layer after sphere and apply your tint effect on it, and simply double click to apply, and you can swap this color. Press S for scaling option a little bit and decrease this, unlink this and decrease the scale somewhere around like this. Okay, make sure that it's touching this point, and go somewhere around over at this point where you can see half of the circle. Select this adjustment layer and simply move this over here. Okay, like this. and press P for position, create one keyframe. Go somewhere around over here when half of the circle is going to be visible over here, and go to the align tab, and we are going to choose align horizontally. Okay, so if you see this now, we are getting this kind of animation. Then after that, I'm going to select this pair and I'll hit Control D. I'll go to the 5 second and I'll move this sphere over here like this. Okay, then again go few frame forward over here at this point where half of the circle is visible. Select this adjustment layer, create one keyframe, then go somewhere around over here where again half of the circle is visible only, like this, and select this and move this out of this composition. So if you see, we are getting that it is covering. Then go to around 10 second and hit N. So we'll get this animation in the form of loop. Now select this sphere over here. Let's minimize this stuff and go to the effect and presets panel and apply tint effect, and we will swap this color and make sure that the drop shadow effect should come after this tint effect. So first we will get this and then we will get this. Okay, so this is our animation. Then right click new and create one adjustment layer, and then you can apply tint effect again. And now if you swap this layer over here, you can create different type of animations like this. Okay, so this is also one way to create this kind of animation. And if you want, then you can, instead of this, you can choose different colors, for example like this. You can swap these colors also, it's totally up to you. Over here you can choose different colors and you can play around with whatever color you want, like this. Okay, so it's totally up to you. I'm going to stick with my black and white theme. So this is how you can create this kind of looping, continuous looping animation inside of After Effects without using any third-party plugin. Let's create a new composition. We will call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, and duration we are going to choose, let's say 1 minute, like this. And background color we will choose white color and simply hit OK and hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on this title section. Press Ctrl N to create another composition and we will call it as M. Now go to the width option and let's choose width 800, height 800, and this portion should be like this only, and simply hit OK. Now after that, go to the shape options and we are going to choose rounded rectangle. We will delete the stroke, we don't need the stroke. Then we will go to the fill option and we are going to choose black color for this and simply hit OK and double click to create this kind of rectangle. Now resolution, let's choose full. Go to the rectangle, go to the rectangle path, and let's increase the roundness up to 100, like this. Then size over here, let's decrease the size somewhere around like this. Okay, now let's minimize this. Now select this layer, hit enter, and let's call it as rectangle. And over here, go inside this and create one keyframe at size like this. Select this, press P for position, create one keyframe. Now select this and hit U, zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around 1 second over here, create another keyframe. Let's make this size 700 like this, or let's say 750 like this. Go to the start and let's make this size 50 like this. Okay, now select those keyframes and hit F9. So we will get something like this. Okay, now I'm going to select my text tool and I'm going to choose let's say Poppins font. I'm going to choose Poppins semi bold version and type M. Let's select this and let's see what we will choose. Light version, let's say. Select this, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Press S for scaling option and scale it like this. Now let's go to the character menu, and instead of light, let's choose thinner version of this font like this. Now select this, press Ctrl Alt Home like this. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Now let's do one thing. We will make the scale 100 only, and select this, go to the character option and we will increase the font size like this. Okay, yeah, this looks good. So font size we are going to choose 700. Now select this, press Ctrl Alt Home, go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically like this. Now go to the start, select this M, press P, create one keyframe, go over here, create another keyframe, go to the start and we will bring this downwards and select those keyframe and hit F9. So we will get something like this. Okay, now go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift we will move one handle over here and then we will move one handle over here. So if you see, we will get something like this. Let's do one thing, select this, let's move this a little bit over here. If you are not getting this kind of graph, simply right click and make sure that you are in edit speed graph. By default sometimes you are in edit value graph, which looks like this. So we need to choose edit speed graph and then adjust this graph to like this. So we'll get this kind of stuff, and let's move this a little bit over here like this, or let's say over here. Okay, then take a gap of few seconds, like go around 2 seconds over here. Now select this rectangle, press P for position, create one keyframe, go to around 3 seconds and we will move this rectangle out of this composition like this. Okay, now select those keyframe and hit F9, go to the graph. Now we will select this rectangle, we will hit Ctrl D, we will hit U and we will move this rectangle over here and we will delete all of this keyframe. Okay, now this is our rectangle 2. Just for the sake of knowing, I'm going to change the color of this one to yellow. Then go to around 3 seconds over here. Now select this rectangle and make it a parent with this rectangle. Now select this, delete this initial position keyframe, select those position keyframes, go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift we'll move one handle over here and one handle over here. So if you see, we are getting this kind of animation. Okay, like this. Now I'm going to select this rectangle, hit Ctrl D to duplicate, change the color of this one to aqua or something, select this, hit enter and let's call it as mask. After that, select this rectangle, this mask rectangle, hit U and make sure that you are at this point over here, and I mean around 2 seconds, and then delete those keyframes. And now select this rectangle at F4 and choose alpha mask. So we are getting this kind of stuff like this. Okay, now select this M, create one keyframe at position, go to around 3 seconds and we will bring this up to this. Okay, not totally upwards but somewhere around over here. Select those keyframe and hit F9, and over here go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift move one handle over here a little bit and move one handle over here like this. So if you see, we are getting this kind of stuff. And now select this rectangle layer, hit Ctrl D, let's bring this at the top, select this M and choose alpha mask. Okay, like this. So we are gonna get this kind of stuff. Now over here hit U, hit N over here, right click, trim comp to work area like this. Then go to the main animation and bring our M over here. Now go inside this M, press Ctrl Y to create one solid background and bring this white background over here. Okay, at the back and lock this just for now. to drop this format. Now go to the main animation, hit Ctrl K to open the project settings, and I'm going to change the color of this one to red one. Now select this, go somewhere around over here at the last, and over here right click, go to the time and choose time enable remapping. And before this keyframe I'm going to create another keyframe, and I'll delete this keyframe. Alt click on the stopwatch and type loop out expression on it. Okay, and then increase the duration of this comp. So if you see now, we will get this animation continuously in the form of loop. Now press S for scaling option, and let's make the scale around 50, or let's say 40. Okay, and let's bring this over here and enable this snapping. Select this M, hit Ctrl D, and let's move this over here. We are creating duplicate by hitting Ctrl D. MOTION. Select all of them and let's adjust this over here at the center. Now select this M and hit Ctrl D, hit enter, and let's call it as O. Go inside this, select this text and change this text to O. Ctrl D, hit enter, and let's call it as T. Double click, let's call it as T. Hit Ctrl D, I. Go inside this and let's call it as I. O we already have, so select this, hit enter, and let's call it as N. Double click to open this and let's call it as N. And now we just need to replace it. So select this O by holding Alt, replace it. Select this, replace it. Select this by holding Alt, replace it. Select this by holding Alt, replace it. Select this and by holding Alt, replace it. Okay, so if you see, we will get this kind of animation. Now we are going to take a distance of, let's say, 5 frames or 10 frames maybe. Let's take a 20 frames, let's take a 10 frames distance, and let's see how does it looks. We are getting this kind of animation. Okay, or let's take a distance of 8 frames, or let's say 5 frames. Okay, so we are getting this kind of animations. Now let's go over here, hit Ctrl A to select all of them, hold Alt, open square bracket, and move this over here. Go to the start and let's move this over here. So if you see, we are getting this kind of animation. Now press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and let's bring this at backward like this. Go to the M and let's delete this white background in each and every comp. So if you see, we are getting this kind of animation. Now select all of them and press Ctrl Shift C, and let's call it as motion, and hit OK. Select this, hit Ctrl D, let's bring this at the top, hit Ctrl D, let's bring this over here. Okay, now again let's take a distance of 20 frames. Select this, move this over here. Select this, move this over here. Or I think we need to adjust them properly line wise, so this one should be first, and this one should be over here. So now let's move this over here, go to 20 frame, move this over here like this. So now they are line wise. Select this, all of them, press Alt, open square bracket to trim this up to this. Go to the start and move this over here. Now if you go to C and in any alphabet, the 3 is our last option point. So now this animation is going to be in the form of loop at 3 seconds. So if I hit N over here, as you guys can see, this animation is in the form of loop. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go somewhere around 3 plus 3, which is 6. So I'm gonna hit N over here like this. Now after that, uh, right click new and create one adjustment layer, go to the effect and presets panel, and I'm going to apply for tint effect. Double click to apply, and we will swap this color. Press S, unlink this, and let's make it like this. Press R for rotation, let's rotate it like this. Press S and let's increase the scale like this. Now select this, press P for position, let's bring this over here, create one keyframe at position, go to around 6 seconds. Let's move this from here to out of this composition like this. Okay, now right click new and create one adjustment layer again, and apply tint effect and swap this color. Then again go to the ellipse and create one shape layer. To ellipse, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Then press F4, select this adjustment layer and choose alpha maps. Now go to the start, select this shape layer, press S. Initial scale should be 0. Create one keyframe. Go to around 3 seconds, and let's increase the size of this somewhere around like this. Okay, so if you see this, we are getting this kind of stuff. Then at 3 seconds over here, we are going to select this adjustment layer and this adjustment layer, I mean shape layer. Hit Ctrl D, and with the help of open square brackets, simply move them over here like this. So now we are going to get this animation continuously in the form of loop. So this is how you can create this kind of animation inside of After Effects like this. So here we are in Adobe Photoshop. Now I have this Fiverr logo over here, and you can choose any logo you want, but the procedure is gonna be same because I'm gonna follow one animation, and you can apply that animation and animation technique to any kind of logo. Okay, so first of all we need to separate this logo from this background. So for that, what you can do, simply go to the select option in Photoshop, and over here you will get this option called color range, and with the help of that we will pick up this white color for the background, and fuzziness we are going to choose 200, and simply hit OK like this, and simply hit Control or simply hit delete and hit Control D to duplicate it. But if you see over here, and if you zoom in, we will get a little bit transparency, so we don't want that. So hit Control Z again. For that, hit Control D to deselect. Over here we will see, go to the select, we will go to the color range, we will pick up this color, but fuzziness we are going to choose 170, and simply hit OK, and let's delete and hit Control D. So now if you see, we are not getting any transparency over here, and we have proper separate logo. Now I'm going to select my rectangle selection tool over here, and I'm going to select this R, hit Control X to cut it, create a new layer, and press Control Shift V to paste this over here, which means paste in place, and we will hide this. Same procedure we will follow for this R also. I'm going to select this R, hit Control X to cut it, create new layer, press Control Shift V to paste in place, and we will hide this. We will follow this procedure for each and every alphabet like this. Now over here we need, if you select my rectangle tool, as you guys can see I cannot select properly, so hit Control D to deselect, and I'm going on my keyboard to select my pen tool, and I'm going to select this E like this. Okay, after that hit Control Enter, hit Control X to cut it out, create a new layer, press Control Shift V to paste in place like this. Okay, and hide this. Then after that we will select this, hit Control Enter, Control X, sorry, Control X, create a new layer, press Control Shift V, and we will hide this. Then press M, we will select this eye, hit Control X to cut it out, create a new layer, press Control Shift V. So each and every alphabet is properly on the separated layer like this. Now we will save this file and we will go to the After Effects. We will create a new composition. We are going to name it as main animation, and width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then we will go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Now I'm gonna go in my ellipse tool and I'm going to choose black color for this fill, and I don't want any stroke, and I'm going to select my ellipse tool, and by holding shift I'm going to create one ellipse. Now select this ellipse, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Now select this text layer, shape layer, press P for position. Initially let's bring this downwards, create one keyframe at position, go somewhere around 20 frames, and I'm going to move this keyframe over here, Y position keyframe somewhere around over here, then go somewhere around 1.10 frames, and we will bring this downwards. Now select those keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph by holding shift, move one handle over here, one handle over here, one handle over here, select this and move one handle over here. So if you see, we will get this kind of animation. Now select those keyframe and by holding alt I'll bring this animation up to 20 frames only, or let's say around 1 second. So if I see like this. Now after that I'm going to select this layer and hit Ctrl D, hit U, and let's delete this keyframe, and press V and simply bring this over here and move this over here. Then press S for scaling option, create one keyframe over here. Let's go to around 2 seconds and we will increase the size of this like this. Now select those scaling animation keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph by holding shift, we'll move one handle over here and move one handle over here like this. Then after that select this, hit Ctrl D, go to the start, hit U, and we will delete those keyframe. Then I'm gonna go in my line tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically, and we will choose, let's say, red color for this. Now just for our reference, select this, press P for position, create one keyframe, go to around 2 seconds, create another keyframe, go to the start, bring this out of this composition like this. Also press S, create one keyframe, hit U, go over here, create another keyframe, go to the start, and let's make this scale somewhere around 400, and let's bring this upward like this, and select those keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph by holding shift, we'll move one handle over here and move one handle over here like this. Okay, then after that select this and let's change the color of this to white like this. Then somewhere around over here, hit page down button one time, create one keyframe at scale, go few frame forward, and let's increase the scale until it will cover the entire composition. Select those scaling keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph, by holding shift we'll move one handle over here and then we'll move one handle over here, so we'll get something like this. So if I see, I'll get this kind of animation. Then I'm gonna press Ctrl Y to create one solid background. Press Ctrl Y to create one solid background and make sure to choose what we call white color, and simply hit OK and hit OK, and we will bring this downwards. So select all of this animation stuff and press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose this, and we will call it as animation. Okay, and hit OK. Then now press Ctrl I to import our PSD file, which is this one, and instead of import as footage, I'm going to choose composition, return layer sizes, and simply hit import and hit OK. Then I'll bring this layer over here, then press S for scaling option and scale it like this. Now go to the start over here, select all of them, press P for position, create one keyframe, then press uh, T for opacity, create another keyframe, hit U, go somewhere around 1 second, create one keyframe at position, one keyframe at opacity, go to the start. Let's bring this little bit over here and make sure the initial opacity should be 0. Then select all of these keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph by holding shift, move one handle over here, select this and move one handle over here. So we will get something like this. Now I want this animation one by one, so I'll select this one over here, go to 5 frames, select this with the help of open square bracket. I'll move this over here. So basically we need to adjust them one by one like this. Okay, so if you see, we are gonna get this kind of stuff, and this thing should be start from here like this. Okay, let's move this over here. And if you think the animation is quite slow, then what you can do, you can take a distance of 2 frames also like this. 5 frames it's too slow, so I'm going to take a distance of 2 frames like this. So it should start from here. Okay, then I'm going to select this. I'll go to the effect and presets panel and I'll apply tint effect on it like this. Go few frame forward, and over here instead of black we are going to choose this green color. So with the help of this picker I'm going to pick up this color. So if I see, I'll get this kind of animation. Now I'm going to select this layer, create one keyframe at scale, go somewhere around 5 seconds, and let's make this 35 or increase the up to 8 seconds like this. Then hit and let's increase the scale a little bit. So if I see this animation, this is going to be my final output. And if you want, go to the animation, select all of them, enable their motion blur. Similarly over here, enable their motion blur. So now what will happen, we will get a little bit of motion blur in our animation, and our animation will look a little bit smoother like this. So this is how you can create this kind of custom logo reveal animation inside of After Effects. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition. We will call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Then I'm going to select my ellipse tool, and by holding shift I'm going to create one simple ellipse. Now select this ellipse, press Ctrl Alt Home on keyboard, go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Now after creating this ellipse, I'll select this, hit enter, and let's call it as circle. Sorry. Okay, then I'm going to select my rectangle tool. I'll zoom in a little bit and I'm going to create one rectangle like this. Select this, press Ctrl Alt Home again, and in contents we have this rectangle one. Hit Ctrl D, go to this rectangle 2, rectangle path, and unlink this. And size I'm going to choose 5, and size over here I'm going to choose 200, and change the position somewhere around over here like this. We will select this, hit enter, and let's call it as hammer. After that, select this, press Y on pen behind tool and move this anchor point over here. Okay, like this. So we have this stuff. Let's hide all of them. Now I'm going to select my text tool and I'm going to type M. I'm going to delete the stroke and I'll choose fill. I'm going to choose Poppins font, but you are free to choose whatever font you want. I'm going to select this M, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Now select this and let's move this over here. Hit Ctrl D. I'm going to create duplicate and I'll adjust it over here. Hit Ctrl T to select your text tool and change this text to O. Select this, hit Ctrl D, press T, and let's move this over here. Select this, hit Ctrl D, let's call it as I. Select this, press P and adjust the position. Select this O, hit Ctrl D, bring this at the top and we'll move this over here. Then select this, hit Ctrl D and let's call it as N. Select this and let's move this over here. Okay, now select all of them and let's try to adjust it properly at the center like this. Then press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center like this and hit U. So this is going to be my text, so let's hide them for now. Or instead of that, let's do one thing. Select all of them and press P for position, create one keyframe. Then press S for scale, create one keyframe. Then press R for rotation, create another keyframe. Okay, like this. Now go to somewhere around 1.20 frames, create another keyframe like this. Then we will go to around 3.10 frames, we will create another keyframe like this on all of these three properties. Then after that, at this point over here, I'm going to adjust their position like this over here, this over here, this over here, this over here, this should be over here, and this should be over here like this. Let's move this over here. Then over here I'm going to adjust the scale also. I'm going to choose different scale for this one. Let's suppose like this, for this one like this, for this like this, for this, and for this. So it will automatically change the keyframe over here. Then I'm going to select my rotation tool. I'll select this, I'll rotate it like this one like this one like this one like this, and this one like, sorry, select this and rotate it like this. Okay, then we will go to the start, then we will select all of them and we will go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Also this time scale I'm going to choose 10. So if you see this now, we will get this kind of animation but which looks weird. So first of all, select all of this keyframe, right click, go to the keyframe interpolation and we need to choose linear like this and then hit F9. Then right click, go to the keyframe interpolation, instead of Bezier choose linear like this. Sorry, no. Okay, let's do one thing. Select all of them first of all and select their keyframes and hit F9. After that, only press P for position and only select position keyframes, then right click, keyframe interpolation, and over here as you guys can see the spatial interpolation is auto Bezier. We need to choose linear. So now if you see, we will get something like this. Okay, now we will hit U over here, select all of this alphabet and hit U. Now first of all we will select all of this keyframe, then we'll go to the graph editor, right click and make sure that you are in edit speed graph. Then we will select this handle, by holding shift we will move one handle over here, then select this portion and we will move one handle over here. Then we will select this much portion, by holding shift we will move one handle over here and we will move one handle over here. So if I see this animation now, we will get something like this. Now after that we need to adjust their position one by one. So let's select this one and let's move this over here, this one over here, this one over here, this two should be over here, and this one should be over here. So if I see this animation now, I'll get this kind of stuff. Okay, also go to the start over here, rotation should be 1, So we'll get something like this over here. And if you want, it's not necessary, you can make this rotation 1 again, or let's say -1. Sorry, instead of 1 you can add -1 over here. Similarly over here you can add this value -1, -1, -1, -1, and also -1. So if you see this, we will get this kind of animation. Now after that, hit U and go over here. Now we need to create stroke animations for this. So select your pen tool, then we will create one line over here and one line over here, and we need to add stroke width. So I'll stroke color, go to the fill, and we will make the stroke width 10 pixels like this, or let's say 5 pixels only should be good. Then I'm going to select this, hit Ctrl D, hit and select your pen tool, make sure, and you need to simply move this anchor point over, point over here. Then select this, hit Ctrl D, make sure that your pen tool is selection, and when you're gonna move your mouse pointer you can easily move it like this. Then select this, hit Ctrl D, move this over here. Select this, hit Ctrl D, move this over here. Select this, hit Ctrl D, move this over here like this. Then after that, select this, go to the add, go to the trim path, make this trim path end value 0 initially. Hit U, go over here, select this and make this end value 100. Okay, similarly start value also 100 over here. Create one keyframe, go to the start value should be 0, and select those start value keyframes and move them a little bit upward. Then select those keyframes and hit F9, so you will get this kind of stuff. Then go to the graph editor, select this, by holding shift move this line over here and this line over here, so you will get this kind of stuff. And this thing should be a little bit over here like this, and you need to copy this trim path effect. Select all of these layers, and with the help of open square bracket simply move this over here and hit Ctrl V, so you will get this kind of stuff. Okay, then select all of them and move this over here, and I'm going to hit page down button 2 times and adjust it over here, and I'll add one by one like this. Okay, so we will get this kind of stuff animation. Now after that, make sure to select all of them and enable their motion blur, and press Ctrl Shift C, and we will call it as text animation, and hit OK, and we will hide this. Now we will focus on this stuff. So select this circle, press P, create one keyframe, go to around 1 second, create another keyframe, go few frame forward, create another keyframe, and in middle of that we will simply bring this over here, go to the start and simply move this over here. Now select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph editor, select this graph, by holding shift move this handle over here and this handle over here. Select this, move this handle over here, this handle over here, this handle over here, and move this handle over here. So if you see, we will get this kind of stuff. Then after that, select this and go to the start, press P for position, create one keyframe, go to around 1 second, create another keyframe, and we will move this over here. Okay, and we'll select this and we'll move this out of this composition. Now select those keyframe and hit F9, go to the graph editor, select this graph, by holding shift move this handle over here and this handle over here like this. Then at this point I'll press R for rotation, create one keyframe over here, I'll rotate it like this, then somewhere around this. Select this first keyframe, hit Ctrl C, Ctrl V, select those rotation keyframes and hit F9, go to the graph editor, Then select this graph by holding shift, move this handle over here and this handle over here, this handle over here and this handle over here. So we will get this kind of animation. Okay, and then at this point I'm going to select this text animations, and with the help of open square bracket I'll move them over here, or before over here only. Okay, then select this hammer, press P, create one keyframe over here, go few frame forward, and let's bring this totally downward. Then select those position keyframes, hit F9, go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift we'll move one handle over here and one handle over here like this, and select this circle, uh, press Ctrl Shift D to split this, and we will delete this layer at this point like this. And if you see this hammer animation, it looks quite weird. So what you can do, another thing over here, let's select this hammer instead and select this position keyframes like this, and hit just one page, I mean page down button to go one frame forward. Select this hammer, hit U and press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer, and press Ctrl Alt Home to align the anchor point to the center. Then press P for position, select all these position keyframes for this hammer, right click and choose separate dimension, create one keyframe at Y and press R for rotation. Let's delete all of this keyframe and create one keyframe, then hit U. Then we will change the X position over here, and we'll move, we will go few frame forward somewhere around 3 seconds, and we will change the X position over here and add Y keyframe over here. Then at this point in middle I'll change the Y position of this over here. Then select this Y position, hit F9, go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift move one handle over here and one handle over here and one handle over here, select this and move one handle over here like this. Okay, similarly I'll go somewhere around over here and we need to rotate it, so I'm going to make it 2 rotation like this, so I'll get this kind of animation. So if I see this stuff now, I'll get this kind of stuff. Also similarly, make sure that you are going to enable the motion blur animation like this. Okay, now select all of them, press Ctrl Shift C and hit OK. Inside there, go select this hammer, hit U, go to the last frame and hold Alt or close square bracket to trim this up to this. Now go to the start, press S, create one keyframe somewhere around up to let's say go over here, move the scaling keyframe over here and let's make this 80 and let's move this up to here 8 seconds. So along with that we will get the scale animation. Go over here and hit N, then press Ctrl Y to create one solid background and bring this backward. Then, or instead of complete white background, I'll press Ctrl Shift Y to open the solid settings. I'll choose a little bit amount of gray in that color. You can select this, you can go to the effect and presets panel and apply for drop shadow effect and simply double click to apply. Increase the distance to 20, softness to 100 and opacity to 20. Okay, and the color of this, instead of black, select this bluish version of it and choose somewhere around like this. Okay, so there is not like too much of drop shadow effect. We will get this kind of simple animation. So this is how you can create this kind of creative text animation inside of After Effects. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition. We will call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, duration 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Then I'm going to press Ctrl N to create another composition over here, and width we are going to take 700 and height 100 and simply hit OK. So we'll get this kind of composition. And let's type our text, and for the font I'm going to choose Monstera. You can choose whatever font you want, and now we will type our text. So let's type make, and let's choose black version of this font and increase the font size. Let's make this full resolution. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Select this, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Hit Ctrl K to open the project settings, and let's type make over here. Okay, select this, go to the align tab, and over here we are going to choose align right. Okay, select this and let's a little bit move this over here. Now select this mix and hit Ctrl D, double click to open this, and this time let's bring this at the center, and we will change the text self. Okay, like this, and let's bring this a little bit over here like this. Also copy this text, hit Ctrl K to open the composition settings and apply it over here. Over here also copy this text, hit Ctrl K and apply. Now select this yourself, hit Ctrl D, double click to open this and change the text better. Select this, go to the align tab, align it right, and just move this over here. Copy this text, hit Ctrl K and hit better. Hit Ctrl D, double click to open this and type every day. Select this, go to the align tab and align left, and just move this a little bit over here. Okay, now hit Ctrl K and type every day over here. Okay, so this is our 4 text. Now we will animate this layers. Now select this make, press P for position, create one keyframe, go to around 1.10 frames, create another keyframe, go to the start, and let's bring this over here out of this composition. Select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift we will move one handle over here, and we will move one handle over here. So if you see, we will get this kind of animation. And otherwise hit F9 again, go to the graph, and we will select this and we will move one handle over here and move one handle over here like this. So we will get this fast animation. Okay, press F4 and enable the motion blur. Now we will copy this position, hit Ctrl C, and we will go to the better over here. We will select this and hit Ctrl V, hit U, and at the start I'm going to bring this out of this composition, and over here we will bring this at proper position like this. So we will get the same amount of speed over an animation over here. Now go to the yourself, select this, press P for position, create one keyframe, go to around 1.10 frames, create another keyframe, go to the start, and we will bring this yourself over here. Now select those keyframes, hit F9, go to the graph editor, select this graph by holding shift, move one handle over here and move one handle over here. So you will get this kind of animation. Now copy this keyframe, hit Ctrl C, go to the everyday text, select this and hit Ctrl V, hit U, select this, let's bring this over here, go over here, and let's bring this properly over here. So we will get something like this. Now what we are gonna do, we will go to the main animation over here and we will bring one by one. Let's bring our make over here and let's go few frame forward like this. Okay, but before that, what we will go to this make, press Ctrl Y, and we will add one solid layer with red color and bring this downward. Select this, copy, paste it over here, paste it over here, and paste it over here like this. Okay, now let's go over here, press S little bit and increase the size, press Y, or don't press Y, just simply move this over here. Now hit Ctrl D, make sure to your snapping is on, and we will bring this over here. Now select this, hit Ctrl D, let's bring this at the top, let's move this over here, select this, hit Ctrl D, let's bring this at the top, and we'll bring down over here. Now all we need to do is we need to replace this composition. So select this, we will replace it with yourself. So find yourself comp, and by holding Alt we will drag and drop this on this one. Then select this make, we will select this better and drag and drop. We will select this, we will drag and drop and replace with everyday. So if you see, we will get this kind of animation. Now press F4, select all of them and convert them into 3D, and let's make this fit like that. But before that we need to do certain changes. We will select this, we will press Y, and we will bring our anchor point over here. We will select this, we will bring our anchor point over here, this over here, and this over here, and then we will convert this layer into 3D and press R for rotation like this. Now we need to change it on y-axis, so select this make and we will make it 45 degree. Select this, let's make it minus 45. Select this Y, let's make this 45, let's make this minus 45. Okay, let's make this fit. Right click new and create one null object just for now. Select all of them and make it a parent with this null. Select this null, press P, let's bring this null downward, press S for scaling option and scale it, and let's bring this over here, and let's delete this null object. Now right click new and create one camera over here, and angle of view, let's make it 120. Okay, and press C for zoom in a little bit. Let's double click and let's write 100. Let's zoom out a little bit like this. If you see, we will get something like this. Now after this, right click new and create one null object, convert this null object into 3D, and we will go to the top view and we will select this null object and we will bring this somewhere around over here, in between this triangle over here like this, and let's make this active camera. Okay, now select this camera and make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press R for rotation. As you guys can see, we can rotate it like this. Okay, now select this, let's rotate it like this. Let's make this 25. Create one keyframe, press S, create one keyframe, and press P, create one keyframe. Okay, and now decrease the scale a little bit, and let's disable the snapping. We will make sure this make is at the center. Okay, then go, first of all let's go when all animation is done. So I'm going to select this and move this over here, then go few frame forward. Let's make this minus 25, and let's bring down this position over here. So if you see, we will get something like this. Let's move this over here, and now we need for 1 second gap, so I'll go to around 2 seconds, I'll go to around 3 seconds, and I'll move this over here like this. Then we'll go to around 4 seconds, create another keyframes over here. We will delete this scaling keyframes, we don't need that anymore. Then go to around 5 seconds, we will again make this 25, and we will bring down the position downwards towards this better. Then go to around 6 second, create another keyframe, go to the 7 second over here. Let's make this minus 25. Let's bring this down to everyday, and let's move this position a little bit over here so it will be properly at the center, like this. Also at this point our position should be over here a little bit. Copy this keyframe, go over here, paste it. Sorry, we don't need to do that. I think this looks good. This, this, this. Now let's try to adjust it again. This make text is should be properly at the center, so I'll adjust the position accordingly. At this point again, this yourself should be properly at the center, so copy this keyframe, hit Ctrl C, go over here, hit Ctrl V. Similarly at this point, this better text should be properly at the center. Copy this keyframe, go over here, hit Ctrl V, and this everyday text also properly at the center. Then go to around 8 second, create another keyframe, go to the start over here, also create one keyframe at scale, go to the 9 second, and let's make this 100, and let's make this 0 rotation, and let's bring this over here, and let's bring this over here. Okay, now select those keyframes, all of them, and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift, we will move one handle over here and we will move one handle over here, so you will get this kind of animation. Now all we need to do is we need to do one by one adjustments. So first, this make should start to animate around 1 second. I'm going to select those keyframe and I will move this over here. Then at this point I want this yourself should animate, so I will move this yourself over here, so this will animate. Then at somewhere around at this point I want this better text should animate, so with the help of open square bracket I'll move that better text over here. Let's adjust a little bit over here like this. Then somewhere around at this point I want this everyday text should animate, so I'll move this everyday text over here like this. Now we will go to the make and we will delete this, I mean we will hide this red layer. So if I see this animation now, I'll get this kind of stuff. Okay, now we will double click to open this, not double click but double A, and we will enable depth of field like this, and let's increase the aperture value to 200 like this, and blur value to 200 also. Let's increase the focus distance somewhere around 2000, or let's say 1000. $800, let's see. Yep, I think 700 looks good. Or let's say 500. Okay, so first make yourself, let's make this blur value 100 only. beta, then everyday, and then at this point we will create the focus distance keyframe, aperture keyframe, and uh, yeah, 2 is enough. And then we will change the focus distance to 800 or something, and select those keyframe and hit F9, and aperture value to 400 maybe, like this, or let's say 300. Select those keyframe and hit F9, like this. Okay, then right click new and create one null object. Make sure to enable this 3D icon. Select this null 2 and make it apparent with this 3. Select this, press P, alt click on this position keyframe and apply wiggle, hit enter, and inside that type 2 comma 2 comma 2 3 times. So now along with this animation you will get a little bit of wiggle effect also, and if you want then you can make it 3 comma also, like this. But 3 comma 3 looks quite weird, so let's stick with 2 comma 2 only. So yep, this is how you can create this kind of 3D text animation inside of After Effects, like this. And if you want, then another thing you can do, you can select all of them, hit Ctrl D, and let's bring them at backward, and change the color of this one to red for example, and press P. I'll go to the top view and I'm going to change the Z position over here, and if you go to the active camera you will get extra layers like this. Okay, and press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as extra, and enable this icon, and I'm going to convert this layer into 3D. Press P for position, and let's go to the top view again, and as you guys can see I can adjust the layers like this. Now over here press T for opacity, and let's change the opacity to 80, and go to the active camera view, and if I see this over here I'll get this kind of stuff. Let's make this opacity 30. I'll get this kind of stuff. Okay, and I'm going to select this, let's make this opacity 10 only, and go to the effect and presets and apply blur effect. I'm going to apply Gaussian blur and increase the value to 20, like this. And if you want you can press P and you can change the position of it. So this is how you can create this kind of 3D text animation inside of After Effects, like this. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition and we are going to call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose 1920, height I'm going to choose 180, frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute long, and background color is black color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Then I'm going to select my text tool, and for the font I'm going to choose Oswald, but you can choose any font you want, and I'm going to apply the red color for this font and simply hit OK. Then we will type our text. I'm going to type typography, but you can type whatever text you want. Select this layer, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Now after that, select this layer, we will hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, select the second layer and we will lock this layer. Now select this layer and let's delete all of this alphabets. Simply select this T and we will go to the character menu and we are going to choose white color. Now select this white color, simply move this over here like this. Okay, then select this, hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. By holding shift, I'm going to move this over here and choose this to move y, hit Ctrl D, move this over here and we are going to call it as P. Okay, then adjust it properly, hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, press V for selection tool. By holding shift, I'm going to adjust it over here and Ctrl T to select your text tool and type O. Okay, and with the help of arrow keys you can adjust it. Same procedure we will follow for all of these alphabets, and we will change their text and we will adjust the positions properly like that. Okay, hit Ctrl D, hit Ctrl D, type P, hit Ctrl D, move this over here, type H, adjust the position, and last type Y and simply move this over here. Okay, and let's delete this extra T layer, we don't need that, and let's make this fit. Okay, select all of them, press P for position, create one keyframe, go to around 1.20 frames, create one keyframe, then we will take a gap of 10 frames, create another keyframe, then go to around 4 seconds, create another keyframe. Now let's go to the start, press V, and by holding shift I'm going to bring this layer at the top, then go to the last keyframe and we will bring this layer at the bottom like this. Okay, now select those keyframes and we will hit F9, then we will go to the graph editor, we will select this graph. By holding shift, move this handle over here. Okay, select this and move this handle over here like this. Okay, so if you see this, now we will get this kind of animation over here. Now after that, alt click on this stopwatch of this position and apply loop out expression over there, hit Ctrl A, and to select this hit Ctrl C to copy this, alt click on the stopwatch and press Ctrl V to paste it. Same procedure we will follow for all of this. Okay, simply hold alt and apply Ctrl V to apply that expression. So what will happen after 4 seconds, we will get this animation in the form of loop. Now let's go to 4 seconds and we will hit end, so our animation is gonna end there. Simply by hitting Ctrl H, select all of them and make sure to enable this motion blur like that. Now hit U to minimize it. Now I'm going to take a distance of 5 frames and I'll select this Y, move this over here, go 10 frames, move this over here, 15 frames, move this over here. So basically I'm taking a distance of 5 frames to, you know, create this animation. Then select all of them, go to the start and simply move this over here. Okay, like this. Now select all of them, press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose this and let's call it as fill and hit OK. Now select this, hit Ctrl D up to let's say 18 times, we want 18 duplicates of it like that. Okay, then over here as well we will take a distance of 5 frames and we will adjust it one by one. But how we can adjust, simply select this 18th layer first, then by holding shift select first layer, hold alt, close bracket close square bracket, and trim this properly up to 5 frames, right click and choose keyframe assistance, sequence layers and hit OK. Sorry, but if you see this is starting from here, but we don't want that like that. So what we will do, we will hit Ctrl Z. Let's say first we will select this first layer, then by holding shift select this 18th layer, right click, keyframe assistance, sequence layers, hit OK. Okay, so you will get this kind of effect. Then select this and simply move this over here, then go somewhere around over at this point, then hold alt, open square bracket to trim up to this, go to the start and simply move this over here. So what will happen, we will get this animation in the form of loop. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this fill over here and hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, double click to open this fill, select all of these alphabets, and I'm going to choose black color for them. And in this stroke options over here, I'm going to choose white color, and stroke pick width, I'm going to choose 3 pixels. Now by holding control, I'm going to select this second, fourth, sixth. Basically I'm choosing alternate layers over here, and by holding alt, I'm going to replace it with this fill. So we will get this kind of animation. Okay, now let's do one thing. We will select this fill two layers, let's say. Okay, by holding control, I'm going to select that, and from here I'm going to change their color to yellow, and I'll lock this layer so I can understand that these are the black color, white, black and white stroke layers. Now I'm going to select this fill layer, not this first one but this third one, and I'm gonna go in my effect and presets panel, and I'll search for fill effect and double click to apply. And this time I'm going to choose this green color over here, and make sure it should be the light green, and simply hit OK. Now copy this fill effect, hit Ctrl C, select this fifth layer, hit Ctrl V. We will go to this option, and we are going to choose a little bit darker version of this, and hit OK. Then I'll select this layer, hit Ctrl C again. I'll apply this seventh layer, hit Ctrl V. We will choose again a little bit darker version, hit OK. Select this fill effect again, Ctrl C to copy. Select this ninth layer, hit Ctrl V to paste it, and we will choose again the darker version. So basically we are gonna do a little bit darker and darker and darker, like that. Hit OK. Again select this, hit Ctrl C, select this 13th layer, hit Ctrl V. Select the little bit darker version again, Ctrl C to copy. Select this layer, hit Ctrl V. We will choose a more darker version of the screen. Select this, hit Ctrl C, and select this last, hit Ctrl V again, and we will choose again a darker version of the screen. So now if I see this animation, I'm gonna get this kind of effect over here, like that. And that is also going to be in the form of loop, like this. Okay, so as you guys can see, we will get this kind of stuff. Now let's unlock all these layers over here. Select this first layer. I'm gonna go in my effect and presets panel, and I'll search for drop shadow effect and double click to apply. And we are going to choose softness 100 and distance 0 and opacity also 100. We will copy this drop shadow effect, hit Ctrl C to copy, select all of these layers, and hit Ctrl V to paste it. So we will get this kind of, and this animation also going to be in the form of loop. So this is how you can create this kind of creative text animation inside of After Effects. Be After Effect, let's create a new composition. We will call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose 1920, height 180, frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute, and background color is black color, and simply hit OK. Then let's make this fit. Then go to choose grid and guide option, and simply hit on title selection. Then again press Ctrl N to create another composition, and we will call it as strip. And width I'm going to choose 800, height 200, frame rate 30, duration 1 minute long, and background color is black color, and simply hit OK. Then press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and we will lock this layer. Then I'm going to select my rectangle tool, and stroke width I'm going to choose 10 pixels, and simply double click. Then go to the rectangle path, and size over here let's choose 750, or and size over here we will again, let's type -50 over here, so it will come like this. But if you see, we are getting some weird stuff. Why? Because before we do anything like that, we need to uncheck this linking option. So over here let's make this 750, and over here let's make this 150. So we will get this kind of stuff. Then after that, select the text and type motion. You can choose whatever font you want. I'm going to choose this one. Select this motion, go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Now select the shape layer and hit Ctrl D. Select this third layer and select your selection tool, and let's make this stroke width 20, like this. Now select this motion, press S and increase the size of this text like this. Okay, select this one layer, I mean second layer, and choose white color for the stroke. And yeah, now select this motion text, hit Ctrl D. Let's hide the second one and type text over here like design. Select this, go to the align tab and align it horizontally. Select this motion text, hit Ctrl D, bring this at the top. Now let's select this one, zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around 1 second, press P for position, create one keyframe, go to around 2 seconds, and let's move this out of this composition like this. Okay, now select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, now enable this design text and we will make it apparent with this motion, and make sure while parenting you are at 2 seconds. So if you see, we will get this kind of animation. Then go to around 3 seconds, create another keyframe at position, go to around 4 seconds and zoom out a little bit, and we will move this until this design text is out of this composition like this. Okay, and at this time I'm going to enable my this motion text. I'll select this motion and I'll make it apparent with this third layer. So if you see this now, we'll get this kind of animation, but there is one mistake over here. If you see, we will get this stuff, but we will fix that. Now after that, what we are going to do, I'm going to the start and I'll create one keyframe over here. Okay, and I'll alt click on the stopwatch and I'll loop out expression. So if you see, we are getting this kind of stuff. So we will get this animation continuously in the form of loop. Now select those keyframes, go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift, move one handle over here and move one handle over here like this. Okay, select all of them and press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose this, and let's call it as text and hit OK. Then select the shape layer, or let's say this third layer, hit Ctrl D, bring this at the top, and select your selection tool and apply fill effect over here. Select this text, press F4 and choose alpha mask. So we will get that they are coming out of this, and we will select this text layers and we will bring this downwards, and this stroke should be at upward. So if I see this now, I'll get this kind of animation. Now let's go inside this, press F4 and select all of them, not 3D but enable their motion blur option. So we will get this motion blur animation over here. Okay, now after that, select all of them over here, hit Ctrl K to open the project settings and change the color to white. Now select all of them and hit Ctrl D, and let's bring this at the top like this. Then right click new and create one null object, and we will select this layer over here and we will make it apparent with this null. Select this null. With the help of up arrow keys, we will move this a little bit upward, then little bit over here. Now select all of this remaining text layers, I mean these uppermost layers, then go to the character menu and we will delete the fill and we will add black color over for the stroke, and for the stroke we will choose 0.5 or let's say 0.3. Okay, so if you see this now, we will get this kind of stuff over here. Okay, like this. Then we will go to the main animation over here, then we will bring our strip like this over here. Now go to the strip, and if you hit Ctrl K over here, as you guys can see, the height of this strip is 200. So what we are going to do, we will create, let's close this, we will create another composition, and over here height and width I am going to choose 200 only. Then press Ctrl Y to create one solid background. Then I'm going to select my rectangle tool and let's delete this fill, we don't need this fill, and I'm going to choose stroke and choose black color for the stroke and 20 pixels, and double click to create this, and then press S for scaling option and scale it like this. Then select this, hit Ctrl D and choose white color for the stroke, and we will choose 10 pixels over here. Okay, hit Ctrl K to open the project settings and let's call it as box. Okay, like this. Now select this strip, hit convert this layer into 3D, or let's do one thing, select this, hit Ctrl D. By holding Ctrl, I'll adjust this over here, hit Ctrl D, adjust it over here, hit Control D, adjust it over here. Make sure that you are holding control so it will properly snap. Or otherwise what you can do, simply for example hit Control Z, select this and enable this mapping option. So whenever you are suppose if you are hitting Control D, then you can properly snap over here. Hit Control D, snap this over here. Hit Control D, properly snap this over here. Now select this one specifically. Select your pen behind tool and move this anchor point over here. Select this, move this anchor point over here. Select this and move this anchor point over here, and let's make this fit. Now select this one and let's make it apparent with this fourth. Select this one, make it apparent with this third. Select this one and make it apparent with this second one. Now convert all of them into the 3D. Now select this third one, press R for rotation, and we need to rotate it on x-axis. So let's make this -90. Select the strip, press R, let's make this -90. Select this strip, press R, and let's make this -90. Okay, and if you see this in custom view, you will get something like this. Select this, press R, sorry, make it -90. Okay, now I'm going to bring my box over here and convert this layer also into 3D. Let's go to the active camera view and we will move this over here, and I'm going to select my pen behind tool and I'll bring the anchor point over here. Okay, so I can rotate it on y-axis like this. So I'm going to make it -90. Now if you go to the custom view, you can see it's over here, and let's go to the top view. Okay, and press Control Alt Home, so the anchor point is gonna be at the center. Then move this over here and make sure that it should touch the edge of this stuff, and you can go to the back view or you can go to the right view also to check out whether they are properly aligned or not. Now go to the top view again, select this box, hit Control D, and we'll move this over here also like this. So if you go to the custom view, you will get this stuff over here. Now after that, let's go to the left view, then select all of them and disable the parenting. No need to parent with anyone. Then right click new and create one null object and convert this null object into 3D and bring this at the center of this. Then select all of them and make it apparent with this null. Select this null and let's move this over here at the center. Now let's go to the active camera view. Now if you select this null object and if you press R, and as you guys can see, you can rotate it wherever you want like this. Okay, now I'm going to create one keyframe at X or and let's go to around 4 seconds because my animation is ending at 4 seconds, or let's say at 8 seconds. 4 plus 4 is 8, and I'm going to make it one complete rotation. Okay, so I'll get this kind of animation. Now over here also, what we are going to do, we need a distance between these animations. So I'm going to take a gap of 10 frames. So select this strip with the help of open square bracket, move this over here, go to 20 frame, move this over here, go to 1 frame, select this, move this over here, select all of these 4 layers and simply bring them at the start. So we will get this kind of animation. Okay, now select all of this, press go to the start, press Ctrl Shift C, and we will call it as main box. Okay, then enable this icon and convert this into 3D layer. Press R for rotation and we will rotate it on Z axis like this, -90. Press S for scaling option and scale it like this. Then go to the top view And first we will bring this over here. If you want, then let's make this scale 45, sorry, 45. Okay, and let's bring this scale over here, and then press Y for pen behind tool, and we will bring our anchor point properly at the center of this composition like this. Okay, and let's go to the sorry, let's make this fit. Now select this, press R for rotation, then we can rotate it like this. Now on Y position over here, alt click on the stopwatch, type open and square bracket, inside that type rotation. Okay, or simply type rotation over here, open and square bracket 0, after that plus, then type 30 and into index. Okay, like this. So if you hit Ctrl D few times, you will get this kind of duplicates. Okay, so now if you go to the active camera view, we will get this kind of animations. Okay, now what we are going to do, we will select all of them, and again we need a gap of 10 frames. So what we are going to do, I'll go to around 10 second, move this over here, this one over here, but it will take too much time, so I'm going to take a distance of 5 frames. Select all of them, hold alt, open square bracket, close bracket to trim this up to this, and bring this over here, right click, keyframe assistant, sequence layers, hit OK, and increase the duration, and go over here and alt, open square bracket to trim this up to this, go to the start and press V and simply bring them over here. So over here as well, you can see there is a difference between their animation. Okay, now select all of them and press Ctrl Shift C, and we will call it as main. Let's type collection of main boxes and hit OK. Again enable this icon and convert this layer into 3D. Now we will add camera in our scene, so go to the new and we will add camera and hit OK. Right click, new, and create one null object. Let's hit enter and let's call it as controller. Sorry for my spell mistake, but you can understand. And let's make it a parent with this controller and convert this null object into 3D. Select this controller camera, press R for rotation, and rotate it on X rotation like this. Okay, you will get this kind of rotation over here. Now select this uh, box collection, hit Ctrl D, press S, and let's increase the scale to 130, or let's say 150. Press P for position, and let's bring the position downwards like this. Okay, if you want, you can go to the not top view but left view, for example. So as scaling is 150, let's check out the position like this. Again hit Ctrl D, press S, this time next scale 200, press P for position and bring the scale downwards. Okay, hit Ctrl D, press S, let's make the scale 250, press P for position and let's bring the scale downwards again like this. So if you go to the active camera view, you will get this kind of stuff over here. Like this. It's okay if there is something like this, we want that. Then I'm going to select this one, hit Ctrl D, press select this one, press S, and let's make the scale 50. Then press P for position and bring this over here like this. Then you can press C to increase the view of this camera like this. Now you can select this second layer. For example, go to the effect and presets panel, and you can apply tint effect on it, and you can swap this color like this. Or instead of that, let's delete this. You can select this, right click, go to the reveal layer in source project over here, but it will take a lot of time, so instead of that, let's keep it like this only, because it will waste time. Okay, now you can go inside this main box over here. You will get this kind of stuff. Then yeah, all the checks are good. Then you can uh, right click, new, and create one null object, and convert this null object into 3D. And we will bring this downward and select all of this collection and make it apparent with this null. Select this null, go to the start, press R for rotation, and you can rotate it on y-axis. So create one keyframe over here. Then you can go to around 8 seconds and you can create another one keyframe over here and hit N. So you will get continuous rotation. This is not going to be in the form of loop, but this is kind of a maze we have created like this. And if you want this text should be properly visible, then you can go to the left view and you can adjust this layers a little bit. For example, you can select those layers, press P for position. Let's bring them a little bit downward. So what will happen, this text are gonna be visible. So like this. Let's make this active camera. Okay, you can select this cam controller, press R for rotation. Let's make it something like this. Press S and scale it like this. Then we can also rotate it like this. It's totally up to you how you want to adjust your camera. Then I'm going to select my camera. C, you can press C, so you can adjust the position of your cameras. You have to play around with this values. I'm gonna stick with this. Then press P for position. Let's adjust the position like this. Okay, then press S or press C. Let's zoom in a little bit. Then you can select this camera, hit double A, and enable the depth of field over here. And you can increase the aperture to, let's say, 200. And let's make this 2000. Let's say 1000. Or let's say 1500. Let's say 3000. It's totally up to you. You need to adjust this value. So let's go to the start and let's see what we can make. Let's make it full resolution, and let's make this 4000, and let's see. Okay, so after adjusting too much sizes, I have come to this value that let's make this 2000. Yeah, so after changing a lot of values, I have come to this figure that focus distance should be 2100, or let's say 1900 over here, and aperture value is 400 and blur level is 200. Okay, and then it will take a little bit time to load, but I can go to the quad resolution. Then you will get this kind of stuff over here. So this is how you can create this kind of text animation inside of After Effects. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition. We are going to call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, and duration I'm going to choose 1 minute long. And background color, let's choose white color and simply hit OK and hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and we will hit title save action. Now I'm going to type my text, and over here font black color font I'm going to choose, and I'm going to choose Poppins font. You can choose whatever font you want. I'm going to choose black version of this font and I'm going to type M. Okay, let's make this full resolution. Now select this M and let's increase the font size a little bit. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Select this, hit Ctrl D and let's type O. Hit Ctrl D, let's type T. If you hide this, as you can see we are typing different letters. Hit Ctrl D, let's hide this, let's type I. I'm going to select this O, hit Ctrl D and let's bring this at the top, which is O. Hit Ctrl D and change this text to N. Okay, so we have this 6 alphabets for our text motion. Now we will adjust this line by line. Select this O, let's move this over here. Then select this T, let's move this over here. Select this I, let's move this over here. Select this O, let's move this over here. Select this N, let's adjust it over here. Okay, and now let's make this fit. Now select all of them and let's bring them properly at the center. Okay, so this is our text. Now select all of them, press P. By holding shift I'm going to select the position keyframes of each and every one. Right click and choose separate dimension. Okay, so this is our first thing. Now select this M over here, press Y to select your pen behind tool, zoom in a little bit, and by holding Ctrl I'll snap this anchor point over here like this. Okay, now select this M and press P for position. Create one keyframe at Y. Zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around 1 second. Create one keyframe. Go to around 1.20 frames. Create another keyframe. Now at 1.10 frames, I'm simply going to bring this a little bit upward. And at the start, I'm going to move this out of this composition like this. Okay, or instead of that, let's do one thing. We will just move this over here only. Now select those keyframes and hit F9 to ease those keyframes. Go to the graph editor, right click and make sure that you are in edit speed graph. Now select this graph first handle. By holding shift move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Then select this, move this handle over here, this handle over here. Select this, move this handle over here, this is over here, and this is over here. So if you see, you will get this kind of animation. And if you want, let's do one thing. We will move this a little bit upward like this. Okay, then at this point I'm going to select this O, and let's, with the help of open square bracket, I'll move this over here. Press P for position. Create one keyframe at Y position. Go somewhere around over here. Create another keyframe and let's move this O somewhere around over here. Zoom in, make sure that it should touch the edge of this O. Okay, like this, and go to the start, and over here I'm going to change the Y position of this out of this composition and select this Y position keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Okay, So you will get this. So first this and then this. Now at this point, when this touching this, let's go to the graph. Let's see, we will make it completely like this. At this point, select this O and press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer, and I'm going to change this one to yellow so we can easily understand. And this time hit U and we will delete all the keyframes. And now press Y for pen behind tool and we'll move this anchor point over here. Now select this O and bring this downwards, and let's make it apparent with this M. Now select this M, press R for rotation, create one keyframe. Select this O, press R for rotation, create another keyframe. Okay, let's make this fit. Let's zoom out. Select this M, go few frame forwards, and let's rotate it like this. Go somewhere around over here, and let's rotate it like this, or let's make this 0. Then select those keyframes and hit F9. Then go to the graph editor, select this. Yeah, we will select this, go one point over here and one side over here. Select this again, move this one over here and this one over here. So we will get this kind of rotation. Similarly, we'll go over here. At this point, select this O and rotate it like this. And this point, let's make this 0. Select those keyframe and hit F9. So you will get this animation over here. If you want, then you can rotate it completely like this. It's totally up to you. And at this point, again, I'm going to select this and I'll press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer and change the color of this one to aqua. And let's bring this at the top over here. Hit U, delete every keyframe. Also change the parenting, we don't need that. Then select this, press P for position, create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y. Select all of this above layers, and with the help of open square bracket, move them over here. Press P for position, create one keyframe, Y on Y position keyframe. Press R for rotation, create one keyframe. Then press S for scaling option, create another keyframe, and hit U. Similar thing I'll follow for this, but not for anything else. Let's press Ctrl Alt Home to align the anchor point of this layer at the center. Then we will go somewhere around 5 seconds maybe. We will create another keyframe. Similarly, select all of these layers, create one keyframe at position, one keyframe at scale, and one keyframe at rotation, and let's change the rotation to 1 degree. So we'll get this rotation also. And at this point, what we are going to do, I'm going to select this alphabets. I'll go to the align tab, I'll choose align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Press V and we will bring this at the center of this O, and we will change the scale of this one to 10 like this. Okay, and in middle of that, over here, the Y position keyframes, I'm going to bring this somewhere around over here. Similar situation I'll follow for this O also. I'll copy this Y position keyframe, hit Ctrl Z, select this, hit Ctrl V. Okay, so we'll get something like this. Also go few frame forwards, create another keyframe on the Y position of each and every one, and in middle of that we will bring this Y position a little bit upwards. Okay, over here we need to adjust the stuff, so I'll change the position over here a little bit. Copy this Y position keyframes at the last also. Okay, so hit U now, select all of this alphabet, and in search option I'll type Y only, so it will show us only Y position keyframe, and select those Y position keyframes and hit F9. Then go to the graph editor, we will select this graph by holding shift, move one handle over here, select this and move one handle over here, select this and move one handle over here, select this and move one handle over here, select this, move one handle over here, one handle over here, one handle over here, and one handle over here. So if you see, you will get this kind of stuff. And if you think that this is quite slow, then by holding alt you can increase the duration process as well. But for that, make sure to hit U, and you need to select all of this keyframe, and then by holding alt you can do this stuff like this. But what I want over here, the animation should be one by one. So first I want this N should start animate, so I'll hit page down button 2 times, then I'll select this and O and move this over here again 2 times, select this, move this over here again 2 times, then select this and move this over here. Okay, like this. And but if you see this animation over here, all of them are coming from here. I want all of them should start their journey from this origin of this O. So what we can do to fix that, you can select this and let's check out this is coming from the center, then hit page down button 2 times. As you guys can see, the O is coming from here, so we will change the position of this O over here. Then hit page down button 2 times, select this I. Again we will change the position of this eye over here at the center, hit page down button, select this, and as you guys can see, we will change the position of this one over here like this. So if you see, you will get this kind of animation. And press F4, select all of them and enable this motion blur like this. Okay, now another thing you need to do, as you guys can see, this M looks quite weird, so I'm gonna go to the start, I'm going to select one rectangle over here, bring this layer over here, hit enter, and let's call it as mask. Press F4 and choose alpha inverted mask like this. Okay, now hit U. Now press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and I'm going to choose black white color for this background. Okay, then right click new and create one adjustment layer, and now over here I am going to apply tint effect on it and apply this effect, go few frame forwards like this. Let's do one thing, we will select, go to the start, and we will bring our layer somewhere around over here like this. So now whenever I am going to touch the ground, I want the color of this animation should change, so I'll create one keyframe at map white and one keyframe at back to map back black 2. Hit U, hit page down button 1 time, and we will swap this color like this. And similarly, whenever this O is going to touch this M, I'm going to create one keyframe on each, hit page down button 1 time, and we will swap this color. So if you see, like this. Similarly, when this is going to touch this, I mean going to reveal these letters, I'm going to create another keyframe, hit page down button, again swap this color. And when this ball is gonna touch the ground, create one keyframe each, hit page down button, again create swap color. So if you see this now, this, 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 and this. Okay, and if you want, then you can disable this motion blur also, so you will get this kind of stuff. So it's totally up to you. If you want motion blur, then it's okay. If you don't want, then it's also okay, like this. So this is how you can create this kind of text animation. You can choose whatever font you want. I have just used for the reference, but you are free to choose whatever font you want. So first of all, here we are in Adobe Illustrator. Now I'm going to create this document, which is 1920 by 180 over here, an RGB color format, and I have already created this document. Now after that, we will go to the Google and type for Behance logo. We will get this logo file over here. Simply right click and choose copy image. Then go to the Illustrator, and in this file simply press Ctrl V to paste it. Zoom out a little bit, press E on your keyboard, and by holding shift I'm going to adjust the size, and I'll try to adjust this image properly at the center. Okay, and hit Ctrl 0. Now select this image, hit Ctrl C, create a new layer, and press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. And I'm going to hide this extra layer, and I'll lock this layer. Okay, this is just for our reference. Now I'm going to select this layer, and I'm going to choose option over here called image trace. So we will get this kind of stuff. Then it will give you this option called expand, so simply click on it. Okay, so you will get this kind of stuff. After that I'm going to enable this image over here, which is this one. So as you guys can see, this is our original image and this is our black and white image. So let's lock this blur original image, and now I'm going to select this image over here, which is the black and white. Then I'm going to press as you guys can see over here, we have this shape builder tool. So shortcut key is shift plus M. So simply click on it, and by holding alt I'm going to click over here, over here, over here. We will reduce, basically we are reducing this black stuff, we don't need that. Okay, like that. Now after that I'm going to select this layers, and I'll choose black color for this. Okay, and let's hide this, and we will hide this one also. So as you guys can see, this is properly a separate vector layer. Then right click and choose ungroup. Then we will select this B, hit Ctrl X, create a new layer, press Ctrl Shift V. We will double click and name it as B. Same procedure I'll follow for this E high over here. Hit Ctrl X, new, press Ctrl Shift V. I'll call it as box only, just for the reference. You can type whatever you want. Select this, hit Ctrl X, sorry, select this much, hit Ctrl X, create a new layer, press Ctrl Shift V. Double click, but if you see over here we are, if I select this portion is also getting selected, so there is some problem over here. We will fix that later. Select this, hit Ctrl X, new layer, press Ctrl Shift V, double click, and let's call it as E, and we will hide this layer. Then we will select this H, hit Ctrl X, new layer, press Ctrl Shift V, double click, type H, and hide this. Select this, hit Ctrl X, new layer, press Ctrl Shift V, double click, type A, will hide this. I'm going to do this procedure for this N as well, this C, and this is E. Okay, now as I said that there is some problem in this over here. So as you guys can see, we have this extra stuff, we just need to delete it. We don't need anything like that. And this is our heat. Okay, so this is our layers that we need to animate. So I'll save this file, okay, in Illustrator. Then I'll go to the Adobe After Effects. We will go to the new composition, and we will call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option, and simply hit on title selection. Then press Ctrl I on your keyboard to import your Illustrator file. I'll select this Illustrator file. I'll go to the import as, instead of footage I'm going to choose composition, return layers and sizes, and simply hit import, and simply bring this layer over here. Now double click to open this comp, hit Ctrl K to open the project settings, I mean composition settings, and choose white color, hit OK, hit OK. Now select these layers and try to adjust it properly at the center, somewhere around like this. Now this is our reference layer, we will just keep it as it is, and we will lock this. Select all of these layers over here, make sure that you are adjusting properly. Then right click, go to the create and shape from vector layer, so it will create the shape layers. Let's bring them at the top. We will select this Illustrator layers, we will lock this layer, we don't need that anymore. Okay, or right now I don't want those things over here, so it will look crowded. So select all of these layers and click on this icon over here. Okay, then if you click on this hide all layers, which is shy, so simply click on it, then they are hide, they, it will hide over here. They are available over here, but you cannot see in the compositions. So select all of them and enable I am lock them, and make sure this icon is clicked, and then click on this shy options, which will hide that. Okay, then select all of this, and in search option I'm going to type path. So what will happen, we will get the path keyframe. So simply click on the path keyframes on each and every one over here, like that. Make sure that you are clicking on each and every path options of each and every layer, like that. Over here I haven't choose this. Okay, so I think I have clicked on all of that. Hit U so you can see all of those. And over here I'm going to increase the size of this comp, because right now we need to focus on this one. So let's zoom in, let's go to around 1 second, and again I'm going to create a keyframe on each and every one. Go to around 2 seconds, again create a keyframe on each and every one. Now let's create the animation. I'm going to select this B. Initially I'm going to select their path, zoom in a little bit, and let's click on this icon. So we will focus on this one only. Make sure that you are choosing your selection tool, then select this path keyframes only. Click on this one, and by holding shift, double click on this one and move this over here, like that. If you didn't understand, simply select those keyframe, double click on this path, and simply move this over here, like that. Then go over here, select this keyframes. Okay, make sure that you are choosing selection tool, and we will select this much portion, and by holding shift I'll move this over here. Okay, so now if I see this animation, first I'll get this and then this. Okay, then we will lock this layer. Then we have to focus on this E. Then we will hide all of them. First of all, I'll select this E, I mean this whatever it is box. Initially double click, and let's do one thing. I want this one should go up, and bring this over here. Go over here, then select this much portion, and by holding shift I'm going to bring this upward, like that. And then I'll get this. So if I see this animation for this, I'll get this kind of stuff. So this is for the top most portion of this, and let's hide this. Now we will focus on this E. Simply select the initial keyframes, enable this icon. Initially I want this E should be over here. Then at this point, zoom in, select this much portion of this E, and simply, sorry, by holding shift I'm going to move this over here. So if I see this, I'll get first this and then this. Okay, and let's hide this. Now this edge, I'm gonna go and select this edge, double click, and initially it should be downward. Then at this point I'll select this much area, and by holding shift I'll bring this downward, so I'll get this. Okay, then let's hide this edge. Then I'm going to select this uh, initial keyframe of this A, double click, move this over here. At this point select let's say around this much portion, and by holding shift sorry, move this much portion over here, so we will get this kind of stuff. Then hide this. Then we will select this N. We will initially select this, double click and move this over here, like this. At this point simply double click this much portion and shift hold and move this upward, and let's hide this as well. Then we have this C. For this C, I'm going to select this initial keyframes, double click, and let's bring this downward, or simply move this over here. Then at this point select this much portion of the C, and let's bring this downwards. With the help of down arrow keys also, you can adjust it according to your needs. And let's hide this. Now this E, the only thing remaining over here is E. You can simply select initial keyframes by double clicking, move this over here, go over here, select this much portion, move this over here, go over here like that. Now enable all of these layers, and if I see this animation, if I make this fit, I'll get this kind of stuff. But obviously this is not how we want, so simply select all of these keyframes and hit F9. Then go to the graph editor, select this graph, zoom in a little bit. Okay, let's move this over here. I'm going to select this by holding shift. I'll move this handle over here, select this and move this handle over here, select this, move this handle over here, select this and move this handle over here. So if you see this animation, I'll get this kind of stuff. So this is one way to do. Or you can do another thing, that select this graph by holding shift and move one handle over here and move one handle over here. So it's totally up to you how you want to handle it. That I'm gonna handle it somewhere around like this. Now hit U, select all of this keyframe, and by holding Alt I'm gonna drag them up to 1 second. Okay, so I'll get this kind of stuff. Now at this point, somewhere around 5 seconds, I'm going to select this box and I'll move this over here. I'll take a distance of 5 frames. I'll select this E and I'll move this over here. And when this E is going to get completely animated, I want this H should start to animate somewhere around at this point like this. And then at this point I want this A should start to animate. So if you see, we can see this kind of animation. Basically our need is that no one should get interconnected with each other like that. Then at this point I want this N should start to animate somewhere around like this. Then at this point this C, and then select this E and let's move this over here. So if I see this animation, I'll get this kind of animation. Now select all of them and enable the motion blur, and let's make this fit and let's bring this downwards. Okay, so we will get this kind of animation. Okay, and now let's disable this shy layer. Okay, and we will delete all of this alphabetical layers, we don't need that. I'm going to select all of these layers. I'll press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as Behance animation and hit OK. And let's enable this layer. Press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and I'm going to pick up this color and hit OK. And let's hide this, and we will hide this layer. Select this layer, go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect and double click to apply and choose white color. Okay, so if I see this animation, I'll get this kind of stuff. So if you're happy with this animation, you can keep it as it is. I'm gonna add a little bit more stuff over here. I'm going to select this layer, hit Ctrl D up to 2 times, select this third layer, and instead of this white color for this fill, I'm going to pick up, let's say, this color over here. Select this layer again, I'm going to pick up this color, select this, hit Ctrl D, and this time I'm going to choose this white color, and I'm going to take a distance of 2 frames initially just for the check. So let's see how does it looks, and I'll adjust it like this. So as you guys can see, we will get this kind of effect over here. So it's totally up to you how you want to animate. If you are happy with this initial, that is also okay. If you are happy with this, that is also okay. Let's reduce this extra stuff. I'm gonna stick with this one only. Okay, then right click new and create one null, not camera but null object. Select all of these layers, and I mean only these three layers, and make it apparent with this null. Select this null, go to the start, and let's make this 115. Create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and let's make this 100. Okay, like that over here. Go to around 5 seconds and simply select this and move this over here. Go over here and hit N. So if you see, we will get this zoom out effect over here like that. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of Behance logo reveal animation inside of After Effects. So as always, here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition, and we are going to call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose 1920 and height I'm going to choose 180. Frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Now I'm going to select my text tool and I'm going to type my text. For the font I'm going to choose Oswald, but you can choose whatever text you want. I'm going to type, let's say, typography, like that. This text is just for the reference. Select this, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Now if you see over here in typography word, we have almost 6 plus 6 9 10. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. 3 alphabets we have in typography word, and we need to create that animation. And if you hit Ctrl K over here, as you guys can see, the project settings are width is 1920 and height is 180. So what we are going to do, we need to create another composition for each and every word. So now we have 10 letters in typography, so hit Ctrl N to create another composition, and we will start with T. And height over here, because we have 10, I'm going to divide it by 10. Okay, and if you deselect it, we will get this 108. And on this width section, I want almost, let's say, again 10 alphabets I want, I mean 10 boxes I want. So I'll select this. So I got this ratio 1920108. Frame rate 30, duration 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. So I'll get this kind of comp, which is T. Now we need to animate this, or we need to create this properly. So press Ctrl Y on your keyboard to select one black color background, or you can choose grayish background over here and hit OK. Then hit OK. Go to the fit options. Now select this grayish background, go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC vintage effect, and simply double click to apply and increase the amount a little bit and lock this layer. Now I'm going to select my rectangle tool, and for the stroke I'm going to choose 4 pixels and simply double click to create this kind of rectangle over here. Now select this rectangle, hit Ctrl D, press S, let's decrease the size, and over here, and unlink this and decrease the size from here as well, like that. Over here, and stroke width I'm going to choose 1 pixels. Okay, like that, and let's lock this layer. Now I'm going to select my text tool and I'm going to type T over here and make it white color. Select this, press R for rotation, let's rotate it on minus 90 degree. Then press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center, and go to the paragraph menu and make sure that you are choosing center text. Sorry. Then go to the Align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically, press S for scaling option and scale it somewhere around like this. Okay, so this is for T. Now let's go to the main animation comp, and we will delete this typography word, we don't need that. Hit Ctrl 0 to open the project settings, and we will bring our T over here. As you guys can see, we will get something like this. Now make sure that you're selecting this I mean composition, and select your selection tool and make sure to snapping option is on, and we will go to the Align tab and we are going to choose this Align bottom and hit Ctrl D and bring this over here. Hit Ctrl D, bring this over here. Because our snapping option is on, that's why they are properly snapped at the edge of the other one, like that. Okay, like that. Okay, we are getting something like this. Now I'm going to create my I'm going to rename each and every one. So select this, hit enter. Sorry, we will type over, hit enter and let's type Y. Hit enter and type P. Hit enter and type O. Select this, hit enter and type G. Select this, hit enter, type R. Select this, hit enter, type A. Select this, hit enter, type P. Select this, hit enter, type I. Select this, hit enter and type Y. Okay, like that. Now we have this typographic text properly. Now we need to create actual one. So still in the in our project window we have this T. Hit Control D, hit enter, and let's type Y. Then double click to open this. Select this, select your text tool and type Y over here. Okay, and in main animation comp I'll select this Y, and by holding Alt I'm going to replace it. Similar procedure we will follow for this P. Select this, hit Control D, hit enter, and let's type P. Go inside this, type P, go to the main animation comp, select this P, and by holding Alt replace it. Similar, I'll select this P, hit Control D, hit enter, let's type O. Double click to open this, select this and type O, like that. If you see this P, this is touching this edge, so simply bring this a little bit over here, so it should not touch this. So yeah, it looks good. Now in O we have this O. Select this O layer, and by holding Alt we will replace it. Then select this O in project window, hit Control D, hit enter, and let's call it as G. Double click to create it. Let's type G over here, like that. Select this, and by holding Alt replace it. Select this G, hit Control D, hit enter, let's type R. Double click to open this, type R. As I said, replace this R. Hit Control D, hit enter, let's call it as A. Double click to open this, type A. By holding Alt replace A. Then we already have one P over here, so simply select this P and replace it. Then double click, hit enter, let's call it as H. Double click, open, let's make it H. Try to adjust the position properly at the center. Then select this H, and by holding Alt replace it. Then we already have one Y, so at last we will replace it over here, like that. Okay, so our compositions are ready, which is typography. Now we need to adjust it like that. So select all of them, go to the align tab, and we are going to choose align left, or which is not happening, so we need to make this manually, like that. Make sure to touch this. So to get a proper line, what we can do, simply hit Control K to open the project setting of this main comp and choose red color. Select all of them and try to touch this properly, like that. Okay, then select all of them and hit Control D, so it will create a duplicate of each and every layer. And by holding Shift I'm going to move this layer over here, and we need to make it sure that there should be not any gap between these alphabets, so we need to fill up that. Again I'll hit Control D. By holding Shift I'm going to move this over here, like that. Make sure that there is no any gap. Okay, then deselect it. Hit Control A to select all of them. Hit Control D to, or instead of that hit Control Z. We will do not select all of them. Make sure that you are selecting this much, so it will select the topmost layers of each and every one. Hit Control D. We have to do this procedure manually. By holding Shift I'll adjust it like this. Okay, again hit Control D. Try to adjust it properly. There should be no gap. Again hit Control D. There should be no gap. Again hit Control D. Again hit Control D. Again hit Control D. Again hit Control D. Like that. Again hit Control D, and make sure it should touch this line. Okay, and let's make this fit. Now after that we will select all the Y letters and press Ctrl Shift Y, and let's call it as Control Shift C and let's call it as Y and hit OK, and make sure to enable this icon. Select all of these H layers, press Control Shift C and let's call it as H and hit OK, and let's click on this icon. Then we will select all the P, press Control Shift C and let's call it as P. Select this A and press Control Shift C and let's call it as A. Select all the R's, Control Shift C and let's call it as R. Select this, press Control Shift C and let's call it as G. Select this and press Control Shift C and hit O. Select this, press Control Shift C and let's call it as P. Select this, press Control Shift C and let's call it as Y. Select all of them, press Control Shift C and let's call it as T. Now select all of them and make sure that they are unhide, and make sure to click on this icon. Now after that, select all of these layers and press P for position, create one keyframe. Then go somewhere around 2 seconds, let's go to the start first of all, and let's bring this over here like that. Okay, and make sure to choose title shift action, so we will get this, that they are properly at the center like this. Okay, then I'm going to press Ctrl R to bring this ruler over here, zoom in a little bit and make sure this touch this line over here. Then go to around 2 seconds, select all of them, and we have to move this in such a way that the next one should touch this line. Okay, with the help of arrow keys as well you can adjust it, and let's make this fit. It's okay if they are going outward a little bit, that is not a problem. Now if we see this animation, I'll get something like this. Now select all of this animation and hit F9. Go to the graph editor. Let's select this graph by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here like that. So if you see, we will get this kind of animation like that. Now after that, I'm going to take a distance of 5 frames. Select this and let's move this over here. Okay, select this. You can hit Ctrl X Ctrl V as well. Select those keyframe, Ctrl X Ctrl V. Go to 20 frames, select this, Ctrl X Ctrl V. 25 frames, select this, Ctrl X Ctrl V. Go to 1 second, Ctrl X Ctrl V. Ctrl X Ctrl V. Ctrl X Ctrl V. Ctrl X Ctrl V. Now go to the start and let's select keyframes on the start of each and every one. Then similarly go to the last keyframe over here, and we need to create a keyframe on each and every one over here as well. Okay, then alt click on the stopwatch and type loop out expression over here. Copy this loop out expression on each and every one. Like that, so we will get this animation in the form of loop everywhere. Okay, so as I know that at this point my animation is going to be in the form of loop, so I'll hit N over here. I'll select all of these layers and I'll press Ctrl Shift C and I'll call it as animation and hit OK like that. Then I'll double click to open this. Select all of them, press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as main text animation and hit OK. Then go inside this again and right click, trim comp to work area, so it will trim up to this. And over here at this point I'll right click, go to the time and choose time enable remapping, and before the last keyframe create one keyframe and delete this last keyframe, and alt click on the stopwatch and type loop out expression on it. So what will happen, even if I increase this, after this point I'll get this animation in the form of loop. Okay, but I'll hit N over here. Now in main animation comp, even if you see after that because we have applied this time enable remapping, we will get this animation in the form of loop. Now I'll select this and I'll hit Ctrl D. I'll select the second layer, I'll press R for rotation and I'll click this plus 90 degree. Let's hide this first. Press S for scaling option and we will scale it like this over here. So I'll get this kind of animation in the form of loop over here like that. Okay, now I'll select this over here. I'll select this letter and I'm gonna go in my effect and presets panel and I'll search for CC cylinder effect and simply double click to apply. Then we will go to the rotation options and we will rotate it on Z axis, let's say 90 like that. Okay, so as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of stuff over here like this. Over here, if you want, then you can, even if you increase the duration, you will get this kind of rotating animation over here. And now I want alternation in animation, so I'll select this and I'll try to move this a little bit forward, so there is going to be a difference between these two animations over here like that. Okay, so this is how we will get this animation in the form of loop. Now let's go inside this animation over here. I'll select this T. I'll go to the effect and presets panel and I'll search for tint effect to apply and I'll swap this color. I'll select this tint effect, hit Ctrl C. I'll select this P, G, A, H and hit Ctrl V. So if I see this animation, I'll get this kind of stuff. It's totally up to you. If you are happy with the original one, then I don't think we need to change it. But instead of that, you can select this, you can apply tint effect and you can swap this color, so the background layer is going to be the white one. And I'll select this made over here, and then I'm gonna change this rotation, let's say on Z axis somewhere around like this. Okay, so we'll get a little bit like that. Then go to the shading options and I'm going to increase the ambient value to 75% like that. Okay, then after that I'm going to select this first layer. I'll go to the effect and presets panel and I'll search for drop shadow effect and double click to apply. And softness I'm going to make it 500 over here, and opacity I'm going to make it 100 like this. Then right click new and create one adjustment layer and I'll move this layer over here in between these two. I'll go to the effect and presets panel and I'll search for CC lens effect and double click to apply, and let's increase the size in such a way that we will get a little bit of depth over here or like that. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of kinetic typographic effect inside of After Effects without using any third-party plugin, and this is also going to be in the form of loop. So yep, with this kind of technique you can create this kind of looping animation.